Okay! Power Gazer! Ikse! 맥시가違うんだよ. Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer!
I don't know, nomenclature. I don't know why they call it the gauntlet, but it has been alive for not only for esports but also for sports. So basically, it's a modified version of the previous one, the previous one that we have. Before, what happens is the top two teams will be in the upper bracket. So this happened in season 8. As soon as the franchise-based league happened, we've had this format where top 1 and 2 goes to the upper bracket, and then top 2 until 6 will be in the modified play-ins, as I personally call it play-ins, and then 7 and 8 will be eliminated from the tournament, right? So in season 8, what just happens is that top 1 faces, if I'm not mistaken, top 1 faces the winner of 3 versus 6 or something like that, right? So it's kind of fixed. Then come season 10, season 9, I believe that they changed the format in a way that now when you're top 1, what happens is that you get to choose who you want to face in the actual playoffs. Like, for example, you can choose the winner of 2 versus 6 or 3. Oh, sorry. You get to choose between winner of 3 versus 6 or 4 versus 5. If you get my meaning, right? So top 3 versus top 6, top 4 versus top 5. The upper bracket winner can choose, or top 1 of the group stages can now choose their opponents, basically. So that's really what happened. So from the evolution from season 8 until season 9, and then eventually until the current season we have, is that you're now more incentivized if you're top 1 or top 3, because you get to choose who you want to face. So that's essentially it. Now, why is it a modified play-ins? Why do I call it a modified play-ins? Because what happens is for teams that are top 3 until top 6, they will have to play each other in a best of 5 single elimination first before they go into double elimination bracket. So it's like if you survive the single elimination, you now have a shot. You now have two lives. You essentially gain 2 lives afterwards. right? So it's like a single elimination first, survive a single elimination bracket, and now you have a shot at the double elimination bracket. That's why I felt that it was good when it was happening. Honestly, like I have no complaints. But then when I saw this new gauntlet format, I immediately fell in love with it. And why is that? First off, it means that being top one has now even more merits, right? Because no matter what happens, you only play ranks 4, 5, and 6, right? So no matter what happens, you don't get to play rank 2 or rank 3, which means that generally you're put in a spot where you're in a better advantage. It's like being top one actually gets more incentivized now. And that's also very true for rank 2 and 3, because now as rank 2 as rank 3, you get in a point where you're always automatically gonna be in a double elimination bracket. So you basically bought 2 lives just by being rank 3. Usually, when a team gets into the playoffs, they're gonna be fine with it. Okay, we're fine already, right? We're in the playoffs. But now you wanna be rank 2 or 3 or even rank 1 in the group stages, and some teams, because they know that they don't have a shot of getting into rank 2 or rank 1 anymore, they don't care. In fact, sometimes they allow themselves to have lower points so that they will have a better matchup in the playoffs. That will never happen now, because it is actually more incentivized for you to get more points and get into rank 3 at least, because you now have 2 lives, right? And this also means that you also want to get as much points. You're more comfortable being rank 4, because the benefit of it is you're going to be waiting for ranks 5 and 6 to battle it out against each other. And then you have, although you only have 1 life as rank 4 of the gauntlet of the group stages, I mean, even when you are in a single elimination bracket, essentially, that if you do lose, you don't have a life anymore. You can't get into the actual gauntlet. It's better in a way that you already know what teams in rank 5 and 6 have played before, right? So that's great. And then the best part of this is, as ranks 5 and 6, you although you get into the playoffs, essentially you're technically in the playoffs if you're rank 5 and 6. It's even more of a difficult situation for you, because you play so much games just to get into the actual double elimination part of the playoffs, because you need to win against rank 5 or rank 6, then eventually against rank 4 for you to get in. So it will take 2 best of 5s for teams that are in rank 5 and 6 just to get into the double elimination bracket. So you really get tested a lot. So some teams will think of it this way.
and ripping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PNNES. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, reunite with winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching a lane na parang gera. HP Racing may reseta. Built na katang buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama pataas. Tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala ka sa Pinas. We are laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, east to the southeast. Taas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama pataas. Tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, with the stars.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
PM MPL na 4 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 PM MPL na
4 PM MPL na
4 PM MPL na
4 PM MPL na
4 PM MPL na
4 PM MPL na
4 PM MPL na
4 PM MPL na
Catch your favorite MPL matches every Friday to Sunday.
Only at the MPL Philippines YouTube and TikTok.
4 p.m.
MPL na
4 p.m. MPL na! 4 p.m. MPL na! 4 p.m. MPL na! Maligayang pagdating sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo. I'm Mara Aquino.
And I'm Hans Galleria.
And this is
MPL Philippines Season 13.
Dumating na ang huling araw ng regular season. Anong masasabi mo sa mga laban natin so far, Hans?
Well, sobrang intense. That's what I can say. Ng lahat ng mga matches natin, dahil biruin mo Mara, kahapon lang ay nakumpleto yung 6 na teams na maglalaro para sa ating playoffs. This just shows kung gaano ka-competitive ang teams natin dito sa liga.
Pero hindi pa tapos ang laban, Hans, dahil may seeding pa tayong dapat i-finalize. Maglalaban pa para sa top seed ang APBR and Echo.
O ano, pati yung RSG susubukan ding i-secure ang no-play-in route nila para sa ngayon.
That's right. Kaya naman, let's see our matches for today.
For first match of the day, we have MNNE Evos going up against Smart Omega. Throughout the season, nakita natin ang mga bagong miyembro mula sa kanilang kupunan. Makita kaya natin ulit sila sa labang ito.
Up next, we have the superstar match of the week. Bakbakan para sa top seed ng standings, and that's gonna be between the two world champion, APBR and Echo.
Finally, for the final match of the regular season, dalawang mag-besties ang maghaharap. It's RSG Philippines trying to secure a top 3 spot against Blacklist International.
Alright, simulan na natin ang ating unang bakbakan.
Everybody, this is MNNE Evos versus Smart Omega.
Casters,
Pasok!
And we have come down to the final day of the regular season. Welcome to day 3, week 7. It's us, the We Bear Bros. It's me, Naisu, Renmar, and Leo. Gentlemen, how we feel?
I'm feeling good. And it's my first time in a long while. I'm feeling tall. Can look at you somewhat eye level.
You've been doing everything I was doing just the past 10 seconds.
Yes, sir.
What is that?
I don't know.
I did the salute. I did this.
He's become
we're assimilating.
a part of you.
Yeah, we're assimilating.
Oh, man.
I haven't shown any signs, but
that works. Leo, how are you feeling?
it's great.
Besides that,
the season just flew by. Week 7, day 3. I can't believe we're soon going into the playoffs. But I'm here for some amazing MLBB action.
Can't wait to see it. But first, we do have to talk about the headline here, and that is a shout out, of course, to our rookies from MNNE Evos and Omega as well. Because since this, this is the last match for these two teams going again for the regular season, we have to just give a big shout out to them because we know some of these rookies especially have stepped up in different aspects for the teams. Let's take a look at them here.
Yeah, man. Ryle, Mark, West, 3 players who graduated from the MDL, and they have been vital members of the Bagong Barangay. I wish we could have seen them close out the season, but, maybe we will. Maybe we will. That's not a possibility, but on the side of MNNE Evos, you got some promising young rookies there, too.
That's right. Vane and Coil making the victory lap for MNNE Evos. Historic securing of the playoffs in Season 13. And very specifically, we've seen Vane play, yet to get a big dub. But for Coil specifically is living the dream. Was pulled out of the dregs of the rank ladder in the Philippine server. And now he's playing for MNNE Evos, a pro team, one of the most prolific names in all of MLBB esports. Is that not what we all want to do?
I think that's what the world also wants to keep an eye on because, again, these rookies are part of that foundation of what makes the Philippines such a strong region, right? And they grow from some of them not even exactly in the MDL right away. They're just smashing it in the RG, and then eventually they find themselves here, of course, in the MPL as well. So this is, again, a big shout out to them. We've seen what can happen to our rookie players seasons ago and where they're sitting now. Some of them, obviously, in different parts of the world, which is great. But again, hey, it starts at that foundational level and helps us build the strength again. So maybe we'll get to see some more of those rookies play, of course, today. You mentioned Coil as well, and Vane. We'll see if they're fielded. Now, the other thing, too, is when you talk about the rookies here, obviously, we're looking ahead for these teams like MNNE and, of course, Smart Omega. But we have some more things in tune for our viewers out there watching on YouTube here, Renmar.
So, who do you think will win this match? Tana, you. You, right there. Use the hashtag MNNE or hashtag OMG. Comment it on our YouTube streams, the official ones. Don't make sure you're subscribed because there's a chance. If you send that in with your server ID, with your game ID also.
There it is.
500 diamonds we're giving out. 500
to
was,
4 people.
A smidgen of uncertainty there, but yes.
That's
bit.
really though. We
Little
want
bit.
we want you poster right there.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but every time Renmar's in the middle, he's almost coming through your screen.
Something about the spot here.
something about the spot or the box. I'm not sure
Yeah,
which it is.
the box, this little podium that they may or may not give us.
Well, again, let's go ahead and welcome out our marshals one last time for the regular season. Actually, the first time of 3 times today. It's our boys here once again for the fairness and integrity of the game. It's Jeff, Albert, Patrick, and Wilbert. Here we go.
Yeah, you know what I love about Albert? Oh, they did.
They
all did the job together. Albert is a black belt in judo and a white belt with karate.
And he led them to it. So now let's go ahead and welcome out the teams for the match.
MPL Arena, please welcome to the stage the Young Guns, led by the veteran. It's Sumbak, Kyle, Hayes, Kirk, and Perk Ziva. Welcome to your MPL debut, Cole, the playoff secured Tigers, MNNE EVOS. For the final time in MPL Philippines Season 13, make some noise for Jome, Andoryu, Ukir, Ryota, and Jacknu. Hailing from the barangay, it's Smart Omega! And our coaches, Coach Imba DJ and Coach Lembot. MPL Arena, welcome to the first match of the final day of the regular season. Make some noise for MNNE EVOS and Smart Omega.
And there we go. Teams walking out, ready to go. MNNE EVOS, let's take a look at the lineup here. Walk us through it, Renmar.
You know what? Hayes put on a hell of a match against RSG earlier this week, and he has to replicate that if he wants to supplement and really allow Coil to shine in the jungle for his MPL Philippines debut match. Hayes, way back when, was making his MPL debut. Now, he has to be the veteran that leads this young man to a great win to start off his career in the MPL.
And we'll find out because across from them, familiar faces from Smart Omega.
I'm just here for Big J. I can't
Big
lie.
J.
Big J.
I heard you shouting it earlier. Big J.
Me and about a dozen more folks here in the arena. Jokes aside, only half meant. I am excited to see what Smart Omega brings in today's matchup because, again, it's true. When an athlete, when a performer, when anyone who is competing is given a chance to just do their thing, no pressure, no expectations, the best comes out. So here today might be the purest Smart Omega performs in all of Season 13.
Yeah, again, even when we look at the team head-to-head here so far, we know really how things kind of came to at least their playoff hope close for Smart Omega yesterday. And that factor, that environment that you can be in where, okay, yeah, there's nothing really holding us back here. Let's have a little fun. I would like to see them have a little bit of fun. And if they can win and capitalize this out, great for them. And for MNNE EVOS, obviously, they still want to factor things in ahead of them.
Across the board, MNNE EVOS have Smart Omega trumped. Again, just for the fact that they've won more games, they are in a better position league-wise, stat-wise. Smart Omega has them trumped in one stat, though. That is crowd control. I'm wondering, truly, if it's Chaknu, it's the Chak Mamba effect that has changed that has skewed the stats maybe but 2 or 3 seconds from the original stat after playing for 2 weeks.
Yeah, I was going to say, you remember the little pointer we had yesterday where it was like, when Chaknu came in, that Chak Mamba effect, it doubled. What is it, the average assist or something like that?
Average assists per game were around 16 before Chaknu.
30 plus.
Yeah, 30 plus with Chaknu around.
Yep.
So definitely, I agree with Leo here. I feel like Chaknu is going to be one of the biggest factors you have to watch out for Omega, considering that there is a young debuting jungler, a veteran surprising roamer might be the trump card that you have against a debuting jungler.
Yeah, we'll see how they kind of go about that. And again, for MNNE EVOS, it's really, let's sharpen these claws a little bit going ahead of us. Also, the fact that you have this debut coming in, we get to see a little bit of a different, at least, ingredient to the mix of MNNE EVOS and what they can bring to the table. With the XP lane, man, I'm loving the XP lane. I've said this last season. I say it this season as well.
Yes, sir.
And Kirk and Ryota here, I mean, it seems split, at least from the head-to-head.
Yeah, you know what I love about Kirk? I call him Mr. Jones because he has one of the
Jones.
biggest Jones in the league. As an EXP laner, going up against Ryota, I feel like he's one of the young stars here in the league who can stand toe-to-toe with a new general.
Which for a majority of Season 13, he was one of the main pillars for the MNNE EVOS lineup because he was prior playing with Spider Miles, who is a utility roamer, which changes the dynamic. On the other hand, Ryota has been playing with a good bunch of roamers. He's just a good damage dealer. That's what he is to me, and he's very versatile.
Well, let's see what you have to say about the Infinix keys to victory for this matchup, Leo.
Let's go through MNNE EVOS again. Eyes on Coil. Just give it your all, young man. Very few ranked game grinders actually make it to the stage you're sitting on right now. Just do your best. We're all watching. No pressure. For Smart Omega, of course, just flex your hero Ocean. Big J. Big J. I'll leave it at that. And for both teams, make the most out of your final regular season match. I'm loving to see all of them is just smiles.
Yes.
The atmosphere in the MPL arena here in MPL Philippines is just as light as it gets. We actually have a packed crowd, and we're all just here looking to enjoy some MLBB. I think that's the key to victory. Have everyone make the most of today.
Yeah, definitely so as they go about their last match of the regular season. And like you said in the beginning, Leo, man, I can't believe the regular season is already finishing up today. We're already wrapping up. And even after we added a week to it, because again, we were 6 weeks last season and now we're in the 7. It's crazy to think that we're already at this point, and we have, of course, the playoffs ahead of us a couple weeks away. And now, again, before we get to the matchup, we have to go ahead and invite all our viewers out there watching on TikTok. We mentioned YouTube earlier. Now it's TikTok for you guys. We've got a goodie bag lottery for all you to join.
Yeah, all you got to do is go to TikTok, but I'm sure you're already watching there. Go to MPL Philippines TikTok channel, if you haven't yet, at MPL PH_official. Click the official live stream and click the top left corner close to Naitu's big, beautiful white head to join the goodie bag lottery.
Did you say white or white?
White. And white.
No, that's okay.
Okay, yeah.
I agree. I agree. But yes, definitely get that
Lots of big
while you
things
guys
with you.
can. Thank you. Good to know.
The arms.
Thank you. And you know, speaking of arms, I don't know where this one's going, but I think it's going to be MNNE going for the blue side here. And statistically, you know, the smart man over there, what are we? Is it still dominantly, what is it, red side that has the higher win rate, or is it blue side?
It's still blue. 53 to 47%.
It's changed, though, over the season, I feel like.
It's gone down.
Right?
It was so much more unhealthy in the first third of Season 13. It was sitting at a whopping 57, 58. The worst, I believe, was 61.
I was going to say, I thought it was, like
it was really bad.
Something.
The further you get from 50% means one side is obviously favored. But with MNNE EVOS this time around being the home team, choosing to go blue first is very reasonable. And I like it because, if I'm not mistaken, my math may be slightly off, but 1 in 4 times that it's MNNE EVOS who chooses sides, I'm pretty sure my good friend Douglas here, Coach Imba DJ, has a say in this. They would sometimes go red. They would say, we want to go red. And I assume it was the times wherein they were playing with something in the metagame, or wherein it was really post-patch and they wanted to be able to protect their lineup. So that's why they chose to go red first. But this time around, good call, good call. previous 3 games they played in history of Season 13, again, literally just the past few matches, they've gone blue.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's just comfort for them now.
Yeah. I also remember something about the most recent matches, especially with MNNE EVOS versus RSG. MNNE EVOS' last match. MNNE EVOS was picking blue. RSG PH were choosing red.
There you go.
And then if you go back to Echo versus Blacklist were also choosing to be on the red side once they got there later on. So maybe we're starting to see a shift where teams are starting to understand that, maybe there are some things about the red side now that we have to watch out for.
Well, we'll find out here now that we're in the draft for game number 1. And with that, you're already seeing some of the bands come out too. There's the team-specific win rate. So the 47 for MNNE EVOS.
There you go.
And that 7% on the red side for Smart Omega. Again, they had that struggle throughout the season. But with these bands coming out, Baksha, Luyi, the Hereth comes out, Matilda, I'm wondering if this is where we see some variations in some of the picks. Maybe, again, a little bit of fun, or is it comfort for either of these teams? And the Barretts comes out as well, so maybe we see an Assassin Jungle Showdown. But just an update from yesterday, man. We saw how much it can struggle also when we saw that Ling picked up by King Kong yesterday.
Yep, quick flashback to yesterday, back-to-back. Onyx PH played a Ling against AP Bren to very little success, to no success. If anything, a perfect game by AP Bren in one of those two. Something that's missing from here is the chip. The chip has yet to be banned. Very consistently, chip has been banned in the first phase, if not picked up. You also have the Fred still out there, key pickup in the current metagame. That aside, you also expect Roger and Arlo to be big prioritized picks here.
Especially for these two teams. Ryota and Kirk are both really great at that hero. You mentioned the Fredrin. I like a first pickable Fredrin here from MNNE EVOS, considering that Harith was banned out. Maybe later on they'll be fighting for the Faramis. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, no. Faramis in mid in the hands of Ukir was one of the silver linings in Smart Omega Season 13 run. So looking at it now, I would not be afraid to say Arlo Faramis. That seems to be okay. If not the Faramis Roger.
Yeah, I was going to say, Roger's still being open too. They could go that way. There's the Arlo, though, and they go Minotaur instead. So they don't grab that Faramis just yet, but Minotaur is still showing up to be actually, obviously, a really good pick for the hero in the roam role. Provides a lot of CC, and then you pair it up with an Arlot, man. That's already, like, your first 2 picks. You've got the CC utility set for the most part, and you can kind of build around from this.
I think Roger and Faramis might be okay here from MNNE EVOS.
Yep, OMG chose their priorities, and by picking up those 2, which were, again, just as good picks on their red side swing first.
I agree.
Makes up a solid first phase for MNNE EVOS. I'm sure Coach DJ and... is that? Yeah, that's Super Kurt. Is that Super Kurt on the stands right now?
Having a hard time seeing.
Yeah, one of the first few times we've seen the third coach from MNNE EVOS.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Take the stands.
It is.
All right, halfway correct. This has been a key, though. MNNE EVOS has been picking up the Yu Zhong in the first phase, putting it in the hands of the XP laner, more often than not in the latter part of Season 13. So this is very much to their character.
Okay, Roger being picked up, Yu Zhong, we know that how that's been performing as well so far in the XP lane. And we saw in the comparison, XP laners, of course, Kirk and Ryota, and how much impact. I feel like really when you look at the wins from the games, those 2 players really stand out. The Claude here is going to be that next pick for Smart Omega to go ahead and round out that first phase of the draft. So what are we seeing here for these last remaining bands from both sides?
Again, still no mid laners. What's left out there? The Nova, actually all of the big ones are still there.
Everyone's still there.
Save for the Lo Yi.
Yeah.
So Vex, Valentina.
Novaria, as Leo mentioned.
I wonder again if we'll see a chance where
Faramis.
Eve gets picked up, maybe in the playoffs. I think there's still room for her.
She debuted yesterday.
Yeah, she debuted yesterday. Didn't work that great with the lineup that they had.
Not at all.
But I think she could still fit in the current stage of things.
Wow. But I just say,
super late pick.
Super late. Check this out, gentlemen. How is this possible? This is amazing. Ukir played what, 3 weeks? In Season 13, and he's top 1 kill participation.
Yeah.
What?
That's a statement. I mean, especially against Super Prince, obviously Spider Miles as well.
Yeah.
Super Prince, man.
Those stats aren't just week 6 onwards. Those are the league stats ever so far. So really, Ukir has really climbed up in terms of the kill participation. And it shows, I mean, we keep mentioning the Faramis because it's such an important pick for Smart Omega in the magical Week 6 that they had. There were a lot of Faramis games for Ukir, and that was the key pick for them, which is why, again, MNNE EVOS, if they're going to let it through, to me, it's going to be a little bit questionable. You're going to be giving the Faramis Minotaur combo to MNNE EVOS.
Do it now. Ban it now.
I think they have to ban it now.
If they don't, I don't know what's left in the tank for MNNE EVOS.
There we go,
All right, cool. Good. We did not have to go crazy and figure out how are you going to answer this. Now, something to note. Smart Omega have yet to pick up a hero for Andoryu. What's left on the table here? Because there's no Fred, there's no Box, there's no Akai. Oh, no.
Yeah, they took out a lot.
But no Barats?
The Barats is
They
gone
have
too.
to dig deep. What's coming? Are they going to force out a Martis? We haven't really seen Martis.
Man, Martis.
Since the patch.
He's really fallen out. Literally, Martis is the only other hero he's played this season that isn't banned out or picked up right now.
Yeah.
So it's going to be different here for Andoryu if ever.
No Raj.
Assassin.
Raj has been put into the jungle like 1 in 6, 1 in 8 times.
Yeah, you can't. Oh, they pick up the Nova. Yeah, they're thinking, guys, we really got to think about this jungle pick.
Yeah, they need time to think about that.
Coach
how they
Lam,
want
by
to
time.
match up.
By time.
But right away, there's the Kaja pickup for MNNE EVOS. And what do they still need that mid lane.
I like the Val here.
I mean Vex?
Val Vex?
Vex. No, Val. You can't get me. It's Valentina. You can't get me. Great prediction, Leo. Great prediction, but you're not going to get me with that. Oh, y'all, you made me doubt myself.
In principle, I was correct. If you watched yesterday's broadcast, you know what we're talking about.
They eventually, Moonton should release another mid lane hero that also is a
V.
Valenciana.
V and also just a purplish kind of background in the lore.
Please don't. My eyes won't be able to take it.
All right, so what's the barangay to pick? What do they put into the hands of Andoryu?
It's so hard to play Assassin with the lineup that MNNE EVOS has. These are two side lanes that can clear fast and invade.
What if he goes like, I don't know, Guinevere?
Joy Nolan still out there?
Oh, Guinevere's still open.
Guinevere, Joy, Nolan. I don't know. Might be the time
tough
to just
to Nolan.
go with it. Yeah.
Yo, even Andoryu is like going to Coach Snap and saying, "Yeah, I'm okay with that, Coach Snap."
Okay, what is it though? Let's see.
What is it? Oh, I'm right.
Nice one.
There we go. That's my one for the week, baby.
We're done.
Okay. Your next one is in the playoffs.
Yeah, see you in the playoffs,
They had to
boys.
dig deep. Again, the way I assume this would work is a hybrid build.
Yeah.
No really reason to put all in tank like that we used to, because it just doesn't go pound for pound with the stats. So with that said, I agree with the prediction here. Maybe slightly more for EVOS. More accurately for me, folks, will be maybe 65-35.
Yeah, we'll
It's
see.
tough. They got
Ooh, interesting lineup ratings too.
Ooh.
they got a little sandwich. Yep. Again, I think these numbers are quite on the dot.
Well, we'll see. You guys can let us know once again in the chat as we get loaded up here. Let us know who you're feeling to win the series. Is it hashtag MNNE, MNNNE? Wait, that's too many N's.
Yeah, that's one more N than
Hashtag
usual.
MNNE or
go.
hashtag OMG.
Whoa.
And don't forget your user IDs and server IDs for a chance to win 500 diamonds.
Yeah, I doubted and questioned it last time, but Big J not rocking Purify looks risky for a Claude against the lineup that MNNE EVOS has.
Okay, real quick, a rundown. That's a Fredrin, a Roger.
Yep.
So far, no red flags here. Yu Zhong, there you go, that's very bad. And then you have the Kaj and the Valentina. To me, it makes sense. It's Big J. He's just going to play better.
He's trying to break ankles with this, man.
Exactly.
That's what he's going for, and it's not often that you see the Claude roll with the sprint in the current meta, and it might just take a certain type of finesse from Big J to pull this off, but they do, again, they have a ton of vision available to them, and if they can really kind of counterplay this Kaja across from them, that'd be great. Emblems, how they looking?
So far, so good. Again, a quick recap. This is a mage build, Guinevere, so that's where you're going to have to draw the line now. Again, post-patch, defense items on non-tank heroes, they just don't do as much.
Okay, Prexiva getting poked down here. Yeah, he'll be fine, just dashing away. Slide pokes.
4 quantum charges as well from MNNE EVOS. So they want to go fast. They want to rotate as well and play off once again Prexiva here on that Kaja pick. And we'll see if they can do that. Now, with this early rotations and everything else for Smart Omega, really, if we're talking about the early game potential, the fact that you already have a jungle Guinevere will help you out. You know, you can land those combinations here. But again, this is a Fredrin, and we've seen really how good Fredrins can be.
That was a Violet Requiem.
Yes, it was.
It looks like he was showing off a little bit. But Coil with a knock up on the top out of there. Andoryu hooks him down. 10 seconds, roughly so, before the next turtle spawns.
Luckily, it will have gone off of cooldown if they delay and they dance. Again, just 3 seconds left on it. It should have been just off of cooldown, and then Andoryu can go get some stacks, get the combos up.
Well, he's still going to get in position, at least for now. Perks doesn't have that level 4 just yet. So I think this is overall just going to be a little bit of a stall. Okay.
Yeah, a little bit. Okay, Perks Ziva not yet level 4. Here comes the Black Dragon form. There's an Astral Echo. Zoned out by the Yuzong single-handedly. Kirk just flying in. No steal by the Star Shatter. That's the first turtle going to MNNE EVOS.
Yeah, they were going to eventually have to concede it anyways. Looking at how strong MNNE EVOS' early game is. Maybe even Smart Omega might consider going for a mid-game power spike. I think they should temper themselves and use Ukir's vision to really protect their cores.
Okay, right now they're working on taking
some
resources, and Coil will do it. So that's the thing, right? You want to be able to play around your spike level, and really, when is that for Omega? Is that just the mid-game for them?
Yeah, for Omega, clearly it's the mid-game. MNNE EVOS have the early game down pat. Currently, Coil has 1 star coming to Grand Theft Orange. Luckily, Smart Omega can protect their lower quarter, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, that might be the more important one.
Oh, big knockup and a full combo. That's a first blood by Andoryu on to Perk Ziva.
Again, lower quarter. That's where they're going to start drawing the line. MNNE EVOS can make the most of the other half of the map, but looking at that first blood and how willingly Jome is going for these double waves, we might be seeing like a 5 or 6 minute fight again, like where it's close, 50-50.
Oh, well. You know, I like the aggressiveness of Coil right now. He's really going forward.
Yeah. I think that's what they have to do with this Fredrin. Chaknu going to be fine. Tanky will heal up with the motivational roar. But look at this. Now on the bottom side, they're going to cut them off here.
Well, this is AP Bren-like. Put a tease into Coil's name. Andoryu there with a knock of Violet Requiem on to that one. But a big Minnow and Fury by Chaknu. Omega will be able to secure the kill onto Coil.
Eventually, Coil gets punished. Again, you mentioned how forward he is.
Yoda! Flicker! Final slash! And in a blink, there goes Hayes. Another knockup by Andoryu, but it looks like he won't be able to take Perk Ziva down.
Now they're coming here. Smart Omega, they're waiting. They're not waiting just exactly for the mid-game. Sumpac going to get forced back.
I have a theory.
Whoa.
What's the theory?
I have a theory. Smart Omega, across the board, all 5 members, they have great game IQ. They have great killer instinct. And the fact that they saw Coil and they gave Coil a little piece of their mind, just as MNNE EVOS were recovering, they leaned hard into it. After that first jab, after that first straight, went for an uppercut, and eventually got 3 kills on the way out.
Okay, big Astral Echo already. Spots out Coil, another Black Dragon form. Final slash coming in from Ryota. The Kirk Dragon goes down, but the Turtle goes to Omega. Perk Ziva goes down. That's a win for OMG.
OMG, again, coming out swinging. They'll be able to fight back and get the objective here. So this looks like it's their timing. You know, as they scale up into that mid-game, they've already set themselves really well for this. I mean, Ryota with the 2 kills already. We've seen the plays made. Chaknu now feeling very strong on this Minotaur. So now their eyes are set here on the bottom side. Turret. Okay.
Taunt, Chaknu. Oh, big Despair Stomp to stop the flow of MNNE EVOS. That's going to be a Minnow and Fury used by Hayes. That's Chaknu falling down. Pulled back there by MNNE EVOS.
That's everything but the kitchen sink thrown at the Mamba. And again, plus minus 30 seconds when I called it. The aggression from Smart Omega, their power spike, their early game power spike from those consecutive wins down bottom and then into an eventual turtle. I don't think that's going to be stalled by the death of Chakno. I think they're fine. I think they could have afforded that.
Oh, no.
Another knockup there by Andoryu. Full-on combo, killing spree by Omega. And it seems like literally after the 5th minute, Omega flipped the switch, and now MNNE EVOS are reeling.
Yep, they kind of said, you know what? Forget the timers. Forget the Omega timer that we're known for. We're going hard and fast this early on. So they're going to get spotted out here. MNNE, they're going to have to back off. So with this, again, it's not a massive lead, but you can really see where that advantage with the lineup that Omega has, having all this CC available to them, really helps them in favor. So MNNE EVOS, like I said early on, they kind of have to play around the Divine Judgment ultimate from Perks, right? Like, they have to kind of use that for now, unless Hayes gets that Minoan Fury, which we saw him grab earlier on. So really it comes down to that. Next turtle is going to be up here, 1-for-1 across the board in terms of turtles for both teams. Let's see who's able to grab that third one here.
Oh, okay.
Okay, already get that Purify.
Yep, taking out of the Valentine, important. Hayes gets hit by the Star Shatter.
Oh, but does still secure the buff, though. That wasn't really much of a problem. Now the dance. Here we go. Big Echo.
Oh, Astral Echo. Jacknu going forward. Use to conceal. Here comes another Black Dragon form. Perxiva looking for someone to pull back. Jacknu easy going to be the one getting pulled back, but here comes Kirk dealing the damage. Petrify onto the back. Ryota and to that Navaria as well. A pull back on the Jacknu and a big Minoan Fury coming in by Hayes. The turtle gets a grip on Banana Evos and Ryota trying to run away. Jacknu trying to get back. They get back, but the Banana Evos claw back a little bit of control in the map.
All right, good news, bad news. It's not a matter of what you got, it's how you use it. And just right there, oh wait!
Oh, Hayes!
That's how you use it from Big J.
For sure.
That's right. He had that coming. Down bottom, though, that is Sumpak still going for the push. I wonder if there's a punish. Again, clearly in that situation, MNNE just had so many tools. MNNE could do so many things!
Okay, that's Sumpak versus Big J. That's one of the bravest gold laner duelists that you're up against.
Big J!
Back! Goes in with a Lycan Pounce. Both were low. It's a stalemate.
Oscar Romero almost got him, though.
You see the reactions on the side of MNNE Evos. They saw the damage of the Jome and they were like, whoa, 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 okay, there's Sumpak. That Roger, that's only a wind talker, mainly.
Yeah, that could have been way scarier if it was minutes from now. But you can already see, too, from Big J, you got to respect the damage that he's able to pump out. He even used that sprint earlier on as well, but wasn't able to get the last couple shots off. So
yeah,
we'll see.
Goodness, gentlemen, I like getting scratched, but not like that.
Not like that.
Interesting approach to Smart Omega's aggression. MNNE was actually going tit for tat. Again, different other teams would rather go trade elsewhere, but MNNE was, look, they push the same lanes that Omega are pushing in, so I'm guessing they know that it's, again, not a matter of what you got, it's how you use it. And MNNE Evos, they have so many tools. I wonder what ult is on Hayes.
Ooh, this looks like a big fight waiting to happen. Ryota going in with a vengeance. Final slash angle. He's trying to look for it. He does not get it. MNNE Evos goes back, but here comes the Dragon. They're going to be going for the turn. Big Kirk! That's going to be a petrifier to the back, but then a big final slash! And the knockups coming from Omega. Ryota with the alley-oop, and it's Omega with a slam. Triple kill for Big J!
All right, here's the thing. In that case, it was literally a matter of what you got because there was no ult on Hayes.
Yeah.
They did not accommodate for that. I think they were looking for a longer drawn-out engagement. As Smart Omega blitzes this Lord, I think there could have been better communication from MNNE Evos.
Yeah,
Clearly, Kirk came in and say, first, let's go, now. And the rest of them were like, okay, right here, now.
Are you sure?
Yeah. And that resulted in Omega winning big across the board. Buff stolen away. 3K gold lead. A fight wouldn't happen. Now,
Perxiva flickering past it. He's going to get a pull there onto that Novaria. Jome able to free here with a blazing duet. Kirk not going to be able to knock up that Claude. Kirk getting damage. That's Perxiva already deleted in a big knockup by the Guinevere. Qual takes damage. He goes down. Job goes forward. And Doryu as well. Double kill for Big J. Valentina falls. Big J getting big dubs.
Oh, again. Man, it's just all the CC available for Smart Omega that MNNE Evos is not able to match up. You saw Perxiva jump over, use that flicker, and then he pulled him back into the two teammates from Smart Omega. So it was a disaster for MNNE in that initiation as well.
I am diagnosing the situation here. It's the same thing that happened in that early first blood. MNNE Evos were still in the...
Final slash! Surprised by Ryota! Despair Stomp! Blazing Duet! And a godlike for Jome! Omega just keeps surprising the young Tigers!
Smart Omega, let me finish!
Oh, they don't want it. Kirk, too, is flying around.
They might finish!
Okay, Black Dragon form. It's only the Yuzong, the Valentina, and that Roger. Can they hold on? Omega trying to go forward. That's the final slash onto the Roger. Mid lane minion wave coming through. Big knockups for MNNE Evos, but Hayes falls down. Omega with a minion wave. Omega with a base slug. The Barangay gets game number 1.
And in 11 or so minutes, they'll get a decisive victory here for Smart Omega. What a performance.
Can I talk now, Omega? Can I try and break down what you were doing? That aside, bravo. Amazing. Again, shattering all expectations and just flipping the switch.
Yeah.
At what? The 3-minute mark, the 4-minute mark? Suddenly, Smart Omega says, it's time to play.
It's like at one moment, Omega just realized that, all right, y'all getting too comfortable. Time to clap back. They're getting a little bit too excited. Look at Coil. Let's punish him. And then right after that, it's just like a Viper striking. It's like, bam, bam.
Oh, man, I wish
Wolf.
Viper? I was going to say, I wish Wolf was here to do the Viper pose. I will try. Gentlemen.
I got it.
Got it? Oh, yeah, he got the snake. That's
Did
the
he
snake.
get it?
He got it. He got it.
All right.
I'll do the classic
That's
one.
all I can do. There's the classic one. That works too. And we were talking about like that mid-game timer for Smart Omega's lineup, and I feel like they got there a little bit sooner than that. And then when it happened, they just took off, man.
Yeah, got expedited twice, folded that time loop in half, and eventually we ended with an 11-10 game duration. Given the MVP not over to Andoryu with that uncanny Guinevere play. Who'd have thunk that in the twilight of Season 13, Week 7, Day 3, we would have seen an MVP Guinevere in the jungle. Check it out. Again, not much you can expect from a build because the game ended so quickly. And I stand corrected. Partly, this is still what you would categorize as a hybrid build on a Guinevere, Mage Emblem, Thrill, Season Hunter, Impure Rage, and then you got the Thunderbelt, the Brute Force Breastplate, and then the Molten Essence, of course, just to expedite your farming and always be on the up and up. You'll see here at the 4-minute mark, this was indeed the turning point. And then just about a minute later, a minute and a half, Smart Omega was calling all the shots. My diagnosis, was I was trying to get to earlier, was that MNNE EVOS, with this new lineup, again, folks, this is the first time that they're changing their jungler all season long. Kaizen benched for now. Coil coming in. We've seen that he would get a little too uppity about it, would cross the river a little too deep, get into Smart Omega's face. Definitely here we saw the Barangay punished him with much gusto. And in their team fights, you'll see here Ryota on point, Shaq Mamba on point, Andoryu, the MVP for Game 1, on point. There was just way too much CC to overload these two Purifies and the mobility that MNNE EVOS brings to the table. Eventually, Hayes does get a good ult. Eventually, Hayes does pick up the Minoan Fury, but there was nothing left for him to make up for it. So with that said, again, that last team fight, linking to this team fight over here, linking to the eventual end here at 11-10. The story of the game so far, MNNE EVOS still patching up their communications, still working out what to do from moment to moment, leading to Smart Omega with this lineup, this 5-man here. What I, alongside so many members of the Barangay and a good majority of the MPL community, wished they would have debuted with, have their comms set. This is a very synergistic lineup from Smart Omega.
Yeah, it almost feels like, especially for the fans out there for Smart Omega, you really wish you would have seen Chaknu a little bit in sooner, you know, when he came up from the weeks here, and now, of course, this overall lineup. But this could also just be a result of just, again, not having that pressure on your shoulders anymore. They had some fun here, but they had a hell of a lineup, and that's what worked really well for them as we saw all those chain CCs. We actually got the rewind effect earlier on in the highlights.
Yep, check out these items. I'd like to put a spotlight on MNNE EVOS. Again, relatively everywhere, given the manner of which they attack their early, mid to, which we can say barely late game. You'll see that the Kaja, Perk Ziva, first built up the fleeting time. Obviously, he tunnel visioned. You don't build that kind of item on a roamer that early on when you're not ahead, when you're not snowballing. So, again, something may have gone wrong along the way during this game number 1. So that's definitely something they'll have to erase, that they'll have to work out, that they'll have to revise. Back to the drawing board as they draft and prep up for game number 2. Stats-wise, Coil took a lot of damage. Again, that's just a matter of nature here as you were a frontliner, especially in the first 5 minutes crossing the river. Damage taken plenty on Chaknu, plenty on Andoryu as well, which explains why he built up an early BFP, an early Thunderbelt. That definitely helps. But damage dealt, oh, check this out. Big J. Definitely worthy of a secondary call for MVP nod, don't you think, gentlemen?
Yeah.
Almost double Sumpak and Hayes, too.
Yeah. Very impressive, once again, the way he played around that lane, even the gold per minute, man. 905.
That is as close as ceiling as it gets in Season 13.
I was just trying to think yesterday when we saw, I think, like an 890 or something. I was like, what is the ceiling for Season 13 when it comes to gold per minute here? I know it's in that 900 upper range.
It's sub-1,000.
It's sub-1,000. We haven't hit that
We
yet.
haven't broken out 1,000 in maybe a year or two. So that said, the way Joan played this game, immaculate.
Immaculate.
It was just magnificent.
Another word, Renmar.
Nice.
Good.
I'll allow it.
We'll let it slide through now once again. You guys, I'm sure in the comment section, we've seen some of them. You guys are probably saying, man, that was a quick game as well. And we know that there was obviously that change going in for MNNE EVOS for this game. And I think this is maybe to say, too, we've seen a lot of these debut appearances, especially from the rookies, where they might take a game or two to settle in.
Yeah.
And maybe that's the story here. I think that was one of the – it wasn't the only thing that kind of made them falter here. The fact that we saw – I mean, you play up front as Fredrin. Like, that's one of the reasons why you have that hero. He's durable. But there was just – again, you're playing into a team composition that's built to not let you play. They're going to send you up in the air. You're going to be knocked up forever, pretty much.
Yeah, it looked like there were times where I was actually questioning Coil in terms of, I like how he played in terms of, okay, kind of reminded me of Kyle TZ in terms of like staying forward, getting the information, being the frontliner. But the difference was he sort of overused his dash just to close the gap for vision when he could have used that to escape.
No defensive chances, yeah?
Yeah, no defensive dash aways.
Well, we'll see again how they adjust, but also we have to give a shout out to our sponsor, Infinix GT Series Outplay the Rest, brought to you by Infinix, the official sponsor of the MPL Philippines Season 13.
Be unstoppable and outplay the rest with the Infinix GT Series.
Okay, so how can MNNE this time around outplay Smart Omega? I think one, if we can go back to the side picks, MNNE was on the blue. I'm wondering if they actually go for switching sides. We'll find that out in a little bit here. But I think even on the swing, that first swing to Smart Omega Man, the fact that you gave them that Arla and the Minotaur to pick up, that's where it already started to fall apart.
Okay, here's the thing. It's not even up to MNNE right now. It's Smart Omega choosing sides, and whether they go blue or red, it doesn't matter. I think what's important for MNNE EVOS is to play a lineup that plays it close to the chest, that allows for Coil to actually warm up to the stage, to get used to the way games are played in MPL Philippines. That's, I think, what was so difficult to do here in Game 1. Not to say that it was all Coil's fault. It's just the way that Smart Omega played and the way that MNNE EVOS all played together made for such a high-octane, high-velocity, high-impact match. Look, check this out. Again, you guys will remember in the highlights, right? The Kaja and the Yuzhong want to dive deep, want to find folks. Hayes, don't even think about Hayes. Yelly Hayes will 9 out of 10 times make the right call.
Yeah.
And then you have Sumpak and Coil, the new members, the new parts of the MNNE EVOS puzzle that need to fit in. Oscar Romero, Sumpak, he's been around for a while. Been playing in and around the Pro League maybe for the past half a decade.
Yeah.
But for Coil, who is a very key part of MNNE EVOS, of any metagame, since he is the core, the jungler, you have to make sure that he's on point. In the first 4 minutes, he was here. MNNE EVOS was over here.
Yeah.
That's why he was just so forward, right? And then eventually he was slowly going over here, and then it's MNNE, it's the rest of the squad that's going over here. So I think they want to get over here and then close to the chest. Like, just again, keep it simple, right? Keep it simple. So play the likes of, again, try to find and get yourself a Minotaur. Try to get yourself maybe, I don't know, try to play for the Matilda. Maybe Perks can do that. Okay. There you go.
There it is. Omega's going to go the blue side. So MNNE EVOS will get that opportunity, of course, to get those two heroes that they want to. And I think even if Coil gets his hands on the Fredrin again, or let's say if it's not Fredrin, let's just say a Baksho or a Barretts. I'm not 100%. We don't know how deep that hero pool goes for him.
Oh, those are fine. Those are fine.
But those are fine.
Yeah. It's not the hero he played. It's the way that he played it and the way that the rest of the team and the whole team played to it.
Now, a part of me thinks, though, that MNNE EVOS, they drafted a lineup that was way too divey, considering that you gave a Minotaur and an Arlot already. Two heroes that can really punish with strong crowd control against a lineup that has a lot of dive. Roger wants to get close. Yes, at one point we saw Sumpak hurt, but because everyone's just going to get close, want to dive. Even the Valentino wants to get close. Hayes was the secondary setter stealing away the Minoan Fury of Chaknu. That's just good times for Big J. That's why he was unkillable in this game.
And Uke would have saw you coming from a mile away.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
Astral Echo too. Everyone together, it's so easy to layer the crowd control abilities for Omega in game number 1.
And that's what I'm saying. When you have a Kaja picked up, and that's kind of that's one of your main conditions. We're gonna play off this pick-off potential, but that gets scouted out because you have a Navario across from you. It's really hard to deal with.
And at what, 8 or 9 minutes, Perks actually found Ukir. How often do you get to hit the Divine Judgment on a Novaria?
Yeah.
Right? So it just wasn't well timed. There was what, a good 10, 15 feet between everyone else, so there wasn't any burst. So that's the thing that they need to do. Again, make sure that they're not drafting into something that is well and happy dealing with you, and that your timing, the way you use this lineup, falls into place.
Well, let's find out what the adjustments are going to be here. We jump into the draft for game number 2 for Smart Omega and Manana Evos. Again, swapping here. Smart Omega will be on that blue side. Red side win rate. That went away, but I think it was about 42%. We'll see if that's still the true. But you can already see, too, Smart Omega will take out that Louis, the R-Lot here. The response from Manana Evos, they take out Fredrin and Harith. There it is. It's even for both teams on these respective sides.
Oh, interesting that Omega would be the one to ban out the Matilda. I thought they'd wait for Manana Evos to do that if ever, because Chaknu, that's been one of his best picks this season.
Okay, well, to be fair, Chaknu is lethal with the Matilda, yes, but he's also pretty damn good with, as seen prior, the Grok, the Minotaur. Would not be surprised if we're also waiting for his Chak Mamba Kufra, by the way.
I get it. So in a way, sort of like Omega and maybe even Chaknu is expecting like, they're expecting me to play the Matilda. Let's just take it out.
Yeah,
Swerve them in the draft.
There's many ways the Mamba can make an impact, so it's not a problem for them. They're not rushing here.
Yeah, in game and in life.
Well, this is from season 12, and this was the draft stats. Manana had an 18.56 KDA against Omega, their highest among all teams this season. So, is this season 13, or am I reading this wrong?
Season 12 draft.
Their highest among all teams this season.
Maybe we're going on a blast from the past.
Blast from the past.
Maybe, yeah.
Well, first pick is still Baksha.
There's the box.
Baksha going to come through.
Yep, interesting priority here this time around for the Barangay because they got away with it. They won earlier when they let Andoryu set up last. And then now they're like, all right, let's just protect the young man. Let's just make sure he gets his hero. But this is to schedule. It makes sense. Every single game so far in Season 13, especially in their recent memory, they've always put the jungler first.
MNNE, they're going for another lineup that's very divey. Framis and Roger already shows that there's not going to be a bunch of poke on the side of Manana Evos. Considering that Omega already drafted an Angela and an CC, Leo, what do you think about Manana Evos drafting an Edith later on?
Edith, last 2 picks is usually a big money pick. I don't mind. I think it's good, and the Edith against a solid Angela up hero, especially against a Baksha, does a lot of damage. So I think we're thinking way down the line, unless Omega sees it coming.
Let me ask you this, because we kind of talked about this yesterday on Desk. This is most likely a Chaknu Angela, right? We've seen him play We've seen him play Angela quite a few times, and I know we don't feel that great about a Rome Angela. We'd rather see her, for the most part, in the mid lane.
Yeah,
it could be, but I'd rather mid, and I would hope that Omega keep up the facade until the very last moment. So don't let them know what you're up to, and keep it there, which is, again, very much what Manana Evos is thinking. They ban out the Minotaur because they don't know where the Angela is going.
They don't know, and it's nice to see the Nolan come through.
Yeah, Layla's daddy's back. He got back from buying milk. Finally.
Took a while.
I wonder how's that going to work, though, especially, you're going against a Baksha. You know that an Angela is also across from you, so when you're trying to go for that burst the window, you kind of always have to worry about that heart guard coming through as well.
Yeah.
And then, again, CC, we've seen what CC can do time and time again, especially if they go with the vengeance.
Yeah, same line of thinking. I'm looking at the lineup of Manana Evos and thinking, you guys are drafting early game on the red side against the first pick Baksha, knowing that there's also an Angela on the other, and a CC.
it was all fine and dandy with the Roger Faramis. I think the Nolan was just a wrench in the plans. I don't know, man.
That was a swerve.
Trying to still comprehend it. And look at how hard they're getting swerved. There's the Angela ready, and then you know what? Let's just block out the Mamba. You're forced to play a new hero now, Chaknu. If not the Angela, there's the Minotaur, there's the Grok.
Oh, you know what? Export. I want to see Chaknu Cho or Chaknu Kufra.
I was gonna say, is this the
Kufra
time for
earlier.
to pull out the Kufra?
Come on, bring it out. Give us one Kufra game for the Mamba. Oh, but Minana Evos.
They go with the Ruby.
Go with the Ruby.
That's a perk hero.
Yeah, they're reading into it. They're already looking at Omega and saying, we know you're thinking about the Kufra and the Cho potentially, so we'll pick up the Ruby.
This blocks out the Cho.
Yeah. Sad.
Oh no. Now the jig's up. Whatever Omega picks now reveals everything, and they still do not have a roamer and mid laner and a gold laner actually. We don't know what Big J's playing. What's still on the board here? His Claude's still out there. Oh, his Claude.
His Claude, yeah. He could just go with that again.
Very
if he
good
wants
into the
to.
Faramis.
Into the Faramis, exactly.
If this is a mid lane Angela, I'd want Nathan.
Oh, Nathan.
There you go.
And that's
there it is! Yes! There it is!
Yes!
It's Kufra's Chaknu.
A lot of core memories in millions of MLBB players around the world have seen clips of this man, Joshua Mangilog, playing this very hero at the highest level.
All right. Oh, man. We talked about it yesterday. It comes through, and here's the last pick.
We're in for a treat.
Manana.
What?
Wait, what?
Into a Kufra?
Yes.
That's an XP laner Ruby.
Yes.
And then a Cho into the
That's why I'm saying I think this from Manana Evos is just hashtag confidence.
Yeah.
And you guys can let us know what your hashtags are again with the lineups here. You see them on your screens.
Oh, man.
You guys might be feeling the same way with us in the chat. Let us know who you think's going to win the series here. Hashtag MNNE for Manana Evos. Hashtag Omega for Smart Omega. Don't forget your user IDs and servers for a chance to win some diamonds.
Okay. The swerves and the unexplainable composition plans from Minana Evos aside, I'm just marking out hard for Smart Omega, man. Look at that. Look at that.
Let's go.
Chaknu's back with the Kuf. When was the last time we saw this, huh?
Oh, man, I don't know.
It's been more than a year, definitely.
Actually, I think we may have, more than a year. I don't remember seeing it in Season 12.
I don't either. Yeah. The only thing that I recall is our good friend out there, Eterna, when she was casting for MSC, and she said Kufra's Chaknu was picked up. That's the last
She was not wrong.
She was not wrong.
And that was in 2022.
Yeah.
In Malaysia, that was way
that was
off.
a long time ago.
That was 2 years ago.
I mean, I'm sure he's probably picked it up in between then, but it'll be a treat to see hopefully this time. And, you know, even Ukir rolling with this Angela has that Brave Smite again, but the hard guard potential for this lineup is going to help here. Look at this already in the bottom.
Chaknu really low. They wanted to be aggressive, but Minana Evo said, we're going to be the aggressors. Good read, Perk Ziva maximizing the knockup, and the Ghost Bursters coming in from Hayes, finishing them off.
All right, 4 out of 5 times when a lineup looks confusing and you don't understand what it's trying to do, it's usually just looking to do this, right? Run over and trample through its opponents early on. First blood drawn in a minute, and they got the perfect target. Big J. Big win for Minana Evos.
Oh, Chaknu with a read. Tyrant's Revenge, bouncing ball. Classic Chak.
And that's, again, why we questioned the Cho into the Kufra. A pick-off there to turn things around once again. Now pretty much even. But these slow picks, these picks off this early on before the next objective is kind of chaotic, and it's something that typically you don't see. But with these lineups, that's what you're expecting. And now Coil on this Nolan, that's the next thing we really have to pay attention to.
Here we go.
Mid lane
walks into a dangerous bush. And Doryu gets a bump, but they all back off. Turtle spawning in 8. Both junglers will just go for their buffs.
You all know what they say about the criminal coming back to the scene of the crime, right?
Yeah.
And that's true for both Chaknu and Perk Ziva. Both of them tried to get another one near the spot where they got the first kill, and I'm assuming Minana Evos would not want to bear down on Jome anymore. You can get him once, but not twice, not in the same time.
Let's see if the Nolan will get in range. Nah, they're going to back off. Omega are just going to get this first turtle without a problem, because you see Coil going for the invade on the orange side of OMG, but the timing won't be right, so they just back off.
Yeah, they're going to have to kind of give that one up. But You know, hold on.
Okay.
I'm offended.
Kirk pulling Chaknu. He's going to be able to bouncing ball away. It looks like Perk, Ziva, and Hayes were into the right spot. Here comes Ryota coming with a hard guard and the yo-yo blitz onto Kirk. Curtain call is going to drop it. Yes, he does. Oh, he does already, or he already dropped the curtain call, but not going to be able to land the kill. Spent the hard guard, though.
Not enough damage just yet. Not at 2 minutes, 40 seconds. Check it out. Eventually, the orange buff does get stolen away by Coil. Can Andori do the same?
They have to mirror it, and it is going to be secured by oh my goodness, Perk Ziva had to back off there. Andori secures the orange buff.
Okay, and even...
Oh, Chaknu, Tyrant's Revenge from out of nowhere! It's been a while since we've said that and seen that. Since the first time he did it earlier in the game, but, you know, it's good to see him back.
It's good to see him back because, you know, that's kind of what you're holding your breath for, especially as we get through the game and you have that flicker available, that combination that Chaknu is known for. We'll see once again where the pressure points are going to be for them, but meanwhile, in that bottom, we're going to have to see if Perk Ziva can get a Way of the Dragon pickoff as well, because I think that's one of the biggest obstacles that they have to deal with here. Oh,
Chaknu, Tyrant's Revenge to the rage, but the Purify of Sumpak means he gets away.
Okay.
That's information.
Definitely both Purifies now off of cooldown, so for the next maybe, 20 seconds after the rage goes off of cooldown, Smartmatic can find big wins. Mind you, Chaknu still has a flicker up.
Yes, he's holding on to it. And with that, they're going to go ahead and make sure that Andori gets this purple as well. So I'm feeling, reaction.
No one home.
That was fast. Ukir read it, Perk Ziva. The sense of
that
Ukir.
timing, man. I just have to say, that was athletic.
And they say Angelas aren't mechanically demanding.
There's mechanics involved with Angela. But now Omega, can they get this? Coil with a good angle. He dashes in already. He'll have another one ready up. Hard guard onto the CC. That's the turtle. Going to Coil. Going to Manana Evos. Perk Ziva will get punished. Roamer for the turtle. Is it a clear win for anyone?
I'd say Manana Evos is happy for that. They don't mind Perk Ziva's doing the job that he signed up for. And so far, Manana Evos, I don't think they're happy with the engages they're getting. So right now, Perk Ziva's happy to play the spoiler. He's happy to help out where he can, get some farm on Sumpak, and help him win the lane against a very aggressive lane in Big Jome.
Yeah, let's take a look at the items here, how they're falling into place 5 minutes in.
That's good. Again, Windtalker for Sumpak. And then you have the...
Tyrant's Rage by Chaknu. Spots out the gold laner of Minata Evos, and that's going to be the Roger down. And Doryu, Chak, and Jome can push out in the bottom, but it looks like Perk Ziva and Hayes want to hold on to the turret.
Man, I was just in the middle of counting the eggs before they hatched. Sumpak was farming up pretty well. Again, down by just 50 or 100 gold away from Big J. Did not expect him to die right then and there as we were recounting the items he's built. So yeah, expect this gold lead from Smart Omega to balloon up. Again, by the second, it's 100 up, 1,000 maybe by even after this.
Perk Ziva with a kick there. Coil will not be able to maximize the combo of the Nolan, but here comes Doryu going into the back line. That's going to be the end by Chaknu! Tyrant's Revenge! Well, Doryu empowered with a hard guard, not going to be able to secure the kill onto Perk Ziva. Folks, you are seeing why we hyped the Kufra of Chaknu.
Time and time again, just when you think Manana Evos finds a setup they're looking for, it gets stopped immediately.
The Mamba strikes again. Hayes sees Immune going to be able to get away. But how many times have we seen that throughout history? Chaknu catching off Hayes and with surprise.
This is the thing, gentlemen. Sometimes it's a mental thing.
Yeah.
Even they know, okay, we're not going to get the kill, but we're going to keep them on their toes. And that's what this effect of this Kufra is doing here.
And just to build on that fact, Chaknu's so comfortable. I'm looking at the player cam, he's all smiles. Again, the fact that he's just so happy getting these little catches, these little bouncing balls on where it's not going to lead to much except for the fact that,
whoa, that's going to be a quick entropy out of there.
They regretted that.
Chaknu again! When you least expected, we didn't even see the setup. Revenge into the rage. Hayes falls. And I agree with you, Naisu. Minana Evos, they are on their toes, but they're still getting swept, with getting the rug swept from under their feet.
Oh no, now the battle for the resource here.
Invading. Who's going to get the purple buff? Chaknu charging it up. He's not going to land the Tyrant's Revenge. He doesn't have the Tyrant's Rage. But MNNE EVOS, they are trying to fight back, but they will not get their purple buff. That's going to be a kill onto Kirk. Omega, they're still fighting. That's going to be the big Nether Realm coming out. Coil just to get away. And Omega with an invade win. Chaknu charging it up. Can he? Will he? Yes, he does. He finds Haze. He doesn't use the Rage, but all he needs is the Revenge. Omega are steamrolling MNNE EVOS.
Man, that is 2 counts of a felony for Smart Omega. Grant that purple plus an accessory to a murder. Down 7-1 already. 4K head, 745 in. Almost got tier 2 as well. Smart Omega definitely going a little slower compared to game 1, but I'm liking their collapses here all the more. Is it that, or is it because it's the Kufra on Chaknu?
I think it's the Kufra on Chaknu.
Yeah.
I think that's what's happened here for everybody watching this unfold, because again, for Manana, not only, like, typically when you have the Baksha rolling around the map, you're kind of looking at different angles, but then you factor in a Kufra at that, mind you, from Chaknu. It is tough to really have a sense of your environment around you. Your head has to be on a swivel.
Something to note. Gentlemen, check this out. Almost on purpose, Smart Omega leaves open their baby purple, so that if in any case Coil tries to go for theirs in the mayhem, he's trying to go for it, it wouldn't spawn. That is nasty.
Chaknu coiled up. There was a little graphic that showed up there at the bottom. That's almost double the crowd control time for Chaknu and his Kufra over Chaknu! He finds a Tyrant's Revenge with the break Ziva. That's going to be Cole going down. Omega, they're fighting a tight formation here. Ryota, this CC is just too much to handle for MNNE as Big J pushes up top, but it's dangerous. He's surrounded. He's the entry to get away. This knockback! Oh, the knockback and the damage by the Nathan!
He didn't even purify!
He did not!
Stone Cold! Stone Cold, Big J!
Oh man, that is just showing how far ahead as well Smart Omega here in this game as they get this Lord 2. Taking a look at that hand cam from Infinix.
Joseph, they're in a state of flow.
Of zen.
That's what this is. They're all on heroes that they're just happy to play with. Heroes that they're... I'm not so sure about Ook here, but...
Chaknu again from out of nowhere. He doesn't come with the Tyrant's Rage, but that's going to be a pullback by Kirk. Already the hard guard onto that Nathan, forcing back the members of MNNE EVOS because the damage of Big J is too much to handle, eh?
Oh, it is A. And right now, still, they'll get the shields down on that turret, tier 2 in the mid falls as well. Look what's happening up top, Pandoru. Oh man, I feel like he's like, welcome to the MPL Coil. This is what you gotta get used to here. This is how you have to develop here.
This is what it's all about. You gotta be able to play at this level. You gotta be this tall.
If you are a pro player and you make your debut facing off against Chaknu's Kufra, it is an honor.
It's a blessing.
It's a blessing. Chaknu charging it up, but he's not going to be going in. Omega, they're just slowly pushing out the waves. Teasing out. Oh, that's going to be a big pull by Kirk onto Ryota. Hard guard already into the CC. Kirk with his own play. Okay. I'm offended. Onto the EXP winner of Omega.
All right, one of the first few times Smart Omega got punished, and that's just the case of the matter when you're going this fast.
Revenge into the rage, but he gets pulled back by Haze, and it looks like a clapback by MNNE EVOS. A pullback onto Andoryu by the Ruby, and a knockup by Perk Ziva. Double kill for MNNE. Jome low, Jome holding on. Call goes in. Triple kill for some back. Get that, Chuck. MNNE EVOS are fighting back.
Grr. They claw back at Smart Omega, and you feel like, okay, Smart Omega was feeling pretty confident. They were feeling pretty tall, and look what happened. It got shut down a little bit. Yes, they're still ahead, but hey, that's some hope in life for MNNE EVOS.
Dude, Sumpak just won the lottery. I mean, he's not going to tell you, but there are signs. Yeah. Suddenly, he just got an endless battle. Suddenly, got a Sea Halberd. On the way to another core item, building his Trinity. Amazing. And because of that,
the Lord
Smart
advantage.
Omega just has a negative Lord advantage. Yes, it did spawn on their side, but they lost 3,500 on the way back. So their gold lead has shrunk down to about 2,000 and a half.
Look at that real-time head-to-head, the damage dealt. near triple
That's
is
right.
Jome's damage over the Roger.
Yep, a good majority of that number.
Prexiva with a
just from
kick.
then.
He finds Jome. Hard guard onto the Nathan just to make him survive. But look at that. Chaknu with a big Tyrant's Rage. But no, actually, no. He used it just now. He used it just now to save the members of MNNE and EVOS.
Oh.
But Jome falls.
The Mamba Messiah was maybe 2 seconds too late to save Big J.
A little too late, but you see what happens when Big J, Jome gets taken out. Man, does the damage output drop.
Look, just 900 gold ahead. The lead, it's gone.
Omega, they're off their comfort zone now, no longer in the lead.
Oh, the shutdown on the shutdown, and suddenly MNNE EVOS saying it's go time. They're blitzing the Lord.
All right, Chaknu in an awkward position there. Omega cannot get close. That could be cool, securing the Lord. Here comes Chaknu with the big Tyrant's Revenge, but it gets cancelled out by Kirk. Tyrant's Rage not yet available
Jome's
there,
not
or
there.
maybe it's committed. That's going to be the big Nether Realm. No damage for Omega. Means MNNE EVOS are running over the barangay. 2 kills for MNNE.
Oh man, Smart Omega, what happened?
All right, words were said, feelings were hurt, and mistakes were made. Back to back to back, Smart Omega picked fights that they could not win. The first time around, they were caught off guard, they were punished. And then the second time around, Jome died with little to no retaliation.
Prexiva.
And then and there, they panicked.
Oh!
And now, Prexiva's in their base.
Conceal with a Way of the Dragon finds the Angela. Chaknu isn't the only one who can pull off surprise plays. Prexiva is showing Chak.
This is what you've inspired a generation to do, but the young bloods can do it better.
Oh man, and Coil now flipping it around, feeling pretty good, being like, yep, I'm here for them. And now it's completely turned around. That base turret still stays together on the top side. But look at this, items falling into place here.
What's happened in the first 8 to 9 minutes of this matchup doesn't even matter anymore. MNNE EVOS have punished their way, have collapsed their way into a dominant position. A minute and a half until the next Lord spawns. Best believe it do be enhanced. And you're looking at a lineup that has 2,000 ahead on the jungle, about 1,500 ahead on the gold, and that's all that matters. Haze is a utility pickup. Wait, Omega!
Kirk Houston, I'm offended onto the bush, which called Omega to fight here. But that look, Chaknu! Tyrant's Rage! Flicker back, revenge into the back line! But the members of Omega can't get past the front line of MNNE EVOS, but they're fighting back. Jome with an entry forward, but Jome falls. He gets bursted down by the Nolan. The turnaround by Coil and MNNE EVOS.
And again, here I am, says Coil.
You can't out-assassin an assassin. Halfway through that fight, Big J forgot he was facing against a Nolan. I mean, yes, they do kind of look alike, sound alike too, but it's different. You can't burst down one such hero.
You can hear the crowd chant, end the ball! Ryota gets bursted down, godlike for some back. Chuck is back. It's only Chuck and Adoryu with the damage be here for Xivo with a kick. Chaknu holding onto the Tyrant's Rage. He pushes out the minion wave. But MNNE EVOS will be able to take down the Kufra. The minion waves are outside of range. They're outside of range. Jome is back. The Tyrant's Rage of Chaknu helped delay it.
Oh, man.
In the years of MPL Philippines, in the greatest stages of them all in MSC, Chaknu has defended from worse, with higher stakes, with a hero like this, in a base more bare than we just saw just now. That was just another day in the office for the Mamba. Smart Omega lives on to defend another Lord.
I'm losing my gosh darn mind.
What a great game we've had so far, but right now the fact is that's another Lord for Manana.
All right, at some point I just gotta say, Smart Omega, please stop picking fights.
Yeah.
You're not in a shape to do it. MNNE EVOS is just in a better form right now. 6K gold ahead. 2 of the Barangay's inhibitors taken down. That's a fully built Roger, a fully built Nolan. And again, just one more item missing from Haze.
Yeah.
So he's going to evolve from just a utility mid laner to suddenly the worst burst you can imagine, especially if you're all clumped up. Not to even mention how, I don't know, Perks' kicks have heated up. He's just finding target after target.
He's looking for another one. Concealed play. He's fighting an angle. Not going to get it. Kirk has a pull. Prexiva has a kick. Coil will have his ultimate up as well. Ultimate's up across the board, but the entropy was already spent by the Nathan.
Oh!
Kirk with a pull,
No,
but he's
no.
not going to be able to land a big one there. He committed a flicker. That's Andori going forward. Is Omega going to fight into this? Are they going to take it? That's going to be Joe with an entropy forward. He goes way too forward, but he survives. He has the hard guard. Prexivo with a kick, and the damage, the fight. They're clawing, they're scratching, but look at Sumpak under the base. Minana Evos will look at it. Jackno with a big knockup, but
over.
MNNE will force game number 3.
And what a game for Coil and the rest of Banana Evos here to turn things around and take it to the next game.
This is going to be a Coil memory for Coil in his debut match with a Kufra on Chaknu. Him playing a hero that many will argue is at a disadvantage. He wins a game and forces the rubber.
If you see Minana Evo showing a lot of love for the debuting Coil there.
Yeah.
Even everyone there celebrating the young man earlier when he entered the room. Can I have to say, you know what that reminded me of? You know that Simpsons meme? Stop, he's already dead. But it's different. It feels like I want to tell Omega, stop, you're already dead. Like earlier what you said, why are y'all still picking fights?
They kept going. And it's, hey, to be fair, even us, we were like, the Nolan into this lineup, and it took some time for Coil to build up. They got punished in the early game to mid-game, but man, were they determined to turn things around. And also part of that, once again, they had to constantly deal with Chaknu on the Kufra just every single lane. So that speaks volumes here for Coil and the rest of Banana Evos.
Which makes this victory all the more impressive, is they were getting beat. They were getting whooped for the first 10 to 15 minutes. But look at this, man. Prexivo, he was the catalyst. He stepped on the clutch. He moved on through that very rough early game to mid and said, you know what, guys, we can find the right targets. We can force them to engage where they don't deserve to.
Yes.
And then give them false hopes, and we can win. And that's what they did. They won game 2 off the back of Prexivo's Cho. Look at that build. He was, I believe that this is the actual build he was going for. He was actually starved in economy, and he wasn't juggling at all. This is just what the items he has built up, and he played very close to the chest, very low to the ground, just an honest-to-goodness Cho that was finding the right targets. And again, if you're going to look at the lineup later and the highlights, what were the right targets? You were ripe for the taking, actually, if you were just waiting for the heart guard to come off. You can find Jome without a Purify, that's good. You can find Ukir before he even gets into someone, that's good. Hell, there were times where you would kick Andori and it would be okay. It's only Chaknu and Ryota that you might actually regret killing or getting the kick on. So from there, I believe this was the start of the end for Smart Omega. After that engagement down bottom, it turned into something worse. Like they stepped on a banana peel and, I don't know, caught more than just a sprained ankle, if you know what I'm saying. I don't want to go too dark. But now suddenly, you see a highlight from Perks here. Finds the perfect target from the back, and it was okay. See, there are moments where the Angela don't protect themselves as good. And again, let's give our roses to where they belong to. Mamba, Chaknu did a great defense here. But what, 5 or 6 seconds for the respawn timers to come up?
Oh, this here too.
Pushed away those minions. This one right here is an amazing engagement. Does Jome do it here?
Yep.
Yeah, he does.
That's where he goes forward with the
He goes
entropy.
for the entropy forward.
But
Now,
here.
there it is. And forgets that, oh shoot, right, there's a Nolan.
There's a Nolan here.
And he gets bursted down. And then from there, is Bob's your uncle kind of moment this time around. Because again, another chance. And Jome puts the entropy wherein he can't use it defensively. Gets moved out, gets CC'd to death. Gets popped, immortality. And then it's over. Game ended immediately after this. That's a sub 18-minute game that Minana Evos won. And that's all she wrote. We're going to game number 3. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts? Because I could have sworn Omega got this in the bag.
I thought they did too. They came out swinging. You saw how Chaknu was able to utilize the Kufra, obviously, even the reactions from the crowd here. But, I have to, looking at the highlights here, I really have to point out for Coil this time around with the Nolan, knowing that he's a little bit out of risk in a lot of the positioning he had to do, sometimes it was just to kind of bob and weave out of the situation and then let Sumpak shine, utilizing that Roger. And even the pickoff potential from Perks was great, finding the right targets. And Nether Realms, man. I know we called them Clutch Realms yesterday, but I think that was a big part of it here in this matchup as well.
He called it Clutch Realms.
He did.
Clutch Realms by Hayes, man. And that really countered the... Dare I say, this is going to be a bit blunt. At some point, Omega lacked the respect against the Minana Evos lineup.
No, they did. Less respect for Minana Evos, more respect to the mechanics. You can tell that even if Minana Evos weren't behaving or playing a certain way, Omega believed that they could have done certain things. And, 1 out of 5 times they do that. Again, they have proven many of us wrong almost in week 6 onwards. But this time around, Minana Evos had the better head on their shoulders and said, yeah, you can't do that against this lineup.
Yeah, I mean, there was obviously, when they were sieging the base of Minana Evos, there was some mistakes that started to cause that whole thing to crumble. Even when those I'm Offendeds got landed from Kirk, when technically there shouldn't have been a pickoff in those situations, it started to turn things around there, and you see it here from the stats broken down.
Look at all the damage taken by Andoryu. He was carrying more than his weight worth in gold. It was amazing, but towards the end, if you're just a damage sponge, it's tough to perform. Damage dealt, though, you'll see that if this game ended at like 13, 14 minutes, you would definitely see Jome dealing the most damage. But since Minana Evos found a way to punish Smart Omega and come back, you see that damage has been spread out. There's a good amount of damage on Sumpak, good amount of damage on Coil, and then a good amount of damage on Hayes. Look at that turret damage, though. Seems like Hayes and Chakma are allergic.
I feel like one of the problems here for Omega, they have a lineup that is, let's throw our bodies for our Nathan. The problem was Jome was also throwing his own body towards Minana Evos.
Oh, not me.
He's like, oh, not me. Just you guys? Oh, sorry about
when
that.
you have the heart guard, you're like, okay, I got a little more confidence. And
No, still no.
It's a Nolan and a Roger?
And it's like, okay, I think that's part of the Chak Mamba effect too, the Mamba effect.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, we got the Mamba on the Kufra.
Yeah, if the Mamba can do it, I can too. Wait, I'm a Nathan.
And to be fair, since Ukir is inside of him, he's technically doing the same thing, right? Like,
Yeah.
all right, okay, I will also throw my body at everybody.
Yeah.
But again, your only real peel is the Chaknu, right?
Yeah, the Chaknu.
Yeah, even if Kufra's instincts are so good,
dude.
sometimes the call might have gotten lost in the heat of battle.
Yeah.
It could happen. So now checking out Coil's rotations, a 5-minute time frame in this 70-minute game is just but a small picture of how he really recovered.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to watch the whole game again to see how this young man, this rookie from Minana Evos, did well to force a game number 3.
Great breakdown there. Hey, we have to admit, too, in the draft, we were kind of scratching our heads at really the decisions there that were picked up from Minana Evos. But, man, I guess it was a mix of patience and how they pulled things off and mechanical skill, how they were able to utilize the lineup they had and turn things around. And yeah, the Nolan didn't have a great game early on, but man, did he pull together towards the end with the rest of the team here. So now that they find themselves at a game 3 ahead of them, again, I feel like we're going to see Coil a much more relaxed state, at least for game 3. We saw, I think about it, from game 1, where he was a little too overzealous. He was too upfront on the Fredrin. It felt like, maybe there was a little jitters there.
Yeah.
But then game 2, a riskier pick, mind you, against the lineup from Smart Omega, but it seemed like he pulled it off better.
Don't point a gun
Well,
at Naisu.
yeah,
I'm
please,
not,
dude.
I'm just holding it up there, man.
Guns.
Don't point a gun at Naisu.
Come on, man.
Gone.
So I'm wondering if game 3 he sets in
Point
here.
a gun at him.
No.
Yeah, man, I'm feeling threatened here. Redmark, come on.
Oh, okay,
We're
fine.
trying to look at the game recap, and I'm
Fine.
worried for my life.
All right.
Can you take us through the game recap of the draft?
Leo.
I will. Again, a lineup that was looking to be aggressive in the first 2 minutes. Minana Evos, they got that check. Jome died, first blood. But with the help of Chaknu's Kufra,
Now he's got it at you, sir.
in the twilight of that first blood, they were able to jockey in a position and get a better mid-game. And then from there, they were in control again. You know how far in control Smart Omega was? They were willing to sacrifice their own purple. in the mid game, they were killing the big buff and then leaving the little baby buff so that it would not spawn. That's how bad they wanted to beat up Coil.
They wanted to bait him.
Right? But again, they found a way. So I'm telling you now, it's not what they've got.
Yeah.
It's not a problem with the draft. The draft on both sides were very good, even if we doubted Perxiva's Cho into the Kufra. And even if this is a highlight Kufra, a Superstar Stellar Ultimate Deluxe Game of the Year Edition Kufra, it's still a Cho that went through the thick of things, through the fire and flames, and still performed an MVP performance. So with that said, the meta is open, actually. I'm happy with where we are. It's not a problem. MNNE was not picking up good heroes or Smart Omega picking good heroes. I think they can just leave it out open. I wouldn't say there was a problem here.
Yeah, what I really like about the lineup of MNNE EVOS was that they leaned into the idea that both of them can just counter whatever Omega can toss into the table here. With the Cho, with the Ruby.
You get your moment.
It's like you can really just wait. Yeah, exactly. Be patient with it. And then you just find a way to turn it around when Omega gets overzealous.
How you put the bang bang.
That's how you put the bang bang.
Exactly.
Okay, well, here it is. MNNE EVOS is going to pick the red side here for this game number 3 ahead of us.
How do you like it?
Yeah, you know.
Tell me how you like it.
Tell him. Tell him.
Okay, yeah, it is scary.
You know, it'd be way better
What?
if you're doing that at true height.
Later.
He does it at true height. He means angling.
It's not gonna be like. It's gonna be like this.
And then you don't even look like a gangster anymore. You just look like you're just dancing.
You don't
Hey
feel
man, I'm
pressure.
loco. I'm loco. What you talking about?
Wait, who picked what side? I'm sorry.
MNNE EVOS, red side.
Okay.
Oh,
See?
they picked red? I thought it
Now
was
you
picked
have
blue.
me questioning myself here, Renmar.
I believe you.
I'm pretty sure MNNE EVOS picked
Yeah, they
red.
did.
Yeah,
they
I believe
did,
you, I
they
believe
you.
Yes, they did. They are home, and Game 3 side goes to them. This is their momentum swing. They are going to make sure that Game 3's draft is so much better. Because again, now they have a better check of range. They have a better check of tempo and how willing Smart Omega is to even dust off the Kufra.
That's true.
That is.
And what if their idea from the Game 2 draft now bleeds into their drafting philosophy for Game number 3, where now it's MNNE EVOS probably thinking, okay, Omega can be the one to set the tempo of the draft. What if we play for counters, you know?
Exactly.
Just be patient with it, just like how we beat them in Game number 2.
Momentum's on their side. They're fine. They're in no position to force anything.
I get it. So
They
it's
don't
like,
have to.
yeah, it's like MNNE EVOS telling Omega, all right, go ahead, be the aggressor. We'll make you overthink while we're the ones chilling here, just countering whatever you toss out.
Since you like fighting so much, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
They played enough mental games dealing with the Kufra earlier. Now we're just seconds away from the draft for Game 3. So we'll let you guys remind us as well, or we remind you that we have diamonds for you guys watching on YouTube. Make sure you let us know hashtag MNNE or hashtag Omega OMG, because now it's come down to a game number 3. Don't forget your user IDs and your user server IDs. We're picking winners, 4 of them for 500 diamonds. And don't forget the lottery goodie bags as well on TikTok, because, hey, we're going to game 3. I know we have had not so many games go to game 3, or series matches go to game 3. So I like to see it. I know, again, what the stakes are here for these two teams ahead of us. We're getting to see Coil play, and I love it. And I really want to see how he adjusted for game 3, if he's really found his footing and sit it now, because he should be feeling pretty good. I mean, we saw the player room when he went back there. He got all the congratulations, and we saw, you know, how even a smile on his face. So now across from them, I think that's the right sentiment, the right mentality is, all right, let them be aggressive. We'll adjust to them.
And now you gotta look at the coin on the other side, right? What is Smart Omega feeling? Because yesterday wasn't a very good day for Smart Omega. They got swept.
Yeah.
Was not a good day to be a fan of the Barangay, and that was TNC's final match.
Yeah.
How about now, what if Smart Omega doesn't get to close off their Season 13 with a dub? They also feel the pressure now suddenly, right? We open a matchup saying, hey, they got nothing to lose, no expectations. Now they suddenly, wait, Game 2 didn't go so well.
Yeah, man, MNNE EVOS, they're playoffs bound. If they lose the series, nothing to lose. They're still going to the playoffs. You can just spend the next 2.5 weeks resetting it.
They're points ahead of Black.
Yep.
Yeah, and they're points ahead of Blacklist. Well, for Omega, it's literally you just want to end the season on a high note. if you end the season with a loss, heads down, all of that, it's going to be difficult. And that makes the wait for the next season even more grueling. And it's a long offseason that we have after MPL Philippines Season 13 playoffs.
Okay. We'll see how the adjustments come through for this last game. You can already see the bans as well.
All right.
You know, I'm wondering already what's going to be in the jungle because our two top picks.
Might even be a third pick because the Barats, but that'll leave open the Matilda. So it's one or the other. You're also leaving open the Harith. Oh no, there's so many power picks left out because of this odd focus by Coach Imba DJ and Coach Super Kyle. Kurt, that is, on to the jungle. All right, so there's the Harith. So Matilda, do you do it?
Pick it up.
I think you do it,
Of course, you got to.
There she is.
If I'm MNNE Evos here, think about stealing away the Barretts. You don't want to give the combo of the Barretts Matilda again to Omega. They shine with it. If they do give it, then yeah, of course, they're going to have to pick up the Faramis for themselves. And they will take the Barretts.
I don't mind. Barrett Smith is a good combo.
Oh, this could be an Akai, though, for Omega. And still going to be a really good starting first two picks for OMG. Akai Matilda together against a Faramis and Barretts.
I can see it. Andor, you can do that. They can also pick up a gold laner for Big J now. Give him the Claude.
Give him the Claude right
Claude
away.
into the Faramis is solid
I like the Claude.
interaction.
And you need someone to poke down the Barretts, too, especially like in the later portion of the game.
That's right.
So I'm okay with that. Claude would be good.
See if they go that route. That's going to be a Vexana.
What? Whoa, okay, interesting.
Being picked up here.
All right. Did he go Vex Claude? That's all your cores, but nope, they go for the Raj.
Roger over
Interesting.
Claude into a Faramis matchup. Well, as a Roger, you do get the Netherrealm out quickly.
Yeah,
because the splash damage of the claws.
You win the lane too.
Yeah.
No matter, it doesn't even matter who's on the other side. Like,
You'll just win lane.
Yeah, you pick carry, you pick. Doesn't matter, you just win lane.
There is a school of thought, though, that a lot of the gold laners, one of the ones that really struggle, that make the Roger struggle, is a really good Claude. So if MNNE Evos decide to pick up a Claude here, I think that's what they might be thinking, like confidence on Sumpak.
We saw that game 1, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so the Sumpak pick up the Claude here because if they don't, if they say like pick up a Roamer, pick up an XP laner, give it a Kirk, our Low's banned out.
Upon the edge.
There's whoa, wait, what? The swerve suddenly, immediately.
So an XP lane Barretts.
Yep.
Oh.
For and then we're gonna have the Nolan again.
They picked the Barrett solely to deny the combo from Omega.
Surprised they went ahead and picked that up.
I'm okay with it though. I'm okay. I respect game, man.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, there's not a lot of EXP laners that really matches Barretts in the lane.
He's okay. Like he's a 50-50.
He's all right because one of the things you want to do as especially in the turtle phase up against an EXP laner is to take down an EXP laner to build an advantage. But it's not really the easiest thing to do to even take down a Barretts who's in lane, especially with the tower protection. So considering that, a lot of the action we might be seeing might be Omega trying to take down the Barretts. If not that, everyone's just playing around the river for advantage before the turtles.
Not to mention, if you have an XP lane Barretts, you have an automatic -1 in the retry battle because you hit level 4 reliably.
Okay, interesting. I'm wondering too if they actually going to use this last ban from MNNE Evos for that. Well, what do they want to go? Still roam here? They could have took the Ruby out.
I'm not gonna lie. I think Omega can swerve. They can go jungle Roger now, considering that it's
that's
jungle Nathan that he's up against.
Yeah.
And then just pick up another gold laner.
You mean jungle
Nolan?
Yeah, jungle Nolan that he's up
So it's an
against.
assassin matchup.
Yeah, an assassin matchup.
Oh no, it
they wanna
looks
hide.
like MNNE Evo saw that coming.
Yeah.
You know, when that Roger was first picked up, I was thinking, what if they did park it in the jungle? And that just might be an answer because of the Nolan does get brought up here. So Grok, another roaming option, going to be banned out.
Gold laners, roamers for MNNE Evos.
Not to mention the XP lane situation for Omega.
I like the ban into the Kaja and the Grok. A lot of roamers here might struggle up against the Matilda.
Yeah, what's perks to pick?
Oh, Edith and Ruby still available.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me, Ruby was just banned.
Yeah.
Edith. Oh, he might go Cho again. Maybe that's why they banned other Ruby. Edith or Cho. Because
Edith,
he'd want
Cho.
to pick off against the Matilda. Franco, excuse me, still open also.
Metagame's wide open. It seems like Moonton may have stumbled onto a jackpot.
Yeah.
A lot of people are enjoying the metagame as it is. There's the Nathan. The gold lane is possibly
You're welcome.
there. But also, it could have been along with us the whole time. Again, it could have been Nathan into the Roger.
Yeah.
Something to note. Is it just me or am I still hoping for the see Esmeralda?
For this matchup right here?
Yeah, he can put the Esmeralda onto Kirk, but he doesn't have enough CC. That's one thing that MNNE was lacking right now.
And that's also
Big-
still a lot of pressure into the Barretts.
Yeah, big reliable CC. No Arlo, no Mino.
Nathan. I'm still leaning towards a jungle.
Oh, no.
Well, who knows? Maybe it might work out here.
They swerved it back into the gold lane, and then they put the Martis on Andoryu.
Crowd control, you mentioned. I think MNNE Evos picks it up here. CC is still available. It's not the CC that they need, but it's the CC that might be okay for them.
Wait, so what do they put in the roam?
Oh, right. Excuse me.
They
That's
just
an
need a
infinite
roam.
Barretts, yes.
What is it?
Whole lot of choices here.
Cho, Franco were the ones that we mentioned.
So all the remaining CC out there is reliable single target.
Yep.
Yeah.
Basically.
Oh, no.
There was one we mentioned earlier that has AoE.
Who said there are no
remember.
shortcuts in life?
Oh, Chip.
Oh, Chip?
Okay, so I guess they don't really want to go for as much CC. They just want to burst people down.
Yep. They just want to bring the team is what they're going for. Because, again, if they do collapse down using that shortcut, I mean, at least they have the Netherrealm available to them. And, but I think positioning, obviously, they'll have to be careful with that. Again, Nolan as well. Positioning crucial on this, like he did in the previous game. So we'll see how that goes for it.
Yeah, one thing I like about the Chip is considering that the lineup of Omega looks quite divey, if they mistime it and Perk Ziva really holds on to the crash course that allows him to get that ranged basic attack stun,
Yep.
the AoE, that might actually be very punishable against Omega's lineup.
Yeah, looking at both of their lineups now, it's both somewhat reliably dive, but they both have solid re-engage. Again, with Sumpak, he can play with his range. With Haze, he can time when he goes for the Shadow Stampede. But that aside, oddly enough, even with the Martis in the jungle, I actually like what Omega brought in.
Well, let's find out here. It's come down to this, the final game for these two teams in the regular season. And it's game number 3, MNNE Evos or Smart Omega. Coil, once again, on this Nolan pick. We'll see how he rotates against this Martis. We talked about the Martis pick earlier on. We'll take a look at the emblems here in just a second as well. How they fall into place. Anything standing out here?
Yep, check in, save for the marksman talent on Sumpak. I think everyone just has the standard. It's 3 quantum charges on Smart Omega. And so far, we haven't really seen these combination of heroes the way they're put in now.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
And that's why I love that we are in that phase of the meta where it's like, okay, you have so much room for variety right now. I feel like more than we have in a long time. Yes, there's still the often picks for the jungle, but even then there's a lot of kind of flavor that can pop up. And Coil, you can see it.
That's Grand Theft Orange.
Yeah, he's going for this invade on the jungle side. He might get spotted out, though. He does have some backup there from Kirk. So right now, he's finding a little more momentum on this side.
Yeah, both junglers had to steal each other's orange.
So they went
balance things out.
They got vertical jungling.
Vertical jungling.
Information went through, but ultimately, you know, with this chip, anytime we've seen a chip pop up, I feel like sometimes we're always waiting for that moment where, you know, you have that great shortcut play come in and they're able to turn things around. But I don't know what the win rate is of chip, but I know it's not anything amazing. But teams are still really trying to utilize this hero here. Now that this turtle is up, though, some level 4s online for both the teams. Chaknu does not have his just yet. They can go ahead and get it started here. Kirk working on that turtle first off. Has Coil here now.
Okay, Andoryu close enough to get that retribution. We're gonna get it. There goes the coming in from the chip, but here comes the turnaround by Omega, but MNNE Evos with their Netherrealm surviving through it all. And look at the sustain provided by the Varamis. Allows Coil to take down Andoryu. A kill from the Nolan onto the Martis. Hayes will not get the pull onto Chuck. Netherrealm, Faramis.
Man, that was a very long fight. Not expecting even Coil to survive that, but he did.
And it was such a long team fight that eventually even Smart Omega's members that were surviving thought twice of maybe I can re-engage. Maybe I can still fight again.
Yeah.
But at least this is a disciplined call. You already lost out on the fight, but you did get the objective. And looking at the way that Omega is fielded, the way that they're building it, Ukir needs a little more time. Even Andoryu needs a little more time. This is where we're going to see how they... Oh, wait. They're fine.
They're fine.
How they're going to build this off-meta lineup. How they're going to build into a jungle Martis. Because already earlier on, Andoryu was actually behind on EXP. So by getting a turn, at least he helps alleviate that pressure all the way across the board. And he's still down about 700 gold away from Coil.
Circling Eagle, Coil really low here.
Bang!
He's at risk of getting decimated on by Andoryu, and he's going to be going for an invade. Mistimed there by MNNE Evos in terms of checking, but there goes a bite onto that Martis by that Barrett, who's going to be able to get the purple buff stolen away by Andoryu with a retribution and a kill too onto PerkZiva. Omega aren't playing games anymore. They're pissed off.
Yep, they MNNE Evos had the right idea. They wanted to try to delay that or stall it out so Coil might have a chance to get back there, but Smart Omega able to pull through. Now it looks like this minor play of momentum that they built themselves, they might continue to put on pressure. Turtle's going to come up here shortly, and Andoru's already there in position. So this could very well be just a free Turtle for Smart Omega here. As it looks like, okay, Chaknu will be enough. He gave him the information, and that's going to be the objective.
Yeah, more than just the information, he bought time. An extra 3 or 4 seconds for MNNE Evos to actually comprehend what was going on. And this is good for Smart Omega. They're actually recovering from that first Turtle, despite securing it, lost a member. Now they're up on kills, now they're up on objectives. They were 1,000 gold ahead prior, and I expect this to go slightly up. Look at this first item build onto Andoryu. The Sea Halberd will definitely help against PerkZiva, will definitely help against Kirk, and just pure raw numbers on here that definitely needs it. Again, you can't build tank items, or at least all tank items, on fighters no more.
And for Omega, I like how they're playing around the Martis. We questioned the Martis pickup, but they're playing around it well. And also, fortunately for them, some rotational mistimings from MNNE Evos have set it up so that Andoryu would actually get some good pickoffs or good opportunities for him for good kills. PerkZiva and Sumpak surprising Jome and Chaknu, but just sending them back.
Okay, even using the entropy, they were looking for their own kind of initiation. Not going to find it. Kirk, though.
Kirk really low, forced to use. That is welcome to get away. Andoryu not going to be able to get the decimation onto Kirk as he goes around. But here comes the turnaround by MNNE Evo. Shortcut utilized. Surprise, surprise. Here's Minana. Are they going to be able to take down Andoryu? But no, he gets away. And he flies into the arms of Chaknu's Matilda.
Zigging and zagging. Again, as it is, Omega lost that engagement. Ryota died too soon, quicker than they could have expected to respond with. And again, the discipline call. Did you see how low those HP bars on MNNE Evos were after they popped the Netherrealm?
Yep.
They definitely could have helped, especially with the Eternal Guard actually just swinging around. But instead, they just said, you know what? This is a losing fight. Let's play for the next Turtle, and here we are now. They've slowly built back up from a 200 gold lead up to 400, 500, with a better position at this Turtle now spawning.
We'll see if they can actually grab themselves this one. I feel like Coil's in a pretty good position now, where if the rest of the team is able to get here, he's actually going to stay bot, though. Maybe just go for Ryota.
Ty Bogard flickering. Not going to be able to get past the wall, but he gets away from harm. No, actually, I may have spoken too soon. They're going to be going after the who gets away. Chaknu with a save, and Omega gets the Turtle with no contest.
Come with me if you want to live.
Basically, at that point. And this is why we wondered, you know, Matilda being open, especially for Chaknu, this is what's going to happen here, those escapes. So they get themselves that third Turtle of the game. Now they make plays here on this side of the map of MNNE Evos. So Coil doesn't really have a choice but to go and try to find something elsewhere.
They grant that purple right there. Not much Coil could have done. Didn't even go for the purple on Smart Omega. Didn't even spawn just yet. A minute and a half until the next Lord spawns. First Lord of this game. interestingly enough, it's Ryota who's actually pushing the boundaries. He never even went home. After barely surviving, he's the one who's willing to stay. He knows that he's that important of a factor for Smart Omega. The eat.
Detonus welcome there onto Andoryu. Mortal Coil to get away, and he'll be safe. Chaknu again with another save.
Okay.
But to add to that thought that you mentioned about this Paquito, it's like after getting healed up by the Matilda or those little shields and then a bit of regen maybe from hitting stuff, he was just like, I'm safe. Sure, why not? I need to clear up this minion wave.
And there you go. He never went home.
Dude, he just stayed there.
He's back up.
He does not have to at this point.
Oh, Perkziva sitting on a beacon.
All right. I checked in on Andoryu. There you go. He was on his way to a Brute Force breastplate. So he currently has a Sea Halberd, a Brute Force breastplate, and I'm assuming another damage item on the way.
Yeah, so with that, at this point, you just try to get these, hold on, spaces around the map.
Circling Eagle onto some Pac, burst of damage onto that Nathan, and he's going to get taken down there by that Roger. Chaklu with a big knock up there, but no, he's going to be able to get away. And that NetherRealm also saves the members of Manana Evos. Here comes that Martis. And they're going to be trying to run from Andoryu. Hayes brought really low, but Andoryu wants to fight. Surprisingly enough, he has a decimation if he wants to commit it, but it lands onto Perkziva.
Still got him.
They still got Hayes. Still a slight win for Omega? Question mark?
Yeah, again, a kill is a kill. You get the gold, you get the EXP, and there was no retaliation from Manana Evos. You do reset Hayes' stacks as well.
Yeah.
So come this next Lord, hell, even this purple buff, it's going to be difficult to respond.
Uh-oh, Ryota.
Oh, Coil secures his own purple buff, but Ryota gets punished. -1 for Omega, but Retribution was forced out there. Omega's gonna rush the Lord without a problem, and they get it. A great read by OMG, knowing that Cole was forced to use his Retri.
According to plan. I think that's what I was trying to allude to, is the fact that Hayes would not be as welcome to pick the fight.
Oh, is he going to be able to get away? NetherRealm just in time. Perkziva going in there with the crash course and the stunts as well. But Andoryu already committing the decimate. He's not going to be able to get the kill. But here comes Big J as a Roger, but he gets shut down there by that Barris. That Roger, gold laner for Omega, down.
Okay, well, they find a little bit of movement here. The Lord is still going up on the top side. Smart Omega, though, with a little lead that they have. Manana Evos, look at the damage.
My God, that burst from that Nolan. Kirk trying to get away. He does. Chaknu brought low. Andoryu, Ukir still pushing this out, though. Just providing space for Ukir to be able to free hit and just damage down the members of Manana, chipping away at their health. Bottom lane, Ryota pushing.
All right, Manana Evos make quick work of this Lord, but it's undeniable they are going to lose more across the map. Tier 2, down bottom taken, mid lane inhibitor taken, mid lane tier 1 taken as well. And so far, I think it's been, 2 or 3 spawns now that Coil hasn't gotten his purple.
Yeah, he's, he's having to fight for it, but I think that's similar to what we saw in the previous game where, he's going to have to do the work here. And, okay, he finally gets this one, so he grabs that one. But you already saw the damage. It's respectable from Smart Omega to deal with against the Nolan. Really, when it builds up to it, when the team fights break out, I think you'll see Manana Evos get in a better position to actually contest the next Lord. So they've got about a minute and a half to farm as much as they can and hopefully not get picked off.
Dear God, Big J just built a Blade and Spare, a sad sword on a Roger. So all the more, it's going to stack up. Whoa.
Okay, burst of damage there from Coil onto Andoryu. Able to get out of there, though. The pressure from Omega onto this orange buff. Dancing for the orange. Coil gets it without a problem. Chaknu circling Eagle. Bumps into Perkziva. Chaknu forced to flicker away. Already Entropy committed by Sumpak. But just both teams. Stalemate.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, for Manana Evos. Really, you have about less than a minute now to just get what you can and get prepped up for the fight. Even level-wise, they're down a little bit here across the board. Gold, too, as we look at it. How are they looking for the next Lord fight here, Leo?
Looking still like an Omega Lord. Something to note, the Oracle onto Andoryu. It's going to help when Chaknu starts pulling him out with the
Circling Eagle.
Guiding Wind. And the Guiding Winds. He gets extra shields from that. As well, the lifesteal you get. Oh, no.
Oh, Ryota just gets jumped on. Surprise by the members of Manana Evos. -1 again, but MNNE, can they build an advantage out of this? Last time it happened, they weren't able to. Kirk misses the Detonus welcome. It looks like he's going to get punished. Knocked up there onto the Barris, and the Barris is brought down really low, and he gets taken down. On pullback by Hayes. The damage. Here goes the NetherRealm, but here comes Jome as well. This does not look good for Manana Evos as Jome is clawing and scratching. Make it 2. Will it be 3? Yes, it is. Hayes will be the main maniac! Another maniac for this weekend of MPL action!
Call him the Big Janiac.
Big Janiac. Man, what a play, and he's still going. Lord's up here.
No way, will it be a Savage? Is he
Nah.
gonna try? Nah, he's not. He's gonna roll on out of there.
I mean, he tried. He stayed.
Yeah.
Tried to burst down Hayes, but wasn't going to happen. All right, so more on that, because again, Smart Omega is just definitely going to try to manage the waves and then go for the Lord here after they all spawn back on. More on the items here. Again, the direction of Andoryu to go for the Oracle, again, helps with not just the shields from Chaknu, but as well his own Impure Rage. He heals a little bit more, given that Martis does not have mana, so he heals from that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So, you know, even with that, Ryota's still going to park himself, put the pressure there. Even though that whole exchange happened, they don't want to commit. They don't want to overcommit to this Lord just yet. They can buy them time. They can buy themselves some time. They can deal with it. They have the utility here as well. And Doru against keeping Kirk in that front side because you know that you're going to have a hard time for Coil to find an entry point. So Ryota doing what he has to do. Down on the side lane.
This is refreshing, gentlemen. If you remember Game 2, we were wondering why they kept picking fights. Now they're actually respecting MNNE and EVOS.
Oh, and there's going to be a blitz there by Omega. Going to be able to secure that Lord. Chaknu uses the Winter Crunch and he survives.
Ryota.
The big Netherrealm coming out of Hayes. And they save it. Omega trying to find the angle. Ryota not going to be able to get that knock-up completed onto multiple members of MNNE and EVOS. Only catches the Barretts. MNNE can defend.
Just about a second after I said it, they pick a fight. I get it though. The reason why they did that was because it was clear that MNNE and EVOS was hoping they can go for the steal. We've seen many a Nolan in Season 13, the likes of Sensui stealing from underneath their opponent's noses, lures that they could have sworn belonged to them. But this time around, Omega used that kind of bait, used that kind of approach to try and pick a fight, but MNNE and EVOS were more the wiser. So now they're going to defend inside their base. Luckily, they have a Nolan. Luckily, they have a Faramis. They have a great high defense.
Well, he'll see if they can defend against this one. Lord gonna go in.
Damage there onto that Nolan. Omega slowly chipping away at the base of MNNE and EVOS. The Lord still standing. Minion waves quite lacking though on the sides. Are they actually going to look for a full commit here? Chaknu gets knocked back. Missile expert. And a kill onto the roamer of Omega means MNNE and EVOS can push out.
That's another punish right there. Omega does penetrate, and they are going to steal this purple. But again, as I was saying, they have a great high ground defense.
Yeah, we saw it right there too, and that's something, you know, when you try to get into the base here, you got to watch the ground. You got to watch those missiles, and that's what happened for Kirk right there. So with this, MNNE and EVOS eventually just continues to buy themselves some more time, and that's where you really have to wonder. They don't want the same thing to repeat as previous before the Lord happened. Without Perks.
Okay, from out of nowhere, Perks already committing that shortcut. Knock up there by the Eternal Garden. Hayes gets punished. Ukir has turned it around for Omega. They're going to be going forward. MNNE and EVOS trying to get away from this. They're trying to find an angle. That's going to be a bite onto that Vexana. Flickers back, actually, and they get to secure the kill. Hayes from behind. He utilizes the portal, I believe, off the chip to go to the back. And now Sumbak gets caught out. Decimation. No more damage for MNNE and EVOS. This does not look good. OMG. Looked at it here, but MNNE and EVOS are fighting back. The members of Omega are low, and MNNE and EVOS can defend as Chaknu is stuck under the base turret.
It ain't over till it's over. MNNE and EVOS live to see another Lord. They kick out Barangay Omega successfully. Again, inside their own base. Smart Omega just can't crack the base.
Man, looking like it was going to end there, and MNNE and EVOS, I'm still a little surprised that, yeah, there was an initiation from Perks, dropping that shortcut. They wanted to fight that, and then things got kind of messy. But ultimately, what it leads us to is basically a reset. Now for this next Lord to come up, were both teams, and that time again, MNNE and EVOS got some extra gold on their side. They were to lock some things in, and they're going to start up the Lord here.
They're going to be rushing it. No roamer here for Omega means they can. A detonous welcome onto who? That is Ukir down, but Andoryu can. Ryota will he? Andoryu will he? Can they somehow steal the Lord away from MNNE and EVOS? And they do! Andoryu has done it for OMG, while in the mid, Sumbak was stuck in base as Jome was pushing down mid.
Big J using his kit in an unconventional way. Usually you don't see a single gold laner buying time the way he did. And then Smart Omega sending out, again, one of the few reasons why you would pick a Martis in this current metagame, to steal a Lord. 3K ahead now. Suddenly, they're inside the base again.
Entropy committed. Just to clear up that Lord. Omega, they're just clearing up waves. They don't have the exact minion waves there, but the shortcut ultimate coming out of that chip. Joan really low there. Andorio already committing that decimate. The Deathless Welcome finds the mark there. The big Nether Realm coming out of Haze. Ryota coming in for the flank. Jom goes down. No more damage for Omega.
Hey, like you said, the high ground defense is good, and they do it again. MNNE Evos, how many times can they replicate that? Yes, the damage dealt here is in Jom's favor, but you can see them inching closer and closer up to the top here. MNNE Evos now at this point have whittled down that gold lead that Smart Omega held on to for so long. And as we get closer to that 20-minute mark, this is where things get a little iffy for Smart Omega, not to let things slip further out of their hands here. So what can they do? How can the adjustments be made? It looks like they're going for perks. Uh-oh.
Oh, big action coming up from MNNE Evos, and Omega committing with a guiding wind to get away from it. Oh, the Detonus welcome there actually from Kirk misses onto Andorio. Cobra out really low. Ryota in a difficult spot. That's going to be Paquito down. And Andorio and Jack New gets knocked back by the Missile Expert, but he gets to flicker away. Jom trying to find an angle, but he decides to get on out of there. Way too risky for Omega to continue fighting this out.
They're happy with the pickoff on Ryota. And again, with the mobility spells and the dashes. Oh, wait, we're not done. We're not done.
Good thing he sidestepped that Missile Expert. Could have been bad.
Oh, there's a lot of sidesteps that went down. I'm pretty sure there's some frustration settling in Kirk, wherein he missed the Detonus Welcome, he missed the missile, and even Hayes trying to go for the Shadow Stampede, pulling them in. All of these, both these teams, Smart Omega, MNNE Evos, wait, it's another fight.
Perfect Ziva from the back with the overtime crash course, everything in between, even using the damage that you can get from the shortcut. But they don't get anyone, and Omega might turn, but they can't find the angle. But that's Hayes down! Mid laner down for MNNE Evos, but he'll be able to come back quick. Andorio, though, taken down, means it's still advantage for MNNE Evos.
Man, look at this. MNNE Evos now turning the tide slightly in their favor, but their team fights, it's looking really good for them. Yes, Andorio will be back up by the time, if they can stall out this Lord. Lord's coming up in 5 seconds. So how do they want to play this Smart Omega as they approach it?
Smart Omega would rather wait for Andorio. There's no possible way that this Lord looks good for them. MNNE Evos, what they can do is burst it down. Again, they have 10 seconds to do just that. Kirk and Hayes can do a solid way of punishing any stragglers in. Already EG.
They're all really low, the members of Omega, but it's still going to be the Lord, of course, going to the side of MNNE as they have their retry. Now Omega, it's their turn to defend and hold.
Yep, no chance in hell Omega could have stolen that unless something went very, very wrong. Looking at their lineup, it's just a burst from Ryota or maybe a well-timed EG that could have definitely stolen that. But MNNE Evos, they played it very fundamentally, closed up all of the gaps, and now they have a Lord marching up top, and they have a lot of work to do in mid and in bottom. The only thing that's going well for Smart Omega is the fact that they have the minion wave advantage, and they still have their inhibitors. Mid lane has all been cracked for MNNE Evos, so that's something that they have to protect very much. So now they're looking for another pickoff, not looking for Ryota.
Yeah, I think now you have to see how's the defense, the high ground defense from Smart Omega with this lineup. This Lord is going to hurt. It's going to charge in. So, yeah, they might have that advantage right now with the base turret, but they're definitely going to lose one here as MNNE Evos gets prepped up and ready. You can see as well, Perksiva just kind of waiting, deciding on which entry to point to take on these teleporters. So with that, we'll see how they defend here. Mid lane, though, going to be the focus for now. And there he is.
Perksiva, shortcut committed, but no member of MNNE Evos will need to use that portal. Ryota has already showed himself in the map. He needs to get away. Entropy forward there by Sumpak. This Paquito. Terry Bogart needs to run. Already committing the flicker. Fancy footwork. He might get the shield. Will he try to hold on? He will not. That's Paquito down. And MNNE Evos advantage yet again.
Okay. Ryota, the call I would assume is to buy time. And he did buy time. If MNNE Evos actually let him go and did not bother killing the Paquito, they could have taken another inhibitor. Bottom here and then maybe halfway through mid. So that was, in my books, at least worth it. Because if you're going to compare Omega and Minana's high ground defense to try and save themselves from these crashing waves and their opponents, Minana EVOS wins. Omega's lineup isn't very good at clearing waves.
Okay, Eternal Guard already knock up there onto Kirk. Jom already using the Purify to get away. Nether Realm already committed. Entropy as well. Andorio taking a lot of damage. Chato as well. Omega, they're fighting back. Minana EVOS quite low. They need to get on out of here as Ryota will be back. But since Ryota got taken down, 40 seconds of action was utilized by Minana EVOS to shave Omega's base bald.
Indeed. And with that, Manana EVOS resets, get prepped up. They're in full capacity now.
Yep.
And a heavy swing in their favor. They're ready for this Lord in 15 seconds.
We're in juggling territory. Already barefoot gold laners, the Roger and the Nathan, do not have any boots. You're seeing even the roamers are starting to buy and sell items where it matters. And check out who has the immortalities. Those are the heroes that have 3 health bars when you're playing for Manana EVOS. And that's why Kirk is here. Kirk is one of their main frontliners. I'm waiting for Prexiva. Prexiva could definitely be a game changer because we've seen his shortcuts. We've seen his ults, but they had very little impact so far. So now now that we're playing cross map, now that we're going for the Lord Dance, here we see him become a game changer once more.
I expect this one to be a very slow and steady Lord Dance for this one. Nearly 24 minutes into the game. It's going to be started up, but again, you have to control and keep an eye out for Perks. The entry point, he stay on the top side of the map, so Ryota's going to have to deal with it.
He's trying to pull a Rafflesia, man. I think that's what he's setting up here.
Yeah, he might be able to. Perxiva, he's not going to go forward.
Never mind.
And Omega got the info. So, Perxiva from the back commits the Y-Walk beacon right behind the position of Omega. And now Omega are scrambling to get an even better position. The entry there by the Barris. Detona's welcome onto Chaknu. Winter Truncheon by him to survive. He has an immortality. Nether Realm already popped. They're both going to be fighting, but Ryota isn't here yet. 5 versus 4 in the Lord. Ryota had to manage minion waves. 40 seconds, minion spawn, so Ryota doesn't need to go back to manage just yet.
Oh, they're going to still hold the Lord together. It will go through a reset.
Oh, Job a little bit too close for comfort as Chaknu flew in.
Okay, they find it. Once again, Coil's going to start it up this time. A lot of ultimates were used for that. And now Manana EVOS might have a clear signal for this one.
The Mamba short flicker!
Already committed the flicker just to get away from harm. Immortality already popped. Shields already trying to hold on. Who's going to get this last, potentially, Lord of the game? Jump scratching away, and it's Sumbak with the Lord. Andorio brought low, but that's going to be the Faramis gun. Sumbak brought low, but look at the base.
Coil.
Omega's base. Coil decides to not push forward as Omega can go back.
All right, a minute off of Chaknu, a minute and change off of Sumbak. If you're looking at damage output, pure damage output, Omega won that trade. Mind you, they still have a Lord to deal with. Sumbak scored it on the way out. It's marching down mid without Chaknu, but without Sumbak, it's anyone's guess. Something tells me Omega have to play this very, very specifically to survive this evolved Lord 25 minutes in.
A very beefy march into the base here. They have to deal with. Perk's going to use that conceal once again. Omega still needs to buy a little more time. 18 seconds for Chaknu. Can they make quick work of the Lord?
They find Ryota in the shrub, trying to find a big gank angle. Kirk brought down to 50% health. The damage from the Eternal Guard, the damage from that Vexana way too high. The wave clear of Omega made that defense look easy.
Again, key to that defense was the fact that Sumbak was not around. Smart Omega's defense, the way that they clear waves, it's very committal. They have to be in mid to short range compared to Manana EVOS, who can hit it from afar, who can hit it via drive-by. And the fact that it was timed well, Sumbak was dead, Omega were defending for their lives. There's a reason why we're seeing another Lord coming in a minute and a half.
Oh, that one, even again, if you just kind of break down what we saw from the last Lord Dance. Yeah, and the music was going because, and that's the thing, man, Perks was trying to make a play, like you guys mentioned. He even used that conceal, but there was just a back and forth, and unfortunately for Chaknu, the flicker was a little bit of a blunder there for him, and it caused them a forced fight, and they could have probably dragged that fight out, or that dance a little bit longer, but because of that, they had to fight, and you know now they find themselves in this position once again. dealing and just kind of waiting up for the next Lord. But we always have to talk about the advantage that MNNE EVOS will have, considering they've only lost that one turret in that mid lane. So now for Smart Omega, it's like, all right, Ryota, most likely you have to manage what's happening in the base. We cannot let any of these waves really push in, and that is management in itself here.
Yep, and the more time that we were waiting for... Oh, wait, what?
Well, everyone from MNNE EVOS went in, but they can go back through that again. Oh no, they decided to cancel it because they saw that the Barretts were spotted up by the members of Omega. Winter Trojan by Chaknu, knocked up there, coming in from the Eternal Guard, but that's going to be Chaknu down. NetherRealm committed there by MNNE EVOS, and this fight looks good for them to take. Stunned onto Jome, but Jome can get away. Andoryu might not, but he does. MNNE EVOS will be able to get this lore without a problem.
Chaknu a minute out. As I was just going to say, the more that this gets delayed, the more time for Hayes to get stacks back up and afford a 4-second death timer. That's what's been making it so difficult for Omega to clap back. The fact that even if they thought the numbers were for them, Hayes just pops back out.
And now with the numbers disadvantage here, MNNE EVOS looking clearly to take this unless something amazing can happen, some miracle from Andoryu.
Here we go.
A miracle can be found. Andoryu Retribution is the only tool that he has here to somehow take this away from the clutches of MNNE EVOS. But no, the Nolan says, it's mine. Coil says, it's ours. And that's going to be that as well. Come on to here. That's the mid laner of Omega down. No more Vixana, but the mid. Watch out for the Roger. But the minion waves are out. MNNE EVOS can get on out of there. Ryota finds Hayes. He's going to try and chase this Faramis down. Ryota will try to fight, and he will get away unless the damage flicker pops the immortality. Ghostbusters and the damage of the Stampede. Hayes with a play.
Who are you gonna call?
Ghostbusters. All right, 3-man defense here.
Chaknu is back. Circling Eagle finds Sumpak. Wind and Nature committed onto him. Jome going forward. Jome tracks it. He was able to use the Lycan Pounce in time, and that's the Nathan going down. Ryota and Ukira are down still for Omega. Jome trying to get away. Saved by Chaknu. MNNE EVOS. Still, they have eyes set on ending it here. They don't have their marksmen, but neither does Omega. And MNNE EVOS in 3 gets the dub.
What?
Look at Perks.
A series here, and what an appearance, a debut for Coil and the rest of the gang from MNNE EVOS.
That was almost 30.
Yeah.
Both teams were pushed to the limit. Their patience, their decision making, and eventually we end up with the numbers just not going your way.
Just goes to show how strong a Nathan pick is the longer the game goes on. And MNNE EVOS, a good glimpse at their future in the playoffs. But the future of Omega is looking good too.
Yeah, Big J with that. The hug here again as their last matches for the regular season. Of course, MNNE EVOS still in that playoffs. It was great to see them kind of bring this to the table though. Again, when you look at the adjustments just in Coil, the debut here for the rookie, it was clear throughout the series. I mean, game 1 was quick.
Yeah.
If you remember, it was, what, 11 minutes?
11-10.
Yeah, 11-10. And, you know, then they went the distance here in nearly a 30-minute game for game number 3 against Smart Omega. So we're going to see them take their bow here one last time for the regular season of MPL Philippines Season 13.
I want to see more of these young men. I want to see more Big J, more Andoryu, more Ryota, more Mamba, more Ukir. Very, very soon.
Again, man, I wish we got to see them earlier in this season, but you know, we'll see what's in store for them ahead of us in Season 14, of course. But I can't wait to hear from MNNE EVOS and what they have to say about their victory here. Let's go ahead and throw it to the stage for Mara and Hans and MNNE EVOS.
Congratulations to MNNE EVOS. Let's take a look at the standings to see where they're at. MNNE EVOS is currently at number 5 with 21 points. Congratulations. Hi, Coil. Coil, congrats.
He's getting revved up,
Congrats.
Noobs.
Debut match mo, nanalo pa kayo. How does it feel to be playing sa MPL?
Masaya po.
Anong sabi sa'yo ni Noobs just now?
Po.
Anong sabi niya sa'yo just now?
Worth it po yung mga practice namin first team. Worth it po yung pagpukpok nila sa akin.
So, masaya. Kinabahan ka ba nung sumalang ka?
Wala po eh.
Walang kaba at all. And you did well. Congratulations.
Thank you po.
This time around, I want to ask Perks. Nasaan si Perks? Si Perks nasa dulo. Perks, come over here, man. Yung crucial na sipa mo, yung nakatulong para sa team, kaya ikaw yung naging MVP noong game number 2. Alright? Question is, paano mo ba nahanap yung angles na yun? What was your inspiration behind it? Yung mga anggulo mo sa pagsipa, paano mo nakikita yun in-game?
Then, nakita ko kasi tumipi sila eh, kaya papatalo na sana kami, kaso wala eh.
Tumipi daw kasi. Tumipi daw. Alright, gets ko naman. Pero ngayon na you are actually playing, kamusta yung buong experience mo with MNNE EVOS, and you're one of the people who helped this team to get into the playoff spot at komportable kayo, maganda ang panalo heading forward sa ating play-ins?
Yung experience ko sa MNNE is parang kahit sino kami maglaro, parang mix, parang papalag kami. Ganun.
Right, that's a very good insight. Kahit si Coil, na bagong salta lang ang pinakita na kaya niya makipagsabayan.
Since katabi mo si Sumpak naman. Hi! Bakit parang nakita ko kayo kanina nung nanalo kayo, you guys were all jumping, all cheering. Parang mas nag-celebrate kayo sa game na to versus nung pumasok kayo ng playoffs. So, etong victory na to, paano to nakakatulong sa pagpasok nyo sa playoffs?
Kukunin namin tong momentum dahil sa... Para rin, inaano namin to yung game na to para kay Cole talaga eh. Tong sobrang importanteng win na to para kay Cole. Para mapatunayan niya na yung laro niya. And gagawin namin yung momentum para makapasok sa playoffs na and tuloy-tuloy yung winning namin.
Congratulations! At now, oras na para i-announce natin ang ating Game MVP.
Game 3 MVP is none other than Kirk. Congratulations, Kirk! Andito na siya ngayon. Ramdam mo kaagad, Kirk. Message mo naman sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa MNNE EVOS and para sa paparating na play-ins din dahil makikita natin kayo doon.
Siyempre, salamat po sa pagsuporta. Sana patuloy niyo po kami pagsuportahan. Suportahan niyo rin po kami sa playoffs. Kita-kits.
Kita-kits, and we will definitely be seeing them. Once again, everybody, the winners, MNNE EVOS.
You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Congratulations to MNNE EVOS. Very evident, sobrang saya nila. They're picking each other up, jumping up and down. Great way for their last series this season.
And I love the statement of Sumpak na kahit anong mangyari, whether this is something that isn't really gonna boost them up the standings, they wanted to make sure na ipapanalo nila ang laban na ito para kay Coil, who just made his first series victory today.
What a way to end the regular season. And we're gonna break that down for you with our casters. Casters, pass up.
Thanks so much, Mara Hands, and again, MNNE EVOS. And again, to even Smart Omega, as they rounded out both those teams at their last matches of the regular season. Can't wait to see what we see from MNNE EVOS in the playoffs here. But that was a long game number 3 that usually we don't see games getting near that 30-minute mark. I think our longest is still, for the regular season, what, 33, 34?
Yeah, around 33, 34.
We didn't hit 35.
Not yet.
Okay. And, you know, again, it was a great series for them to kind of round things out here. And let's see who the MVP here is once again, as it was announced on stage as well. It's going to be none other than this guy right here, Kirk.
The big guy.
The big guy.
It's Kirk on the Barats, the swerve Barats in the XP lane, which was crucial at every single point. Again, as soon as he hit level 4, was threatening the Detna's welcome on objective takes. Mid-game was the main frontliner for MNNE EVOS, and then late game was just hunting down mid to backline heroes against Smart Omega, and Kirk just made the Barangay's job all the more difficult. Sitting at 2-1 in 14 with a Roger, with a Vexana, with a Paquito on the other side makes you wonder, like, how did he not die so often? Again, being the main frontliner, PerkZevo was more of a interceptor. PerkZevo was more of a way to go into the backline, find a way to flank. So from there, you just have Kirk as the main frontliner, and him only dying once, of course, with the assistance of Hayes. This is a team game, makes it all the more impressive. Again, to think that at 15, 16 minutes, Smart Omega had the potential to end it, makes this victory all the more sweeter for the Hukbo. Think about this again. In Game 2, they did the same damn thing. And in these Lord fights, in these tight spaces, is where Kirk wreaks the most havoc. You see that he started with a kill, held the Detona's Welcome back. Whoa, y'all see that? That was the Detona's Welcome spit out, fade away.
Yeah.
360 no look.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a look, but clearly Kirk was styling and profiling. This wasn't the only time he's done this. This is not the first time he's done this, even on broadcast. So you can tell that this young man has a bright future in front of him. Can't wait to see more of him in the playoffs. Where we're looking at the last moments of game number 3. Again, if I'm remembering correctly, I think we only have maybe a good 4 or 5% of our games hitting this upper limit of times, because a majority of our games still fall under 15 to 20 minutes.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's like 55-60% of games in Season 13. Now looking at the emblems once more, if you plan on playing the Barats in the XP, this is what you put on. Tenacity, Extra Health, Tank Emblem, and then Concussive Blast. Now you know.
Now you know. And, you know, with this, again, when you get to this point of the game, that 30-minute mark, those Lord dances are crucial. And I think even when you look at it, the way that this chip was utilized this time, because we kind of talked about this a little bit leading into the game, where the shortcut is great. Having those teleports around does help. But still, I think a big factor for MNNE EVOS in those later Lord dances were the fact that earlier on, they were full to make the base bald, as Renmar put it.
Yeah.
They got those base turrets down, and they had that little advantage of, okay, Ryota's got to be there. Because if you look at those last fights, Ryota was a little bit too late to the party to join in those fights, and that kind of, you know, unfortunately, they weren't able to have enough firepower for that.
It was always the late entry for Noe Makasa. That was what they were looking to make the difference with, the X factor in their engages. But something to note, again, with Andoryu as a sandbag, you don't take 302.7 thousand worth of damage without building tank items, and indeed he did, which again explains why maybe as good as his highlights were here in game number 3, it still felt like the Martis wasn't putting on as much as he used to. As much as he used to. Again, the final build was a War Axe and a bunch of defense items, which isn't how you want to build fighters now. This is what you want to put into the jungle because of the patch, the recent adjustment on the item. So it's possible that he was pigeonholed, strong-armed into finally picking this because the only real hero left for the jungle to answer what MNNE EVOS was doing, which up to some point, what, the 16, 17-minute mark? Was looking good. It was working. But at some point, once MNNE EVOS had a better read of the tempo and a read of where they were putting their heroes, MNNE EVOS checkmated Smart Omega.
Well, we get a look at the standings here once again, falling into place. Again, as the week is getting closer to being concluded, the regular season here is being closer. And ahead of us, we've got a very interesting matchup again, because as you see, place 1 and 2 there, APBR and Echo. We're going to find out who is going to lock in that number 1 spot.
I stand corrected. Earlier, prior to this match, Blacklist has already surpassed MNNE EVOS. So even there, even in 5 and 6, it was a tight race. And that will dictate where you land in the playoffs.
Yeah, they're still going to be facing each other as 5th and 6th. I will have to double check if...
Where they...
Yeah, if higher placement means if you're like home or something. We'll have to check.
We'll have to check. We are going to take a short break here, the We Bear Bros, but we're going to throw it over to Antianara to go ahead and break down some happenings that have happened here this week.
Magandang buhay mga ante, my name is Auntie. At ngayong huling araw ng regular season, marami-raming latest scoop ng mainit na MLBB esports chika all around the world ng ating mapag-uusapan. Dito lang yan sa Ang Chika with Antianara. Unang destinasyon, Indonesia. BTR, pasok na sa playoffs ng MPL ID Season 13. the past few weeks. Alam niyo naman na pag-uusapan na natin si Eman at ang Bigetron Alpha. Ngayon, one step closer na sila to fulfilling their MSC 2024 ticket after being the first team to secure their playoff spot. Pasabog, di ba? Tumataginting na 10-3 lang naman ang kanilang naging win-loss record after sweeping the Kingdom RRQ Hoshi last night. Super comfortable ng kanilang pag-upo sa trono ng top seed, kaya dapat tuloy-tuloy na ito. Kaya naman ang tanong for today's video, marireunite kaya si Emma at ang Ragers RSGPH sa Riyadh? Alamin natin soon. Kaya naman next stop, Singapore. MPL Singapore Season 7 umaarangkada na. Simula na ang road to Riyadh ng Singapore matapos ang pagsisimula ng kanilang regular season noong Friday. At syempre, merong mga Filipino players tayong dapat suportahan doon. Starting with Hades and Kurt Tizzy, MPL alumni natin na ngayon ay naglalaro sa Team Flash. Sa kabilang banda naman, MDL graduate sa Gitno na lumaro para sa Smart Omega Neos ang nakikipaglaban para sa Bleed Esports. Kabilang pa sa kanyang kupunan ng isang Pinoy na si Seiji, habang si Super MJ galing sa RSG Mista sa Vanguard Esports naman. Kasama niya ang isa pang Pinoy na si Salem. Kaya naman sabay-sabay nating isigaw ang hashtag Pinaslang Malakas, kaya magpa-andar kayo dyan at kita-kits sa Riyadh. Sunod na biyahe, North America. GG at BTK makikipagbakbakan sa Vegas para sa MSC spot. Tuloy na ang Grand Finals ng North America Challenger Tournament Spring 2024 sa pagitan ng Gaimin Gladiators at Bloodthirsty Kings. Alam niyo ba, bonggang-bongga ang bakbakan ng dalawang koponan ito dahil sa Las Vegas ito gaganapin. Kaya naman manood tayong lahat ha. Kung sino man ang magwawagi ang siyang magiging NACT representative for MSC 2024. Kaya naman to everyone out there, galingan nyo at itodo ang MLBB action. And finally, mga ante, ang huling biyahe, Brasilia. RRQ Akira, Riyadh bound na. Kumpirmado na ang unang team na lilipad papuntang Riyadh pero hindi sila magpapakalakpak, mga ante. Walang iba kundi ang Kings of Brazil, RRQ Akira ng MPL Latam. Bagong scoop lang ito kasi kaninang umaga lang ito nangyari. Pinanalo ni na King, Tekashi, Sagan, Gusta Lagusta at Blink ang kanilang ticket matapos ligwakin ng NTT7 sa Grand Finals. BO7 ang serye at nagwagi sila sa score na 4-2. Talk about a super long series. Kahit first season ito ng MPL Latam, undefeated pa rin ang RRQ Akira sa mga qualis ng kani-kanilang region. Nakakaloka sila. Ayaw magpakabog. Kaya naman siya, galingan nyo sa MSC 24 at kita-kits sa Riyadh. Hi! Super saya ng lumipad all around the world. Kaya naman mga ante, nakikinig kami sa mga hanash nyo sa mga community groups ha. Kaya kung meron pa kayong maiinit na MLBB esports scoop all around the world, spill the tea, okay? Itag ako kung may international chika kayo para masubaybayan natin yan. Tutok na sa ang chika with Ann Canara. Sa ating pagbabalik sa MPL Philippines Season 13, susunod na ang Superstar Match of the Week sa pagitan ng APBR at Echo. Kasing init ng labanang ito, ang init dito sa Pilipinas. Kaya naman, drink your water, MPL fan. Huwag kayong aalis at tumutok lang dahil MPL Philippines Season 13 will be right back.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH and TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
get into the playoffs after week 5. Put it this way, I don't want to be ranked 5 or 6. At the same time, I'm happy that I'm in the playoffs, but at the same time, I need to go through 2 series, best of 5s in playoff situation, just so I can get into the actual playoff bracket, right? So there's that kind of pressure for people or for teams to get as much points so that they will get at least rank 4. And I think that's good. So for just to sum it up, here's what happens. And for maybe for all of the listeners right now who aren't looking at the video, so the gauntlet format looks like this. If you are rank 5 or 6, you will be playing against each other in a best of 5 single elimination decider match. If you do survive, you're now in second match. All right. So match 2 is rank 4 versus the winner of rank 5 versus rank 6. Now, this match is another best of 5. And what happens is that if you win, now you're in the actual playoff, the double elimination part of the playoffs. So what does it look like? There is already rank 1 waiting for the winner of match 2. And like I said, match 2 is rank 4 versus either rank 5 or rank 6. In that same bracket, you have rank 2 and rank 3 going up against each other. That's already set up. So if you are third place in the group stages, you already know that you're going to be facing up against the second placers. Now, that's a double elimination bracket from then on. And it's pretty simple. Winners face against winners. Losers face against losers after round 1. And then the lower bracket is already a decider. It's a do or die. Then we get into the finals, where it is now a best of 7, right? So I do hope that you understand what I just mentioned. And I hope that I made some sense, even when it's like, I took a lot of time explaining it, but I generally like it better because there's a lot more at stake, and we really get to test. The mettle of the teams in ranks 4, 5, and 6. At the same time, it is more rewarding now to get to top 1. It's more rewarding now to get to top 2 and 3. And there's some merit for getting top 4 compared to 5 and 6, which makes it so that points matter so much more. All right, I'm going to get a drink. Okay. Now in comes another important part of the new format and point system for MPL Philippines, which is actually I try my best to make a good point here, but I think this is the time where you guys need to really look at the screen. But I'll try to still do it audio only friendly. Okay, here's what we have. All right, before, the point system looks like this. People or teams will be facing up against each other in a double round robin format for 7 or 8 weeks, sometimes 6 weeks. And what generally happens is you will get 3 points if you score 2-0. And if for the winning team you get 3 points, for the losing team you get 0 points. Now, if it's a 2-1 series, the team that wins only gets 2 points, but the losing team gets 1 point at least, right? Now the format has changed. No matter what the manner of you winning a series, be it a 2-0 or a 2-1, you get 3 points. And the losing team will only get 1 point if they actually get 1 point. If it's a 2-1, you get 1 point. But if it's a 2-0, you get 0 points. So what are the main implications of this? It means that winning a series matters so much because you get so much points. Before, if it's a 2-1, you only get 2 points. Now, it's a solid 3. So this means that teams with a streak, or teams that keep on winning their series, their matches, they get so much separation now from the teams that don't win. And even when you get a 2-1, like before, the gap between a team that won through a 2-1 is just 1 point, right? Imagine Echo versus TNC, for example. Echo wins 2-1 against TNC. Before, Echo will only have 1 point of an advantage over TNC. But now they will have 2 points of an advantage for TNC, which means that if you keep on losing your series, you will need a lot more to catch up, right? And at the same time, it's much more rewarding to just win a series, all right? I think when I was thinking about this episode, I thought of the best way to illustrate this for all of the viewers out there. And there's no other way but to really compare and put ourselves, or put the teams in a position where it's as if they're playing the previous format. Okay. Oh no, so the new format in their previous standings. So, all right, what I posted here and up until the third column is a sheet that I made actually, like putting the new point system in the previous season. So these are okay. Up until column number 4 right now, you're looking at the point system, the point or the standings of the teams before the final week. So we've only had like 5 weeks during MPL PH season 12. So when week 5 finished, I believe TNC and Minana aren't in the dark just yet. Okay. So first column is the team name. Second column is their match win-loss and their team win-loss. Match win-loss is basically the series score, and team win-loss is basically the game score. So for example, for Echo, they've won 11 series or matches and only lost 1 at this point. But when it comes to like games played, it's 22-6. So they actually lost 6 games, 22. So when it comes to the old point system, at week 5, they're at 29 points. So nigh unreachable, right? It's impossible for anyone to trump them at this stage in the game, and the stage in the group stages. Now, that means APBR is at 21. RSG is actually 20. Blacklist is at 19. 15 for Onyx Omega and Onyx and Omega. 13 for Minana Evos. And then for TNC, who only won 1 series and then lost 10 matches or 10 series, they only have 6 points. Okay. So this is week 5. And why did I put this in week 5? Because I wanted to know whether or not heading into week number 6 or the final week of MPL PH season 12, what is going through their head right now if there's the new point system. So here is the new point system applied after week 5 of MPL PH season 12. Echo is at a stunning point of 33 at this point, because they only had 1 series loss, and that's a 2-0, but they had a 11 wins. So that's times 3, 33 points. Nobody can touch them anymore. Then if you're looking at AP Bren, surprisingly, only has 21 points. So they will be actually put in a spot where they're top 4. The top 2 will actually be RSG at 23 points, and Blacklist will be top 2 will be RSG, top 3 will be Blacklist at 23 and 22 points respectively. And this is week 5. Now for Onyx, Omega, and Minana Evos, Onyx have already secured 17 points, which means that they're relatively more safe now, actually. They don't have to be scared about Minana because Minana is trailing behind only 2 points heading into week number 6 or right after week 5. But in the new point system, Minana Evos will have to look for 3 more points to eventually overcome Onyx. But technically speaking, when they're now facing up against Omega, they only need 2 more, right? But then that also means that Omega and Onyx aren't tied anymore. So Onyx, after week 5, are feeling more confident than Omega. And for side of TNC, because they kept on losing a lot of O2s, there's no change in their point system, right? Now, in comes the interesting part. So at this point, like TNC has 3 more matches heading to week number 6, right? So 3 times 3 is 9. 6 plus 9 is 15. So even with a new system, there's no chance anymore for TNC to actually get into the playoffs after week 5.
golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PNAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Weapon fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera. HP racing, may reseta. Built like a tank, buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS, parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala ka sa Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. Taas sa matawa, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Welcome back to MPL Philippines. Kasama natin APBR, Kyle, and Few. Kamusta na kayo?
Okay naman po.
Okay naman. Okay, meron tayong question of the day. At sa lahat ng ating mga manonood, pwede rin kayong sumagot. So, sino ang gusto nyong makaharap kung sakali kayo ay makakapunta sa MSC? Ikaw una.
Kung mag-qualify kami sa MSC, ang gusto kong makaharap si yung RRQ.
RRQ.
Indonesia.
Bakit RRQ?
Nung sabi kasi ni Coach Bren, babawi siya sa amin sa MSC pag nag-qualify kami. Tapos, ngayon, gusto ko ulit siya makalaban.
Si Coach Ren. Okay, dahil kay Coach Ren. Ay, galing ni Coach Ren, ha? Ikaw naman, Kyle, sino?
Sa akin yung SRG, Red Giants, Malaysia.
Is there a specific player there na gusto mong matapatan?
Wala. Gusto ko lang namin makatapat sila if ever maka-qualify kami sa MSC kasi ang lakas nila ngayon eh. Parang nagdo-dominate sila dun sa sa Malaysia ngayon eh. Wala pa silang talo.
Ang gusto mo is to face a really, really strong team.
Opo.
So out of all the international teams, sila talaga yung nakikita mo. Nobody from other region sa Malaysia yung gusto mo.
Wala po. Lang po. SRG lang po.
Okay. Kayo, sino ang gusto nyo makatapat nila sa MSC? Write it down below. At ngayon, pupunta na tayo kay Hans. Hans, pasok.
Nalaman na natin kung ano ang kasagutan ng APBR. This time around, in Echo side, kasama natin si Carl TZ at si JP to ask the same question na nakita natin kanina. Carl TZ, kung papala rin na makapasok ang Echo sa MSC 2024, sino ang gusto mong makalaban?
Sa akin po, BTR po. Kasi nakaka-scrim din namin sila, sobrang lakas nila.
Alright, so for Carl TZ, Bigetron Alpha. No-brainer. Partners, and at the same time, nakikitaan nila ng lakas. Right? JP, para sa'yo, sino gusto mong makalaban sa MSC?
Sa akin po yung Onyx ID po. Onyx ID.
Onyx ID, of course. Steve, bakit Onyx ID?
Sila po si last champion ng MSC.
Alright, and they wanna make sure na makalaban nila with a stronger form para sa Echo. Thank you, Carl. Thank you, JP. Oras na. Casters, pasok.
Welcome back, everyone. And once again, it's us, the We Bear Bros. And we're here to bring you the action between AP Bren and Echo. It's me, Naisu, Renmar, Leo. You grew a little taller. How are we feeling?
I'm fine. You say something. Wow, it's suddenly, just caught me off guard. They just grow so fast.
They do. And let's take a look at the headline here for these two teams. It's about the manifestation of victory between, again, AP Bren and Echo, because these guys, two world champions. They'll now face off in this star-studded showdown for us today. First up, we have a showdown between the two XP laners, of course, Sanford and Flap TZ, but there's a lot here that we can compare. Take us through it.
Shout out to our one-woman graphics department who brings out these bangers week after week. And I really love that Flap TZ and Sanford are the one getting focused here, yeah?
Yep.
Sanandeng. Looking at Flap again, it's been a better season overall for AP Bren. And again, Flap TZ is currently on his prime run. Look at how he trumps Sanford, save for average kills. And mind you, it's not like Sanford is not as diverse of XP laner as Flap. Check it out. He has the exclusive Masha, Barats, and Benedetta in the XP. But weirdly enough, Sanford hasn't really rocked as much Terizla, Paquito, or Tams.
Oh, but this one brings out the fanboy in me.
Yep.
The idol ng mga kids and the young GOAT, the history between these two. And there was a fact that was actually brought out to us during our pre-show briefing. Match 1, Carl TZ actually just overtook Few. But they're literally just a game apart in terms of the total match 1 in their careers.
And, again, when we look at these two teams across from us, you can almost do this with pretty much every lane. Everyone. Yes, the fingers up. What is it?
Here's what's interesting. Expect the total kills and total assists to actually switch up because Carl TZ has gone into his tank jungler era.
Yeah.
Remember what he said? I want to be the one with the most damage taken. And then eventually expect for him to say, I want to get more assists. I want to help the team out. I'm expecting those stats to be in flux.
I call that character development, right? And as we look at this, back in week 3, for day 3, the first matchup here, we see that it was a great matchup. We were waiting for this. I remember us talking about this as well. And it was a 3-game series. And even if you break down the stats here, things really fell into place. And that, again, Super Marco performing really well in the gold lane.
Yep.
So, who do you think will win this match? Is it going to be Super Marco? Is it going to be Benny Cutie? Is it going to be AP Bren or Echo? Tune into the official YouTube stream, subscribe to MPL Philippines YouTube channel, and comment hashtag APBR or hashtag ECHL. Oh, that's Echo with your game and server ID for a chance to be one of the 4 winners of 1,000 diamonds.
I thought you were going to tell him 1 diamonds.
No.
It's plural. 1 diamonds.
Times 1,000.
Diamonds times 1,000.
Go ahead and let us know who you guys think is going to win. Again, 4 winners. Yes, that's for the international viewers as well. Now let's welcome our marshals once again for the fairness and integrity of the game. These guys are here doing an amazing job, and it's our boys, Jeff, Albert, Patrick, Wilbert.
You know what? I talked to Patrick earlier. He told me he grew up with a cat named Nostradamus.
Whoa. Good to know he's part of the family. But now, let's welcome out the teams.
The Bees just need to win 1 game to be the best in the regular season. Will they enter the playoffs number 1 in the standings? They are the champions of the Philippines and the reigning champions of the world, APBR! The Echo Express makes its final stop in the regular season. Will their final destination be top 1 in the standings? Can they sweep APBR? Get loud and proud for Echo! And welcome our 2 coaches with 2 of the sets of most luscious hair in MPL Philippines. It's Coach Ducky and Coach Tic Tac. APBR, Echo, MPL Arena. Sino ang mananalo? Is it APB or is it Echo?
And there we go. Let's take a look at the lineups here for APBR. Familiar all around. You know them, the world champs, the champions here in MPL Philippines.
Who are they again?
Who?
Best in the world. That's who. And I'm going to be looking at the EXP lane. Flap TZ, gotta admit, after M5, still one of the best pure athletes, but he will need to take his game to the next level today to shut down Sanford.
When you're talking about the best in the world, and you're talking about just one person, you got to bring up the cult of personality that is Carl TZ, the young GOAT, the very first 2-time world champion in our esport. He has gone through the ups and downs that most of us would never experience in this realm. And here he is again, every day just waking up saying, you know, I want to put on a pair of shoes, put on my jersey, put on my pants, let's do this.
Let's win. Do this. Let's win. And we know what they have to accomplish here to get that #1 spot. Renmar said it in the intro. That sweep is what they need against APBR. And as you look at the stats here, obviously, man, APBR and Echo have both had hell of a season for Season 13 regular season. Taking a look at this, though, how does it break down? Where's the advantage?
It's safe to say that on paper, APBR play a cleaner game.
Yeah.
APBR get the wins more efficiently. APBR do the job much better. But when you watch it from moment to moment, you know that Echo are capable of crazy things, ridiculous things. On average, I would reckon, I tried to do the math, Echo are just seconds behind APBR when it comes to fastest wins in the season. So maybe now, maybe this time around, they're able to fix that. Maybe they're able to go ahead and overtake the champions.
And speaking of champions, these guys right here, Kyle Teasy, Carl Teasy, I still remember when Kyle Teasy really stepped in, and then even that first time that he had to face off against Carl Teasy seasons ago. Yeah. Man, has that growth been there.
That was about 4 seasons ago,
yes,
when we were in the Eyesight building in Eastwood, wherein we compared Kyle and Carl, and now they're as close as rivals as it gets. Let's talk about the Infinix keys to victory. For AP Brand, they got to disrupt Sanford's power spike.
Hell yeah.
Sanford is so impactful when it comes to team fights, does so much work with his San duo brothers, Sanji. While Echo, on the other hand, have to check their drafting pattern. It's no secret that in their recent drafts, this has been one of their pitfalls, one of their Achilles heels. They try to get a little too cheesy, a little too experimental when it comes to their draft. So Coach TikTok gonna have to get on top of that. And last but not least for both of them, show us the world standards, macro mechanics. They're micro, unquestionable, incomparable. When it comes to macro, though, that's where it makes a difference. I'm expecting that Echo will go for speed, AP Brand go for efficiency, and then whoever gets the break better, right down the middle, gets the dub.
Again, if you did not catch the games yesterday, that was a masterclass from AP Brand on the macro level, and they do this time and time again. They did it against Onyx yesterday. They made that lane pick struggle very much, and now as you see here, they're going to pick the blue side for AP Brand in game 1. And we'll see. Again, Echo is the same team. They were world champions at one point too. Yeah. And we've seen them really develop even over this season alone, the changes that they've made. So it's going to come down to the macro game and even the micro game for both these, but really the macro level here for both these teams.
Yeah, and since we're talking about the macro here, you're going to have to look at the center of the map, the matchup between the roamers and the mid laners, where you have Ogwen and Few versus JP and Sanji. Now, on opposite sides, those are the matchups between my 2 personal picks for MVP of the regular season. Ogwen on the side of AP Brand, Sanji on the side of Echo. So whoever has the better game between those two might be the determinant for who will win this series.
All right, jumping into the draft, I'd like to tell you, Reptar, you are outnumbered here on the desk because Joseph and I think it's Super Marco.
All right.
And to think, he's facing off against Benny Curie, who just yesterday
scored a Savage.
A Savage. He got a Savage. It was a Savage.
It was a Savage, but did they get the dub in the end? That's the struggle. That's the struggle right here.
That's the struggle.
Finish your sentences.
Yeah, that's the struggle. So now with AP Brand picking up the Harith, Echo, you mentioned they might want to go for speed. They will have to go to speed, but their first 2 picks, Leo, this looks like Echo going for efficiency with Barretts and Arlet.
Yep, they're going for control, and this little white-haired Leonin does not like control, still has resilience on his side. AP Brand opening up strong with a Harith as they have banned out the Minotaur, the Luyi, and the Yu Zhong, while Echo take out just stalwarts in the mid trio. Oh my god, the Faramis, the Matilda, and the Fredrin. Nothing comes through. What else is up out there? You still have the Roger opened up for Echo, so that means AP Brand are expecting that. When it comes to roamers, you have solid pickups as well. Might as well grab a Grok on the way out. That sounds pretty good for me. Oh, there you go. Jungler first, why not? There's the Baksha.
Yeah, they pick up Baksha, and that was the Vexana being picked up here and locked in once again. So I'm wondering, do you pick up your mid lane option already for Echo? Is it going to be, okay, it's not Valentino, they go Nathan instead.
So usually this is the trade that we see. If one team has the Harith on one side, they pick up the other magic damage dealing gold laner that scales up relatively quickly, which is going to be the Nathan. So now they're both going to be looking for more control, more specifically on the side of AP Brand, because the Barretts and the Arla together, we already saw it as a combo in the first series of the day, played by Smart Omega. It just goes really well. While on the side of APB, I'd like to see them pick up a roamer that can go forward alongside Kyle Teasy's Baksha. I wouldn't want the Baksha to be the sole damage soaker for this lineup of AP Brand.
Definitely need another sponge for AP Brand. We'll see what they go with. Looking at this real quick too, you saw it earlier. Now you have the average kills here, and top 1 Echo. It's actually top 3 or number 3 for AP Brand. We get to see RSG later play too, but that's the thing. Echo, they're still the Echo Express. They still have that identity, but we've seen them adapt to over time. But look at that, interesting last ban there.
That's a Lolita ban.
Yep. If the Lolita comes through, then the name's gonna have a tough time. Am I looking behind?
Yep, that's right behind us.
Yeah, it's right behind us in the English broadcast.
I'm zoned in, folks. I'm zoned in.
Go for it.
Hello to our co-talents, our MPL family behind us. All right. Where were we?
Well, we were wondering the Lolita ban.
Yeah, the Lolita ban is because, again, the Nathan. They're protecting the Nathan, making sure that the all-in plan for Benny Cutie makes sense, works out. Because even mid might not be a good choice for core anymore. Because what's left out there? The Valentina and the Nova. All right, never mind. Just the Nova.
Huh. What if they ban out the Lolita because they're going to be picking up something for Sanji that is blockable by the Lolita?
That too.
Cushion?
That too. I wouldn't.
No. Oh, well, the Novaria is blockable by the Lolita. So Vision, you get to control AP Brent's rotation.
Why are both teams so heavily building onto Magic?
Yeah.
Well, Magic defense is expensive. There's no middle ground, much like the Dreadnought armor.
That's true. If I'm AP Brent here, invest a little bit more. Go Edith Rome.
All the way.
But your damage dealer in the EXP lane needs to be physical. So something like a Paquito, maybe even a Benedetta for flat.
Borg. The
Or a
Borg is still out there.
True damage. You'll need that too.
The Borg is still out there.
Okay, well, we'll find out. A lot of Radiant armors are going to probably have to be picked up here for this match either way.
Sure.
Whatever is deciding here. Last two picks, though. AP Bren.
Or the Shield of Athena.
What if we see a swerve? A part of me is, a bit too risky if they go for the swerve.
Who's swerving?
XP lane Baksha? Nah.
Not happening. There
Not
you go, the
happening.
roamer.
No.
The chip in the hands of Ogun Unigo. And of course, Flap's going to be playing the Flaquito.
Yep, Flaquito. Picked up here. You guys called it, though. They definitely need that. They need that physical burst available to them.
It's good. I like it.
Yeah, there's going to be a ton of magic damage being thrown, especially the Harith being picked up. Now Echo, what is their last option here?
They still need roamer, unless that's the Arlo.
Yeah, there's a lot of room to...
There's
a flex.
Yeah, there's a
there
flex.
Could be a
There's a Flizzex here.
So they're going to be thinking Benedetta for Sanford, maybe? And then just put the Arlot in the roam?
I'm still a proponent of the X-Borg.
X-Borg?
I still like it.
Okay.
You can ruin the Harith, you can ruin the Vixana, you can ruin the box.
That's true.
When the body suffers.
That is a Benedetta.
Rather the Ben.
Bene locked in here for Sanford. Again, we talked about it, man. You can compare any of these lanes across the board, and you're going to see a lot of highlights from both sides. And once again, you guys can let us know in the comment section watching on YouTube. This is the star match of the day, the last day of the regular season. Is it hashtag AP Brent or is it hashtag Echo? Give us your user IDs alongside your server IDs as well for a chance to win 1,000 diamonds. And look what the audience is already saying. 67% for AP Brent currently.
I'm going to go against the grain here,
Go
gentlemen.
Do
One
it.
more look at the lineups, and it will state that AP Brent is the better lineup. Guessing just the raw numbers from the Harith, raw numbers from the Vex. But since it is a roam chip, and the numbers will support me here, it doesn't have a very good win rate.
It doesn't, yeah.
I'm not so sure if Ogwin's game IQ and macro senses and shot calling prowess are going to be enough to help that out, because Echo's lineup is just built to fight.
That's true. I mean, we saw how well a Nathan really just scales. And we saw it earlier in the season. Ogun already has one game with the chip, and they lost with it.
Well, we're going to find out if it's going to work for them or not. The drums are beating. It's the star-studded match of the day. AP Bren and Echo, the battle for seed number 1, position 1, heading into the playoffs.
Again, a reminder that Echo needs to sweep. So there's no space for playing around. Every single draft they do, every single pick, every single decision on the Land of Dawn will matter, and that starts as well with the emblems. Checking them out so far, JP just built the tank up. That's a magic emblem, mage emblem on Benny Cutie. And so far, AP Bren, nothing out of the ordinary there. I think everything is up to snuff.
Yeah. So far, I like how Ogwen's playing with this chip early on. Not afraid to go forward. I mean, that is the strength of this hero. The poke damage is quite annoying to deal with. So he is making the right calls so far.
Taking a visit up top.
Okay. Caltesi stops Carl. He has a level advantage. Tortoise's Puissance not going to be available for him, so he has to back off. But Ogwen poking down and chipping away at the health of Carl TZ. Slight advantage here for AP Bren, but Echo still are in a relatively okay position to contest the next turtle in the next 27 seconds. A lot of time to recover.
Yep, macro decision from JP to actually help out Benny and then recall so he can heal up. and then maybe jockey for position in the turtle pit. That's about 15 seconds from now.
Yeah, waiting for that first objective right now. Kyle Teasy already in position, though. Going to wait for the rest of them to make their way. Also, these level 4s will matter.
My goodness. You see the damage coming out of that Harith. He might get punished, though. JP Vengeance, they're not going to be able to land any more crowd controls and skills onto that Harith. They both back off. So it's going to be a 4v4 onto the first hurdle of the game. Sorry,
Okay.
3v3.
Yeah, positioning going.
Kyle Teasy takes a lot of damage. He gets stunned up. Retribution battle won there by Kyle. Carl taking damage. He will not be able to get away. Rotation by Flap. A kill in the bottom lane. It's falling apart for Echo as Benny Cutie falls as well. JP able to flicker out.
Wow, and to think the full-on kits from both lineups have hit its peak. Again, level 4 across the board. Save for Marco, rather Benny. Benny's been struggling because of Super Marco and Ogwin's persistence. Amazing, AP Bren winning across the board.
Yeah, that's a lot of gold going in the favor too there for Super Marco, continuously able to utilize this Harith pick. And so with that, AP Bren finding themselves a little bit ahead with those kills, especially going to the hands of Few and Super Marco. That's going to help their timing in terms of power spike. The fight for the purple, though, going to break out.
Final slash onto Kyle Teasy, and that's going to be stolen by Kyle. Unfortunate here for Echo. They're not getting the Barrett start. Excuse me. Sanji was able to secure the purple buff for Echo.
That went from worse to bad. You still want to put it on your jungler, but here we are now. Echo is struggling to make the most of their early game. I want to note how Ogwin just doesn't care. Oh, wait, he's like a badger?
Well, Leon and Badger somewhat similar.
Somewhat similar.
Oh, no, I'm talking about Ogwin. Is he a fox?
Yeah, he's like a fox.
He's a fox. He's a honey badger fox. He just don't care. Again, it's that passive. He's been sitting here, takes a bit of damage. If anything, it's his mana that's suffering. That's why he's going home.
I was going to say, then he just eats the chips, you know, goes back, gets the mana. But so far, he's been a nuisance in moving around the map against Echo here.
Yeah, in the bottom lane for AP Brand. The two little furries holding on really well. And yes, we're talking about, because like, Harith is like a half cat type person.
He's a Leonin.
Yeah, and you see the chip. I see what everyone talks about in the chat.
Chip.
And the subreddit of Mobile Legends Bang Bang game.
Chip is an enhanced animal. Like, he was an animal. He's like Rocket.
Yeah, as Kobe Bryant says, different animal, same beast.
Yep. That's about what we can compare between the two for now. But the turtle, another beast, is going to be up.
I love football.
Will it be the... that hurt my soul. Will it be the same outcome here? Between AP Brennan and Echo for the second turtle of the game. Kyle Teasy can't get close. Buffless is this Barrett. Kyle Teasy has both of his. Benny QT coming in for the assist. JP, a good time. Final slash. Might be the turnaround. Vengeance already. Dauntless as well. Here comes the entry with a shortcut. Flap Teasy shows up. Here comes Sanford as well. Uses the eye for an eye already. Full on 5v5 for this turtle. But no one biting it just yet. Kyle Teasy with the entry, and it looks like they're going to be able to find Carl, who was slightly out of position. Salmon Force committed, but not enough is going to be the response of Echo. The early game going terribly for the Orcas.
AP Bren just bursted down Carl Teasy. Didn't even let him get the other half of the Dennis Welcome. And now they're going to force him to pay. Just the same again. Round 2.
JP with the final slash, setting things up for Sanford, but again, not enough damage. Early game going terribly for Echo, but that Star Shatter might be a warning shot from Sanji.
Hey, Sanji at least able to get it again, but still you're breaking down those objective dances, those fights, and you can really see where AP Bren, they're controlling that space and utilizing the composition they have here. We take a look real quick, how are the items falling into place?
All right, so far, clearly, I'm impressed that Benny Cutie is keeping it this close. His team is not doing well, and he has suffered one death. Compare that to Marco, who is an early game menace. He's just, 200 gold behind? Which is a good situation to be in.
Yeah.
All across the board, though, a good chunk of the 1,500 gold deals AP Bren are experiencing and enjoying is on their other course. The mid laner. Oh, no, that's it.
Good read by Kyle Teasy.
40.
Knowing where Sanford's going to end up with the Electo final blow. Shield Unity stunning him down. Benedetta out of the game. Echo, you clearly see their adjustment of their rotation. They now want to focus on one thing and one thing only, farming up Benny Cutie.
Yeah, I think that's really where the cards are going to be for them, because right now they can't find really much, and I think too, with Sanji on this Novaria, yeah, you have great vision this early on, but you just don't have enough damage. They're going to lose that turret up top over already, so now AP Bren will continue to make moves around the map before the next objective comes up in 10 seconds.
All right, you know what? Here's what I'll tell you. Even if Echo are maybe, halfway through that mission accomplished of putting farm on Benny Cutie, he hasn't died as much as compared to the first couple of minutes of the game or suffered. It's very difficult to think that, what if, sure, we make it to the mid-game power spike for Echo. Force out a flicker there on Asanji. What are they doing that? Because while they're doing that, AP Bren is just building up on their lead. AP Bren are on their way to another perfect game. 7 minutes in.
JP with the final slash entry. Astral Echo already committed there, but Echo cannot get close enough. A surprise shortcut. The entry by Super Marco. The ultimate coming in from the chip. And JP is low. He doesn't hold on and he backs off. Carl Teasy and Sanji will have to get on out of there. 3 turtles for AP Bren. But Carl Teasy goes forward with the death in his welcome. That might be costly for him. Carl Teasy takes a lot of damage, but Carl Teasy low as well, but he's going to be able to get away. Here comes Ogwin with the overtime. Does not get enough damage onto Carl. Carl survives.
Oh, man.
Benny. Getting spotted out there by Ogwin, just poking each other out. AP Bren still in full control. There was a comment I saw on our official YouTube stream on MLBB Esports yesterday. AP Bren looked too dominant. Who can stop APB? And this is very different from the last time we saw these two teams face off.
That's right. That was a very close matchup. And just yesterday, it seemed like Echo have found a dominant position. That's when Benny Cutie got that savage. But later on, shades of that matchup, here they're beating up on Carl Teasy. This is what we saw just yesterday.
Oh, speaking of, another milestone for the young Go-Goat. Hold on, though.
Second player to reach 2,500 assists. Can he get even more here as JP will fall? That's 2,501 for Few already. Benny Cutie could be up next, but he's going to be able to entropy away. Carl Teasy and Sanford trying to get this purple buff. Can Carl get another? He's been starved mostly throughout this game. Yes, he does, but the damage for Super Marco is already here. Look at this Harith.
Man, that's, again, the first pick potential here. You see what Super Marco is able to do, even just jumping up in front into that Zaman force. So for Echo, they're used to being on the Express, but right now they're on AP Bren's Express route to getting this game number 1.
That's right, Echo looking to start up the Echo Express, the coaster, but they can't even get on board. Talking about that just now, already, even if Benny Cutie has been trying to get some farm on, Super Marco just barreling on forward. We've look at it at what now, 500, 600 ahead, and Marco is a beast. Again, just because they have a good early game, mid-game power spike doesn't mean this Harris will not do anything more later on. He's still just as lethal. And now, looking at the Lord spawning, I don't know what Echo's thinking. This is the same situation that we saw earlier with Omega. Why are you still fighting? Why are you still staying where the opponents are? It's a difficult macro game to play, honestly.
Not sure if they have much of a choice.
Yeah. Carl Teasy, every time he gets spotted out with the members of AP Bren, just takes a brunt of damage.
Light him up.
JP has the info. Sanji provides us as well with the Astral Echo. But Echo cannot get close at all. AP Bren, no problem with the first Lord of the game. My God, the dominance AP Bren showed against Onyx yesterday, they are still continuing it today against Echo.
Yep, they do in the same exact thing that led them here. It's that macro level of play. And this time you're really seeing how that chip can actually work really well in a lineup like this. And it just seems like Echo struggling to really find any way to move around, way to initiate things. They're just not there yet in terms of itemization either. So really it's buying time. I mean, look at this.
This is odd to say because Sanji actually dealt more damage compared to Few, but Few is in a more comfortable spot. Check this out. AP Bren is just willing to play around outside Echo's base. They're willing to move around and keep Echo hostage. And just like that, no more outer turrets. The inhibitor left for Echo. Something to note, gentlemen, we haven't really seen Flap interact much with Echo.
Yeah, Sanford goes in with the Electro final blow. Bit of a stun there coming out there from Ogwin. AP Bren, as always, calculated, cold-blooded is their approach to the game. And Echo have been frozen off of the map.
Okay, as we take a look at this, you can already see the leads on the lanes coming together. And it looks like almost a Holy Crystal being put together for Few here if he's going that route. But again, for Echo, what do you do here, Leo? How do you buy? Do you just buy enough time and have enough defensive items to withstand what's going on here?
Yep. Logic states you just do your best to protect yourself at all times. Oh no, they're gonna let it happen.
He committed the shortcut. The members of Echo back off just a little bit. And APBR are just watching.
Just a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Wait, I forgot.
Okay. All right, they're fine. That was good. That was a good disengage. I'll say, on a scale of 1 to 10, if we're scoring dismounts like it's a gymnastics competition, I give that a solid 8 out of 10.
Yeah. And Carl still gets his purple buff, so that's something. And Flapteasy gets spotted out there by Sanji, so...
But does that not speak about the situation Echo is in? If we're talking about these little objectives and just them staying alive, it just means they really are up against the corner. They're down 7K, for Pete's sakes. Did they steal it? Oh, Grand Theft Orange as he walks away. That's 2 stars plus respect.
Yep, the drive by on his way to 3 stars. So right now we're 30 seconds, nearly 30 seconds away from that Lord here. And I don't know, man. I'm not convinced that Echo would actually want to be in that zone and fight it, even though, you know, you're going to see them get in position, at least get some vision on what's going on here.
Okay.
Conceal going to be used, though.
Conceal by Echo to try and get her away as it's a conceal forward coming in from APBR. Full on fight bring out. Here comes the shortcut. The Super Marco Harris is here, and the members of Echo are falling apart, but they're holding on. But JP cannot as he falls down. But Kaltizi gets punished. No jungler for APBR. But Echo, can they actually make something out of this? They are still at a deficit.
Okay, that was but an inch moved from the corner that they were in. Again, it's a small win. You trade JP for Kyle TZ. Not exactly a shutdown you're looking at when you take down that Vaksha, but wait, oh no!
Oh my goodness, the damage of this Harris. Damn, that hurts! The Barrett is forced back. Echo will provide the info, but the info is clear. Super Marco friggin' hurts!
Abort! Abort!
Super Marco, again, on this Harith pick, holding them back from even getting close to the Lord here. Very tough for Echo to deal with. They're most likely just going to have to give this one up and find themselves on the defense again as APBR will approach into their base. So we'll see how they play around it. And really, you know, you have to be able to see, has it been enough time for Benny Cutie to be where he needs to be on the Nathan pick? Can Sanji continue to poke them down, hopefully before the fight breaks out? Because so far it's been struggle. It's been a struggle.
It's a strug, as Reptile would say. I'll tell you now, a definitive answer, no. It's not enough time to put money on Benny, EXP on Benny, for him to be able to clap back. And I think the plan still for Echo is, with the second Lord, the Luminous Lord this time around, play defensively. Stay inside your base. You have a decent high ground defense, and make sure that Ogwin's advantage is muted. The fact that he can call in the rest of APBR in a situation like this isn't as strong anymore because
they're already in the base.
Exactly. you're defending from waves that are already within vision. So stay there. Keep that advantage as muted as possible.
Big knockup by Few onto Carl TZ and JP. And Echo will try to hold, but APBR continue their systematic destruction of the Orcas. The bus, the Echo Express, slowly losing gas, bang. APBR can just continue this trend of domination in this game.
Yeah, again, it looks like, as you said it, systematic. APBR gets that top turret, second Lord of the game. They're going to go back to just doing what they do. Grabbing resources and everything else from Echo, leaving them very little here to work with, maintaining that lead they have, and it could end up just coming down to, again, APBR expect them to possibly try to make a play. If they can't, it's rinse and repeat. Grab the Lord, get the next couple turrets, because really when you look at the lineup here, they don't, when they approach the base of Echo, it's not like, again, having the R-Lot. They can't just completely force and engage if they don't want to.
What?
But they jump here in the mid lane.
Carl TZ forces the Detonus welcome to get away defensively. A little bit of a scrap, but both teams disengage. APBR still respecting the wave clear of Echo. Let's see though, let's see. Kyle TZ trying to find an angle. March down the mid. They're about to take it down. Ogun takes a lot of damage. JP going forward, almost taking down Super Marco, but Super Marco. Kyle TZ with a block onto JP. He could have gotten the flickered final slash, but Kyle TZ blocked by Kyle.
I was waiting for the no emote.
Yeah, me too. Maybe it's not prepared in his wheel.
He's just here to do the job, and the job he did. The duty to protect his core. Amazing work.
Oh, man, we're going to take a look at that replay. Hopefully we get exactly that here.
Here we
Let's
go.
see it.
The fight actually lasted quite a while. Thought it was a full-on collapse. Thought they were going to go through, but wait, checks out.
Here
Super
it
Marco
is.
very low already. JP spots him, and nope. Here we go one more time. Oh. Okay, here's the thing. Was that not just the range on the engage? Because he was going to flicker into the bush anyways.
Yeah, and at the same time, I think JP was trying to see if he could flicker past Kyle TZ because he already had the info that Kyle was right in front of him. But no, not gonna be it. AP Bren gets the Lord without a problem. Surprisingly, lads, it's the third Lord of the game. Echo are still holding on. There's already a Divine Glaive on this, Nathan.
Yep, it's the same kind of Lord, and both of our gold laners have a very similar build, right? And they're both already there. It's the situation around them. It's the frontliners, the peelers, and the CC that's provided that'll make the difference. But this time around, it's so much more difficult for Echo because they have to deal with waves, and they have to deal with this big Lord.
Oh, here they go.
Will this be it? Ogren easily going forward, actually. Can Echo hold on here and defend? They have the damage that they need for their Nathan.
Oh.
Big Astral Echo from Sanji. The damage coming out from Echo. Able to hold on. AP Bren can't find the opening just yet to get this game #1 win. The longer this game extends, the more the gold lead no longer matters.
Systematic. Do they still push it in? Looks like they want to at least play up front.
Oh, Few and Ogwen aggro. Shortcut coming in from Ogwen. That's just to deal a little bit of damage. Final slash onto that chip. JP, almost 50% health. Carl Dizzy, Asuel, Sanford back into the spawn point. Cutie going forward with that entropy and the damage, but Flap Dizzy finds Benny Cutie. And that's only going to be 3 members of Echo holding on here versus 4 members of AP Bren. Can they end it here? APB, I set on the base. I set on game #1, but Echo clearing waves. Echo dragging on, but the reigning champions of the world take first game in this best-of-3.
Systematic approach from AP Bren. Even with the lead they had, it took them a little longer, but they get game 1.
All right. At some point, Reptar was right. If AP Bren keep on taking their time with their pushes and Echo get the defense, the gold lead will not matter no longer. Whatever happened in the first 10 to 15 minutes will not matter no longer. And AP Bren knew that exactly. That's why they kept forcing the fight. That's why in the last moments, even if they did suffer the loss of Super Marco, even if they were looking at a pretty solid wave clear from Echo inside their base, they just said, you know what, we're going to stay. We're going to force it because Echo could not deal with the minions no longer. They were trying to, yes, and that's why the turn wasn't there. Echo's usually very good with the turn, but they needed to deal with the minions first, and that's why they got overloaded. Could not defend anymore, and they got the loss.
They got the point.
Yeah,
that's what happened for AP Bren. They got it right there, so they secure their top seed spot for the playoffs with that 1 point that they just got from this. So, you know, unfortunately for Echo, they weren't able to accomplish what they wanted to do in the series. Of course, they're still #2, but that's what they were battling for here. AP Bren, they get it.
Kings of the Mountain still.
Inisatu.
Yeah, that's right. And now just looking at AP Bren, the sentiment of everyone commenting right now, the comments that I saw yesterday with their performance against Onyx, it's like, now AP Bren reminding everyone, guys, we're still best in the world for a damn good reason. And Echo felt that.
They did. And look at this, the MVP, Super Marco. Get on that Harith, man. Hey, we heard what we thought for the regular season MVP, but man, Super Marco, what a performance here.
He chrono dashed in that seat.
Oh, yeah.
And that's comic accurate. He was not on the map. Wait, what?
No deaths.
No deaths again.
Who did they pick off at the last moment?
Was it Marco?
Oh, yeah, it wasn't him.
It wasn't Marco?
Pretty sure it wasn't him. Oh. This guy's KDA in general is insane.
Yeah, that should be...
The record now is 17 games.
17 games where AP Bren won and Super Marco didn't die.
All right.
Yeah.
Someday we're going to make Bulletproof Marco fly. Check it out, the highlights of game #1 already. Even if Echo had mechanically, all right, skill-wise, kit-wise, had advantages in the early game to secure objectives, AP Bren were just in their faces from minute 0. And that's what allowed for AP Bren to go ahead up in gold, to go up ahead in EXP, and that's what allowed for this uncanny amount of aggression to barrel on forward through early, mid to late, and allowed for them to go in a situation like this wherein, yep, they could force fights, they could trade, and they could, again, this is what the Chip is capable of. No matter how underwhelming the rest of his kit is, it's that ult sometimes struggles to be impactful, but the fact of the matter is you fold the map in half. You have such amazing macro and micro moments like this. Check it out. Again, the body block from Kyle TZ that allow for teams like AP Bren to just abuse mechanics like this and don't give the likes of Echo, who are usually super fast, super aggressive, and super efficient, just wonder how we can get out of this. And I think Echo had a solid game plan. It's just AP Bren did not give them any time. It was Kyle TZ. There you go. My memory has been refreshed. It was Kyle TZ who was picked off, traded for this opportunity to overload the base and give AP Bren the dub before even another Lord spawned, even before an evolved Lord spawned. One more look at the emblems and the post-game stats. Again, I did call nothing out of the ordinary. And gentlemen, anything catch your eye?
I mean, for the most part, it was just emblem-wise, no, but the gameplay, the way things rotated and everything, AP Bren really, it's almost a story that happens every single time they play against a team where they really control the objectives, and it results in them to just kind of snowballing into this favor. And even when they snowball, this is where I'm saying most teams, they can learn this from AP Bren, where they have this massive lead. And they're so systematic, they're so disciplined that even with that, they'll go and get, let's say that Lord, they'll get one turret, they'll back off. Rinse and repeat. They're not in a hurry unless they're completely know that, okay, we somehow got a pick off and we can end the game here. So AP Bren, again, when it comes down to it, the macro is on point.
Yeah, Flap TZ, unique itemization, and he played a hell of a game too, shutting down Sanford and even getting Benny Cutie there in the end.
Yeah, I think you're pointing at the Great Dragon Spear and the helmet, right? So the Dragon Spear came in when, again, I'm just assuming that, hey, I'm not part of any fights. I want to be able to rotate quickly.
Yeah.
So you're able to play your full combo and get a little bit of a speed boost.
True.
The Guardian Helmet was bought at the very last moment, maybe the last minute, wherein he took a brunt of the damage and did not want to go home. He was calling, endable. I will wait. I will stay out here, 3 seconds heal. I want some potato chips. That's what he was going for. The effect to stay in the fight, to eventually overload Echo, and mission accomplished.
And you were talking about the micro, man, and to think about building a Guardian Helmet that late into the game in the last minute just because you don't want to go home knowing you can end it there. AP Bren, man.
I mean, that's part of it too. You got to consider the fact that, all right, Chip, yes, he didn't have an amazing win rate, but this obviously in the hands of Ogren worked really well. And even with Flap, yeah, we didn't see him too much, but he knew if I had to be there, hey, I got a shortcut. I can make it to that fight. We saw that a couple times. He even showed up just for insurance after pushing some of the side lanes out.
Yeah.
And that was pressure enough for Echo to deal with.
Okay, one look at Kyle TZ's heat map again for the first 5 minutes. This is key, folks. The first 5 minutes, the rotation you're seeing on the map is key to making sure that Carl TZ could not do what he could possibly have done with what they were planning, and to barrel on forward in terms of EXP. Again, even in the first 5 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, Kyle was ahead of Carl because of that rotation, because of what he did. So you're going to want to scrub back and then see and study that if you're a Baksha, because you're only capable of doing that if you're a Baksha.
Yeah. And
no,
even
no other jungler can move that fast.
Can't move around the map like that. You know, he's literally rolling around.
Yeah, he was half a level bar ahead of Carl TZ when they saw each other at the top side by the Crammer. Yeah. He was about to hit level 4. Carl TZ was only just like midway to level 4.
Yeah, and that's when I believe also when we saw Ogwen transfer up there, right? He used the teleport to be a part of that fight. So again, when you look at the way the chip was played in Ogwen's hands, it also helped the entire piece of the puzzle for this game number 1. Now, before we move on, a huge shout out to, of course, our official restreamers out there from Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, and all over the world.
We have local restreamers and international restreamers from different countries all over the world. Cambodia, the region of the Middle East, North America, got Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia.
Shout outs to MPL Singapore, who started their Season 7 this weekend, and to all the Yastas in the Middle East. All of them tuned in to witness our players fight for victory because, again, we are the home of champions. If you want to see the best MLBB action, this is where you go.
And, you know, it's great. I was kind of surprised. I saw MPL Singapore started up today, and, man, they start early. I was like, I was watching them while I was having my breakfast, so can't wait to see how that all unfolds for them. Now, once again, we want you to be a part of the digital transformation out there in the world of connectivity. Say hello to convenience, flexibility, and local connectivity with the smart prepaid eSIM.
It's now available through digital delivery through the smart online store for only 99 pesos. Scan that QR code right there. Scan it.
Down below.
That's an order.
It
really.
is.
Please
you
scan
can order
it.
them.
No,
I mean,
I want
earlier
to.
you were
I'm nice.
pointing through the screen, right, Mark?
I'm nice. Scan it.
You know?
Oh, well, now you can't.
That's
The
what a
next
nice
time-
guy would say, definitely say, I'm nice, yeah.
What y'all talking about? You know me, I'm nice.
Yeah, I don't know if I would trust that, Renmar.
Huh?
You know, but
why not?
Well, let's go ahead. Here's a guy we can trust, Ogwin. Let's see exactly what he has to say in this interview before we move on to the next game.
Tingin ko ngayon, Season 13, pag na-achieve ko, siguro makapasok ulit sa world stage. Dahil susunod na world stage is MSC nga. Yun na lang kasi yung kulang sa mga ka-teammates ko na si Few at si Flap. So, tsaka si Coach Daki, yun yung parang gusto kong makuha nila. Sa Season 13 Championship, inaalay ko to sa girlfriend ko tsaka sa upcoming baby namin. Yun.
That's great to hear from Ogwin. Again, congratulations as well. You know, I did see those pictures and everything. He's got a new one on the way. And you saw it there, man. To complete it, for them to kind of be, again, when you're at the top and you completed everything you did last year, you're down to, we just want the next world stage title, which is MSC.
The mid-season cup.
That would complete it for them. I mean, on pretty much everything. And they're well on their way. Now, Echo, obviously wanting to replicate that as well. We'll see them on the blue side for the next game here. But AP Brent, I still feel like, and I've been saying this, you know, for the entire season, there are teams out there that have found weaknesses in their armor before. They're not, you know, they're not invincible, I would say.
That's true.
But they're just damn near perfect, and that's the problem.
That's the thing. That's been the thing about AP Brent for the longest time now. We're getting into almost an entire year where we would just say, but AP Brent's just so damn good.
And here you saw that compared to yesterday's perfect game against Onyx, they did suffer a couple of deaths.
Yeah.
They did lose a single turret.
True.
And again, I think Echo is just also recovering from yesterday's affairs. I'd like to think here, now that Echo has their pick at sides, it starts in the draft. I think here they will try to go for a Gambit. They will try to go for As Blue. There you go. I was going to say one of the most in-demand heroes. And of course, you can't be AP Brent and say we're not going to pick the Harith, right? You got to get the Harith
They
now.
have to, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised.
Get the Harith now.
They want that Harith. Let's see if they grab it. But Matilda being that first pick for Echo and being available, I think that's already off to a great start.
That's what I'm saying.
We know what that can do here for compositions.
Are they forcing Echo to play Assassin somehow? Because that's bans on all the top junglers so far. Fred, Box, and Barrett.
That's right. What's left?
Akai?
Akai?
Yeah,
And then AP Brent can pick the Akai here now.
We have seen Kyle T's even go with the Nolan.
Yeah.
The Nolan.
Nolan for Carl too.
A little no success.
Yeah.
We saw Martis.
Look at this. Super Marco has the most towers secured this season with 92 tower kills.
Tower demolitions.
Yeah.
That man has something against buildings.
Who hurt you, Marco? Who hurt you?
Oh,
they do pick the Martis.
The early Martis before they even lose it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Coach Ducky isn't beyond that. Like him and Trevor would be like, let's take down Martis. Okay.
Are we gonna get the
Wow.
Oh, let's go! It's their turn. AP Brent will play a Ling after spending yesterday's series against Onyx, absolutely pounding the Ling to the ground.
Look at the smile on his face. We're going to see Kyle TZ bringing out the Ling.
That's a Ling pick.
He's back.
Okay, with
Oh,
this
I
though,
wish
let's
Echo picked
let's talk
lands.
about the Ling again, because obviously it's been popping up around the world here and there. And when you pair it up, you already got the Harith. Of course, you got the Valentina. How is this looking? Like, are you going to find yourself in a situation if you're AP Bren, depending on what these last two picks are, where it's a little expensive? Or do you just really need to make sure that, okay, hey, we're going to secure those purple buffs for Kyle TZ in the form of either we protect him or we are such a nuisance in the jungle of Echo that we provide that. Because remember what happened. Onic, when we saw King Kong try to play it, he got 1 purple that whole game.
I think if you enter the draft with that mindset of we have to protect him, you're already losing the draft. So right now, I think AP Bren are just looking to invest in their cores. Again, this is a 3-core lineup, but I do consider Harith a mid-level, a mid-tier core hero, meaning he's not that expensive, right?
Yeah.
So with that said, what I would do in order to, again, quote-unquote, protect the Ling or make sure the Ling succeeds is to make sure Echo doesn't get as aggressive picks as they want. Because right now, where my mind is at is to get rid of heroes like this in the XP.
Yeah.
The potential Arlott, the potential Bene. Hell, AP Bren might just now pick up the pack. Since they're first on the rotation, right? They might pick up the pack. Because the pack, if ever goes into the hands of Sanford, might go ahead and prey on the Ling. All right, there goes the Grok. So they have the Roamer.
A good thing they went for the Grok because they needed something that can go forward to disrupt the rotation of Echo. Instead of AP Bren being too defensive and focusing on the Ling, as you mentioned, might be too much of a sort of defensive mentality. There's the Paquito you mentioned. At least the Grok can disrupt Echo that they need to focus on defending their side. Oh! Oh, it's a gold lane Roger.
Okay, Roger.
Roger
that. Look at this. Benny Cutie played Roger 8 times this season. Most played by a player this season. And of course, we saw what happened yesterday.
He is
Savage.
he is the Roger.
Roger.
That's cute. If Benny Cutie's like Daddy Roger, his little daughter Wanwan.
The baby Roger.
No, I mean like they're both Firo, you know?
Felines?
Oh wait, no. Oh, Wanwan's a cat.
Yeah.
Oh!
Here we go! All right, we've been calling.
What season is it?
For the Esmeralda for so long. And again, it's Flap who would be able to do this, right? Flapper, Nats. But here, a dead lane dominant XP lane hero like the Esme is what solves the problems here. For AP Bren, I'm liking it because there's a Matilde on the other side. There's so many shields you're getting.
Yeah, remember, Paquito, you build more damage for him, he gets more shield from jab, which means Esmeralda happier.
Has more shields. The only thing we're missing from this to completely throw back is if there was a Uranus in that XP lane.
No, yeah.
The eternal battle.
A little bit too much. That's MSC 2022 era.
Yeah, well, let us know in the chat who you guys are feeling. Is it going to be hashtag AP Bren, hashtag Echo with these exciting lineups ahead of us for a chance to win 1,000 diamonds? 4 winners out there. Don't forget your user IDs and server IDs as we jump into the land of Dawn here already. Down to it. Match point. AP Bren against Echo. Can Echo utilize what they have to take us to a game 3 here?
Okay. A lot of things going on in my mind. We've been asking for Esmeralda for like 2 weeks now, and finally now it's here. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to feel. Wondering if this is a support emblem Esmeralda or a magic emblem Esmeralda or even a common emblem Esmeralda because you do need the mana regen. You see here the Impure Rage on 3 heroes from AP Bren, 3 on Echo as well. And there it is, can confirm it is support emblem on her with HP and tenacity. Huh.
Yeah, interesting builds here going through, but it'll be exciting to see really Flap TZ using this Esmeralda and how it's going to work, and then also how's Kyle TZ this time around going to be on this Ling. But so far, you're not going to expect too much, and I think one of the great things about having Ogwin here, yep, there it is, as
get
we
with
see.
an Esme.
But Ogwin is also running the focusing mark.
Yeah.
So, you know, that little extra 6% will help with some of the burst already that they have on their heroes.
Yeah. Another question I have for this lineup is how well can it invade? And so far, for the lineup of Echo, they're doing what they can to invade and disrupt, and they take away a Lizard from Kyle TZ. So he's going to have to get farm elsewhere.
Okay, to be fair, even if there is an invasion from Echo, I'd like to think it's fine. Again, bad to some extent since that is a camp that you did not secure for your jungle.
Yeah.
But at least you don't have to worry about the XP because what we've seen so far from the Esmeralda, Flap is doing fine. After that full combo from, or at least as full a combo you can get at level 2 from Sanford on the pack, you just click regen. And then you're fine again. You try to heal back up with the shields. You can definitely go toe-to-toe. You can duel, as the kids say. You can duel.
Yeah, and
as
this,
the kids
duel
say.
it. Yeah, as the kids say. What were the first items? What I wonder what the. I guess what I want to watch is what are the item build path for this Esmeralda, especially with this matchup here.
Definitely might go for an early Kiras or an early Dominance Ice.
Early
One or the other.
Ice.
Yep.
That's true.
I personally would go for the Kiras first because again, you have the Raj, you have the Martis, you have the pack, especially the pack, right? Go for the early Dreadnought armor. I would.
This crowd, man, they are.
It's a packed house.
I was gonna say, I was just listening earlier too as we jumped into the game before we took this little break. The both sides are having the chants here as well, chanting going on.
I just got to point out this young man in front, right? You see that young man in front?
Yeah.
He's wearing an old school Echo jersey. That's a Season 9 Super Team Echo jersey, the dark purple one.
That era.
The one that had Carl Teasy when he first signed in.
Oh yeah.
That was
Oh wow, that's a Mona Lisa wearing a mask. I like that. I like that shirt.
And then this here is the M4 jersey.
M4 jersey.
Or the Season 10.
Wasn't this the Season 12 alternative? I remember this late last
Oh, yeah,
season.
no, yes. This is the one that came after the M4 golden purple swag. Yeah.
This is the last season alternative jersey of Echo. And yeah, everyone really wanted to watch this AP Brand versus Echo matchup.
Yep.
Good amount of Orcas, good amount of bees. Which I'd like to say, I feel like because of course, the history of Carl Teasy moving from Brand to Echo.
Yep.
It's a fan base that overlaps greatly.
That's right.
Yeah. A lot of Echo Orcas started off as, well, Brand Esports fans.
Yeah. That's right.
And a lot of the bees eventually you could say are also fans of the Orcas.
Yep.
So these are two organizations, two teams, two fan bases that are so linked to one another.
And it's grown. I feel like, I mean, even for AP Brand, you know, we know that the struggles that they went through some of the seasons, and we talked about this before when, you know, you always have teams that kind of go through that phase, and to see where they are now is great. Oh, there's some familiar faces here.
Yeah.
That is a flex and a half.
Hey,
Man,
you have a license to carry?
Man, Ingan's been working hard.
That is a flex and a half.
Getting those gains. 2 MDL talents there, make it 3. That's Ingan, Odin, and Antianara between Burrito and Midnight.
Oh,
Burrito.
Burrito, is he going to flex off?
Come on,
Look
Burrito.
at
Come on,
that.
Burrito. Come on, Burrito.
Oh, look at the guns. Look at the triceps.
Bro, he was even
on the
wearing a shirt.
2022 Casa Search Grand Winner.
I'm about to take my jacket off.
Yeah.
You guys can imagine what that looks like. Because when the camera goes back on us, then best believe he's going to put that coat back on. This show ain't for free.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Whoa! Coach
chopping us.
All right. Coach Ducky doing double duty, also the referee.
Well, jumping back into the game here. Turtles now coming up. So this is where we see how things kind of unfold. Kyle Teasy forcing JP back. He's going to retreat too. He's going.
Oh, hit him.
Whoa.
First blood.
Battling. Yeehaw.
Yeah.
All right. So already AP Brand off to a better start as compared to yesterday. King Kongs.
Oh, Sanji flickering forward and the punish by Echo. They're not going to let that slide.
I was just going to say, nothing comes for free here in the Wild West. All right, so yesterday, quick recap, the Onyx King Kong Ling that was played back-to-back was a very, very late game type of Ling. He would only really come out like, 10, 15 minutes after he's able to build like 2 or 3 items. This here, on Kyle, not at all shy to try to go for a kill, even drew first blood. So I'm liking it already. I think AP Brand understand that you can't play the Ling that way. If you want to make the Ling matter, you gotta use one of its strengths, is the aggression, and again, the numbers tweak that he got in the last patch.
Okay. Ogwin now level 4, Wild Charge available. Carl TZ level 6, a level ahead of Carl TZ. It has not been the easiest start here for this Ling, even though he got the first blood. In the bottom lane, Benny Cutie struggling against Super Marco. Carl TZ not going to be able to get close enough to the turtle, but he is here! No, it's still a Retribution battle win by Carl TZ. Tempest Blaze already committed, and I haven't said that ultimate name in a while. He backs off Echo. They are now leading early on, but the gold lane is a problem. Super Marco beating Benny Cutie.
Okay, it looked close there for a second. Do they still want more? They got the call to back off, and I think that's best, but still, even Wizzo might go in.
Oh, that's damage onto Carl and JP. They need to back off, and they will. They back off safely.
In that first turtle, there was things happening everywhere in part of the map, even in that gold lane, the 1v1 down there. And for AP Bren, when you're looking at how things are falling into place, and as we take a look at the items here, when is that time? When is that moment for this Ling to pop off?
I'd say after he builds his second item. And luckily for AP Bren, things are happening for them, as you mentioned, Joseph, across the map. Imagine if the map was dead for them, and all the world they were doing was waiting for Kyle TZ to get farm up, right? So that would be a losing game, but for now, at least they are posing a threat elsewhere, and that allows for them to, again, hide the facade of the Ling just farming up. And I'd like to say, conclusively, yeah, definitely, Flap is winning that lane. Amazing!
Yeah, and I think that's going to play a part to it, too. You can already see that Necklace of Durance being picked up by Sanji early on to kind of help deal with this, of course, as the fights break out.
That's for Flap.
That is, yeah.
A full year?
Welcome back.
1 year!
Well, technically, guys, 364 days. Not a year.
Okay. Less than a year.
Okay,
Less
fine.
than a
364
year.
days. But that's pretty much an entire summer
That's crazy.
vacation for Phineas and Ferb.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, that was 104. Never mind. A few take a lot of damage, though. He isn't going to be able to get away safely. JP, we thought he'd commit the circuit inside. Kyle TZ fighting out, but that's going to be a kill onto Ogwen. Decimation by Carl. Kyle TZ defines sword. Phew! As the Mortis with his own decimation takes down JP, but Carl will be able to get this turn. Spotted out by Sanji! Spotted out by Sanji!
He smelled him.
Oh, man. You wonder why. Now Kyle on the bottom. Turtle going to be secured, though. Do they make a play?
Defiant Sword misses. Damage onto Super Marco. A kill onto the Roger. Can Super Marco get away from Sanford? And he will! Flicker forward. Sidestep by Marco. Kyle TZ with a double.
He doesn't die.
40 got knocked out. He got KO'd. Terry Bogard unconscious underneath the turret. Oh, man.
The minion step on him.
All right, there you go. See, wins across the map for both teams. Again, in the micro battles, it's Echo, but macro-wise, look at this. AP Bren able to capitalize, pushing up top. Again, if there's anything that you can wait on, you can rely on for AP Bren, is that they'll never really just completely lose.
Yeah.
It's nothing ever comes for free. And eventually, if you add up those pennies, those dimes, those little reals, you end up with a full dollar. You end up with value. And check this out.
Oh, my.
Marco, bulletproof Marco. He's so good at protecting himself, playing with every bit of his kit. And, oh, wait.
Ogwin gets spotted out in the middle. Echo with their own punishment this time around. I set after delivering Super Marco a death. He has no flicker. He already committed it. Zaman Force, Synchro Fish, and Chrono Dash rather to get away. And here comes Flap. TZ, but it looks like he's going to get punished. He's not going to be able to get low enough to get killed by Echo. Few backs off, has the decimation. Flap TZ still fighting, but somehow Few, actually no, he gets taken down. Sanford gets away. Did he win? Kyle TZ gets punished. Carl going forward.
That's a good bunch of CC. Kyle didn't even get to use a Tempest of Blades.
Can he get another one here? No, he won't, but Echo definitely in control. Things have shifted in this game number 2. Sanjay flickering forward, gets the Deathly Grasp, but they will not get a kill onto Super Marco.
Still, look at this pressure. This is the express you're expecting from Echo here.
Amazing work Echo has done to make strides across the map. Yes, AP Bren have done well to find value in the nooks and crannies, in the little macro engagements that they've set out throughout the first half of the early game and the late of the mid-transition. But now, last turtle up. Again, not a single one going over the AP Bren, and that's where you're seeing the value build up. The 2K that Echo is up ahead. Mind you, Kyle TZ has 3 kills, yes, but he's not exactly the dominant force you're expecting from the jungle just yet.
JP brought really low, but he's able to get away to safety. Flicker
Alright.
committed.
Here we go. This is what we need to see. GDS second item on to that Ling by Kyle TZ.
Oh.
I'm wondering what the Esm is building up. There you go. It was just a casual pair of pants.
There's the Dom
And then
Ice.
finally the Dom Ice. Interesting. He actually built up the book first, Enchanted Talisman first, before the Dom Ice. Okay, that's maybe because he was winning. He was ahead.
Yeah.
That's why he needed the mana regen and the cooldown sooner.
Yep, get some of that cooldown reduction to help you with getting those shields, eating them up as fast as you can, and then, of course, getting that Dominance Ice. But even with this, we'll see, once again, AP Brent so far, yeah, they've gotten out of some sticky situations, but, man, even Carl TZ on fire right now at 4-0.
Yeah.
And, you know, we're seeing this Martiz, a pick, nonetheless, that doesn't pop up often in the current meta, but he's making it work flawlessly so far.
Going home.
Miss set there. JP dodged it in time. But the flicker committed by Ogwin could be better. Oh, Kyle TZ gets controlled. He gets knocked off the wall. Uses the Tempest of Blades to get away. And they're just staring each other down as Carl flies away with the guiding wind.
That's stone cold. Carl T is just standing there. He knows he's ahead. He knows he's in control.
He finds the clamp onto Flap. Flying in by JP. Decimation, will it be up? Flap TZ not going to be low enough. Just providing space for Benny Cutie to take down the tower in the bottom lane. Echo still in complete control. Sanford, though, committed the flicker. He backs off.
Okay, they get the resource out, at least for now.
Oh, Blade.
Another big item pickup here for this Carl TZ's Martiz. The Blade armor going to be available to him. So it's getting a little bit more difficult for AP Bren to utilize what they want to.
For sure.
And really, when you look at it, that first Lord's going to be coming up here. How is this in position-wise for them? Yeah, they're down nearly 5,000 gold lead. But it looks like they actually, do they still want to fight this? Oh, initiation.
Whoa! Carl TZ and JB going to be really aggressive. Orange buff. They'll go into the hands of Kyle. We thought Echo would be going for the full commit, but they did that to just disrupt the flow for AP Bren.
If anything, they were forcing a response from AP Bren. Maybe some ults,
Yeah.
maybe some battle spells. But Joseph, to answer your question, I'd say it's an understatement to say that AP Bren are having difficulties. AP Bren are struggling, man. AP Bren are grinding to catch up on gold, to catch up on EXP, and I think this is best for business. Just let Echo take the major objective, wait until your cores are ready. And when I say cores, I mean mostly Kyle TZ. Because Marco can actually put up a fight. Marco can protect himself well. It's the Ling that we want to see do good things on the map. Woo!
So defensively, now that they've gotten this Lord here, AP Bren, given that whole situation they're in terms of items and what they're waiting for, how's their defense looking as we get prepped up for that march in for the Lord?
Great question. I'll tell you now, it's not looking very good. Between Few and Super Marco, those are mid-range mages that's going to be working hard to clear waves. And then the rest of them need to actually fully commit. So with that said, you're looking at a huge disparity between Few and Sanji when it comes to items. That's a full 1,500. Not to even mention elsewhere on the map. And now look at this, a fight waiting to break out.
All right, circling Eagle. JP gets the knockups, but just a bit of pokes coming in. Benny Cutie, the damage. Still a tanky Esmeralda. Echo taking towers. This time, their turn to be calculated. Surgical with the precision that they played this game, even up against a Ling. This time, it's Echo's turn to remind AP Bren. Yes, Assassins still struggle in this meta. Flap TZ takes a lot of damage. Gonna be able to survive it. Echo, now only the base turrets available for AP Bren.
Okay, they hold on at least for now. Shields are going to be popped though, so Echo with that first Lord is going to be happy with that. You're taking a look at the real-time win rate too, 64% for them. And if AP Bren wants to shift things in their favor, they're going to have to find something to whittle down that gold lead, get some gold on these members, especially for Kyle TZ. Still working on his next item, that third one. It looks like he's going to be going, what, for BOD here?
Yep, likely. That's all you can build there. Oracle put on the Flap TZ. Definitely will help, but not exactly the solution they're looking for to solve their problems, to cure their woes. Because look, yeah, Flap TZ can get so many shields, but that's only useful really against Sanford and anyone near JP. A respectable gold benefit.
Whoa!
For advantage.
Circling Eagle flying in. That's going to be a big sandwich play from Echo. Another knockup onto Ogwin, and the damage coming out from AP Bren. And Echo have taken down Ogwin. No more Grok, no more Roamer. And in the back, JP able to get away with the sliver of health. Now TZ brought really low. Sanford finds Few in the middle. A kill for the Paquito. Meanwhile, Sanji will take down the Assassin alone.
Man, oh man. They got caught in a bad space, and Echo punishes AP Bren.
APB, you faced off against a Ling last night, and now you're reminded why you won against it. A kill on the flop by Carl, a kill onto Marco by Benny. It's 5 versus 1, and we are going to a game 3 for the Orcas, who stare Ogwin down, who stare Few down, who focus at the base. It may not be top 1 for the Orcas available, but they will still eye to win their series.
What a game. Just like that, Echo hops back on the Express and takes it to AP Bren.
The young man's phone just flew out of his hands.
Yeah.
But I'd like to say, you gotta cook that Ling. You gotta let these big ticket assassins simmer. And I'm pretty sure AP Bren going back to their waiting room dugout saying, yeah, that wasn't the way we planned it to.
They didn't feel right.
Yep, no, they didn't feel right. Again, even if, as much as we marked out and we popped for the Esmeralda, whatever happened in the first 10 minutes did not matter.
Yeah, it's interesting because, okay, AP Bren, I don't know if y'all agree with me here, they drafted side lanes that won. Esmeralda versus Paquito, win.
Exactly.
Harith over the Roger, a little bit 50-50, but you could say the Harith could win that.
Yeah, everywhere else. Though.
But in the center of the map, the beating heart of the AP Bren playstyle, that's where they lost it.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's them sort of trying out a different approach. But you could see the discomfort from the side of AP Bren trying new things out.
And, you know, you're going to have to look at this too, because I just think maybe it's a stress test to see what's happening here, you know, for the Assassins, for the Ling.
After securing top 1.
Yeah.
After securing top 1.
And you might as well see at least how it feels on the stage here against the second seed, you know, before you head off into the playoffs. Of course, you know, a couple weeks away here. But I think that could be part of it, and even bringing out the Esmeralda. But look at this, MVP Carl Teasy on the Martis pick of it all.
And that is why, to me, he's the best in the world after a miserable game 1 on that Barats, who, by the way, in minute 1 was not allowed to play. He just goes and picks up the Martis, straps on the Levi Ackerman skin, and says, you know what, it's time to go to work. 5-0-3, builds it as you would pre-patch, pre-new metagame, and says, let's go to work. Again, to be fair, he was facing off against a relatively experimental pick in the Ling as well. But Carl Teasy's killer instincts, his game sense, his IQ, his macro, and again, micro even, were all on point. It takes a lot to be able to recover from what happened in game 1. And yes, there were these moments on the map wherein it was AP Bren who got the better of Echo, but overall, Carl Teasy never missed a beat.
Yeah, you know, you're going to find these little moments here where they pulled through on some of these, but eventually it's like, again, things kind of slip out of the hands in terms of the power spike that we're comparing with these compositions. And even in moments where they find these little spaces to clash down on against Echo, really it just felt like the whole time when you're Kyle Teasy on this Ling, you're always trying to just get that kill, but you run out of the energy and then you can't follow up on it. Whereas, again, Marquez, we know what he does, man. He decimates and resets and goes and tanks damage, and that's kind of what unfolded here, especially towards the end where, you know, you've now ballooned this massive gold lead, and you're really seeing the lineup struggle from AP Bren.
Let me tell you, it's not even really just the damage that you're trying to do, not even about the energy when it comes to the Ling. It's just what he brings to the table isn't as impactful as, say, even one of the worst fighter jungles in the game right now, right? You have CC with the Martis. You have the iframes with his second skill. And you have, again, a relatively okay stat line that you're able to get away with a hybrid tank with some damage build. So, again, real quick, one more look at how maybe you would build a Ling if you're trying to make it work in your ranked games. And here's how sad it was. We called, is that a Bladed Spare? Way before he was even able to build. Didn't even get to finish it.
Damn, that's tough.
That's how difficult it was to play this Ling. And that's tough is an understatement, Joseph, but yes.
And seeing what Carl Teasy did, like he's just got the Hunter Strike and then defensive items.
That's it.
And again, relying on a lot of what he had available to him. He's the rich guy too, Carl Teasy.
Yep. Again, he was, you could say, farming heroes. He was farming heroes. He was taking.
He was decimating them.
Small minion camps elsewhere, everywhere, and sandbag, flap easy. This makes sense. This makes sense. You wouldn't expect Ogwin to be the one to peel. That's an assassin jungle, not a utility jungle that is in the hands of Kyle Teasy.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's really just Flap Teasy who is taking as much damage here. Ogwin secondary, but yeah, because of this, the heals and the shields from the Esmeralda is what allowed for him to own a good quarter of the map and maybe give AP Bren a fighting chance. But from then on, really, there was very little AP Bren put on the board here. 13 minutes, all it took for Echo to get the dub.
And that's crazy too, and you look at that, you know, damage dealt. Sanji obviously on that Vexana pick. We know what to expect there, and there was so many great moments where they had these team fights and the Eternal Guard, that knockup that came with it, the fact that you have Matilda on your side as well, helping with some of the escapes. We did see some members of Echo escape with literally a sliver of health.
Yeah.
And things were just worked out great with the lineup they had here.
Another thing that I want to point out about the two lineups that we had, I really like the little trades and jabs that we saw between Sanji and Few. I mean, we talked about the importance of the rogue mid here, and I like how, of course, with Valentina coming back up into the meta game in terms of rising into priority. There's a lot more that you need to watch out for, and I've always thought and had this idea that Valentina being available in the meta game is so healthy, because then there's so many things to consider. Of course, like what ultimates you're going to be giving her, the fact that her Terrifies and her sudden mid to late game damage spike is actually quite surprising for most pros, something that they've said before.
She's a necessary evil.
Yeah, exactly.
And she's in the lore. Isn't she evil? Or is that...
She is.
She is.
It's Vexana and Faramis who are now suddenly anti-heroes.
That's right.
Oh, that
That's
explains it. That's
Yeah.
why they made the Necro Keep sort of... The way they talk about Necro Keep made it sound like a good guy thing.
Really? Like they were serving a greater purpose in the life and death cycle of the Land of Dawn.
Okay, I understand.
Well,
cool.
Love the lore here for MLBB, but also we want to go ahead and remind everybody, now this time watching on TikTok with us, make sure you guys come and join the Goodie Bag Lottery and be one of our lucky winners.
If you want to, and only if you want to, you can go to TikTok. Go to the MPL Philippines TikTok channel if you really feel like it, at MPL PH_official. And please, pretty please, click the official live stream and click the top left corner to join the Goodie Bag Lottery. Do it.
Only if you want to.
No, do it.
Only if you want to, please.
No, do
You
it.
really shifted energy there, Redmar.
This is scary.
It's about catching them off guard, you know, sweeping the rug from under their table.
Yeah, well, I feel like that's what happened in that game too, man.
Yep.
AP Bren was able to do it in game one, and then Echo, what happened? They quickly adjusted in game two and made things work.
Although I'm not surprised, it was a Ling.
Yeah, it was.
a Ling.
Again, I'm still not convinced that we're in the assassin meta. Not yet.
I want to call it, again, I'm leaning towards the stress test kind of ideology here for what we're going to see. Also, we're going to take a look here at comics. This comic from
Ked's Art.
Yeah, and actually, I don't have to translate it. I was ready. I was already thinking in Tagalog here, guys.
All right,
but
so
it's
let's translate it in Tagalog. No, I'm kidding.
No. Ano yung favorite summer destination mo? What's your favorite summer destination? Beach, city parties, museum tours? For MPL Pro players, it is MSC 2024 in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
That's true. I want to go to Riyadh, man.
Yeah.
You've been there, right?
I have. You know, I hope that we get to go there
Hope so.
once again,
Hope we all
because
go.
yeah, it's going to be a big event, man. Mid-season cup is
biggest.
just a part.
It'll be the biggest.
Yeah, it's just a part of a huge. What is it? The World Esports Cup.
World Cup.
World Esports Cup.
This
Esports
is-
World Cup.
It's a world.
That's massive. And
Thanks.
we know what's at stake, $3 million and much more. We've got one more comic in store for you guys from Kedzart as well. This one's in Tagalog. I'll let you go ahead and take this, Renmar.
If this is our last moment, easy, yay, we won. At least we did our best. Oh, that's wholesome.
You know what's grabbing my attention here?
Yeah.
Is the fact that it's an old MLBB win screen.
Yeah.
Really, that's what you're focusing on here.
Yeah. Like, what year is that from? 2017? Look at that.
He potentially took artistic liberty, you know?
It could have just been an artistic liberty.
That's also just, you know, a shout out to how far it's come.
I can't even remember where that screen was from.
Yeah, I can't either. I did just get a flashback, though, to the original UI.
Right?
When the game first released.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, man, how has it changed? And again, thank you to Kedzart for those amazing comments. I love seeing the comics, by the way, from all our artists throughout the regular season. Hopefully, we get some really great ones, of course, for playoffs ahead of us.
I want Kedzart to make us.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think Kedzart has ever drawn the We Bear Bros.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they go that route, but also we're going to hear from Benny Cutie right now on this quick interview. Let's check it out.
Scratch Man.
This season, masasabi kong nagtagumpay ako if maulit yung feeling nung season 11, tama ba? Season 11, na mabuhat ulit yung trophy. Kasi para sa akin, yun naman yung mostly purpose ng mga player na parang yun yung pinaka gusto nila ma-achieve. Kumbaga, para sa akin, ayoko mag-settle for less. Gusto ko yung pinakamataas yung makuha ko para once na hindi ko man makuha, siguro, kahit magkaroon lang spot sa MSC, makapaglaro doon, masabi ko na rin nagtagumpay ako nung season na yun. Inaalay ko yung season 13 para sa wife ko, pati sa anak ko, and kay Juan Man, pati kay Seska. Kasi simula nung medyo na-reach ko yung tuktok na, ayan, pag world champ ako, marami ring tao talaga na malalaman mo na ayan, nawawala sa buhay mo. So, sila na lang talaga yung, ayan, yung kasama ko araw-araw. Yan, even after practice nga, like nababanggit ko sa ibang interview na kasama ko. Ayun, so silang dalawa talaga yun. Na pag may times na tinatamad ako mag-practice, kunyari ganyan, nakatamad mag-RG kasi parang feel ko parang walang learnings, ganun. Iniisip ko sila, tinitignan ko sila. And then parang bumabalik ako sa main reason ko kung bakit ko ba ginagawa in the first place. So, magsisikap ulit ako.
What a heartful message there from Benny Cutie. Again, a lot of these people, you have to know your why for the stuff that you're doing. And for him, it is his family, Seska, and his baby, Wan, right? His daughter. And so, again, when you've reached the top before, and you've been a champion, you've been a world champion and everything, you always have to go back to that main reason, the main why for you, and really finding yourself on what makes you feel that achievement, because we've heard that before. And now for this game, when it comes down to APBR will pick the blue side
Going to game
for
3.
game number 3. It's a second game 3. Man, I feel, hey, if the next series we go to 3 games again, that will be the most games we've had in the regular season, I think. We haven't had it 9 days.
9, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We'll save the best for last.
Oh, hopefully we get to close out our season that way. That'll be a very interesting end, a great end.
And then
to
hopefully
season 13.
7 games in the grand finals.
Oh, let's go.
I would. Even 5 games in the semis. Right?
5
the
and
upper
7.
and the lower. Let's do it.
Let's do it. That's
Why
what we're
not?
hoping for. And now, I mean, again, what it comes down to is I want to know do we still go with a stress test or not, or do we go back?
No.
Do we go back?
Wait.
To the setup here.
Here's the thing. If you go for the stress test, and the stress test was only really caused by the fact that so many junglers were banned, right?
Yeah.
So what if now they ban normally, which I think we're on our way to, right? APBR on the play, banning out the Minotaur, the Luyi, and the Vixana. Echo banning out the Matilda and the Frederin. Is this a Harith ban here?
I would like a Harith ban for Echo. Maybe, well, if they ban out the Harith, they could call for an early Roger pickup, but we have seen Roger get first picked a couple of times this season, if I'm not mistaken. There are teams who are not necessarily shy to pick it up. Yeah, you can just go Harith here, unless you want to contest the back, play the whole Baksha Barrett's game.
No, you'll end up with one or the other, so you're fine.
Yeah.
Right? Pick up the castle. I mean the Harith. Do it.
Harith.
There it is.
Of course it is.
Little boy.
Then I'd rather have the Baksha or Barrett's.
I would say if it's Echo, Baksha.
All right.
Ooh, Bax Val.
Valentina getting a little bit more love earlier on in the draft.
What?
That's different. Okay, no, it's like because Echo know that they can still
They'll end up with one or the other.
With one or the other.
And it doesn't matter. Okay, you know what surprises me though? Renmar Santa Cruz. You know what surprised me though?
Yes, Leo.
Is that it's the Arlo just went through. Neither
Yes.
team prioritized it.
And now with Echo having the Valentina, AP Brand's going to be thinking about what ultimates they want to give. So are they going to pick up the Arlot? Are they going to pick up a Grok to get Vision up against the chip?
There's the
They
box.
get the box and they go. Angela, this has to be a mid lane Angela for few, please.
It must be.
It has to be.
We've seen and groaned at Rome Angelas. Okay, here we go. Echo now. Do they go for the Barats? Because if they don't go for the Barats here, best believe AP Brand's going to ban it. That's it.
Yeah, for sure it's going to be the Barrets because with the chip present, it's not just going to be all chip. You also have the Barrets be the front line. So, taking things out now, you're going to have to take out Rome. I would like to see Echo take out the Grok. Oh, they're reading into. They're really thinking that Ogwen might pick up this Rome Angela.
Yeah. So now, what else is AP Brand to close the gap on? Gold laners. Take out the Raj.
Roger.
And the Nathan.
Nathan. Okay.
Whoa, look at this. Phew. 60 heroes. He has the most unique heroes used in MPL PH history.
I mean,
Damn.
him, and then I think there's also Rebo. You're also considering Rebo. Because again, few in recent memory, I'm just again throwing back to maybe 6-9 months ago.
Yeah.
He played a mid lane Grok and a mid lane Fred.
Yeah, the mid lane Fred, I
Right?
remember that.
And I'm marking out over it. I love it.
I would call that the Hero Ocean at that point instead of a Hero Pool, and that's the last ban towards that gold lane. Roger's going to be picked up, though.
The Scratch Man.
Scratch Man.
Crash man. Okay, and I understand why AP Brand would take away the Claude. It's because if there's a Claude plus a chip already on the side of Echo, that's way too much map presence you're going to be dealing with.
You're literally everywhere at the same time.
Yeah, so this time it's like they want Echo to be a little bit more present in the objectives and just take them on there.
So now, AP Brand have to close up their draft. They still have yet to pick up a definitive roamer and a hero for Flap.
All right, what can Flap pull out here?
What's the Filipino cannon to get? He doesn't know what his lane mate is going to be exactly still, though.
Are they still going to just end up with a Terizla? They need something tanky.
The Rizzler?
Yeah,
The Rizzler.
because if ever this is going to be a Rome Angela, it just can't be the Boxer that's your tanky presence. You need another frontliner.
Exactly.
Edith. Okay. And you Zhong.
The Zhong!
Okay, good thing it's a mid lane Angela.
That's good. That's good.
Oh, Nolan.
Whoa, swerve.
What?
Just like earlier.
XP Barats it is.
Okay, well, we saw how good that can actually work, though, the XP Barats, how that was built up and everything else. How are we feeling about the lineup, though, from AP Bren?
AP Bren here. All of them are actually valid Angela targets.
Yeah.
Right? So there's that. And I'm also a fan of the fact that they swerved the Angela mid at the very last moment, and it went up where it needed to go. So with that said, the only thing I'm worried about is what if Karthus is on fire? What if after that game 2, he carries the same momentum and just blasts everyone, just kills them before they even get a hard guard on?
Oh.
That's what's worrying me. That's what I think AP Brand has to worry about too. And all the more it's possible for Echo because they got the chip.
Yep. Well, let's see if that unfolds here. Once again, as you guys get a last look here, watch it on YouTube. Let us know. Hashtag AP Bren, hashtag Echo for a chance to win 1,000 diamonds. Don't forget your user IDs and server IDs as well. We're going to be jumping into the Land of Dawn again, the last one for this matchup between AP Bren and Echo. It'll all come down to this. But once again, both teams already securing their spots for the playoffs, the 1 and 2 seed.
AP Bren has a lineup mainly magic. Echo just needs to build the Radiant armors. For the side of Echo, mostly physical. So AP Bren needs those Twilight armors and those antique cuirasses.
Yep, so expect priority on the Dreadnought armor. Real quick, a peek at their emblem builds. The common emblem on Sanford there. And so far that means he wants to dominate the Yuzhong. He wants to stay in lane a little longer.
I was going to say, very different from what we saw earlier, right? Where it was like pretty much pure tank emblems, but this will be a little bit different from Sanford. So we'll see how that play into that Yuzhong. Again, you can also expect Few to utilizing the hard guard, even on Flap TZ when needed. It can cause a lot of havoc later on towards these objectives, but right now we take a look at these early rotations and really where things kind of set into place now. For AP Bren, as we're talking about the potential that Echo has the momentum, they're on file, Carl TZ especially. Where's AP Bren's best fighting potential? Is it the early game or is it more towards that mid-game?
I'll say mid-game. Again, it's Echo who's actually calling the shots this early on. Right. And as soon as JP chooses where to linger, much like they did AP Bren in Game 1 with the same hero chip, then that's where the switch will be flipped. And again, expect Echo to go a little faster once the ult from the chip goes online. So yeah, definitely Echo. Early on, they have to be the ones to make sure that tempo's on their side.
Okay, we see that level 4 is being garnered here on the bottom side. Fuse already got it, and Flap now as well. They got the flicker out from Sanford earlier, but here's the turtle take.
Black Dragon form with a hard guard onto that Yuzhong, and Sanji gets rushed down by AP Bren. Pushed back by the Yuzhong is Echo. And this is the problem that Echo has against the lineup of AP Bren. A lot of control, a lot of forward peel. Carl TZ, is he going to be able to get his purple buff? And most importantly, is he going to be able to survive this? He does both.
Okay, but hold on,
Sanford might not be able to hold on, but he's under the turret, so he gets that damage reduction.
All right, Echo and AP Bren know exactly what the logic states, what the math on board will dictate, and that's why they just, again, lean hard into it and said, you know what? Damn the odds. We're going to go ahead, and when you're not ready, pull the trigger, hard guard into the Black Dragon form. Carl, looking for one.
Yeah, Super Mario.
Oh, that hurts all. 50% health gone already from the Harith with one full-on combo coming in from the Nolan, but JP gets punished. Ogwin, the rotation just on time. But here comes the shortcut, a little bit too late. Sanji steals the ultimate of the Edith and goes back to mid.
Oh, man. They're feeling good about that exchange. Super Marco smelt that, sniffed that out, and was able to play around it.
Okay, so interesting mechanics there. Wait,
Oh, Carl TZ a little bit too deep, dashing away, immobilized. The Zaman Force, and the damage from the Edith takes him out. Carl TZ mistimed the invade.
That was just a threat of activation, by the way. Few never really had to go into Ogwin. Again, something to note, JP did pull the trigger on the ult, and then he died, and the ult was still casting. So that can happen. You can't set up the ult on the chip and then eventually go for a delayed entry, even if you're gone. So he can play scapegoat. He can sacrifice himself.
I was going to say, that's pretty good utility. You know, if you can really utilize it and play around that. But Sanji.
Oh, he's going to get caught off here. No flicker. Actually just used it. He's going to be able to get away, but already forced out the Primal Wrath that he had stolen from the Edith in the top lane. He's going to have to steal another ultimate later on.
Okay, we're back to it once again. Turtle flicker from Sanford.
Entry by Sanford, not going to be able to land the death in his welcome now. Looks like he might get punished, but JP's here for the stun as well. Carl TZ looking for the burst down. Angela Heartguard is what we're waiting for here. But just a threat of activation, as you mentioned earlier, by Few. No commitment just yet, as the turtle has spawned.
All right, no one to burst down from AP Bren. Again, I was looking at Few, I was looking at Super Marco, maybe a softer Flap TZ for Carl TZ to hunt down. But none of that happened. Again, 5 minutes in.
Black Dragon form again by Flap TZ. Hard guard is going to be committed onto that Yuzhong. Going to be difficult for Echo to contest this. The AP Bren get it without a problem, but looks like Echo want to fight it out. JP with the stuns. The terrifies onto the members of AP Bren, but they're way too tacky right now. The damage that are being dealt out against the members of Echo a little bit too much. Sanji going to get petrified, and he gets taken down. Sanford as well. San duo taken out by AP Bren.
Man, they will drop right there, and AP Bren. Hey, the question was,
Carl
Marco
finds Marco.
He's fine.
Yeah, Few, Carl TZ there means Echo needs to back off.
The question was Carl TZ on fire? Would they ride into that momentum? And right now, 5.5 minutes in, AP Bren has stopped them from going express mode. Now, it is still early on, but right now with this kind of lead that they've managed to get themselves here, AP Bren's in a good position.
I mean, it's early on, yes, but AP Bren have expedited the mid-game so quickly. Again, we're waiting on one more turtle, but you're already looking at 3K gold lead.
Okay, is JP gonna commit the shortcut here? We're waiting for it to be seen. No, he does not. He needs to get away from here. The flicker already committed, and that's gonna be JP down. No more roamer for the side of Echo. Medicuti's here to help out Sanji, just to send them back. Super Marco taking a lot of damage, but the hard guard from the Angela saves the golden of AP Bren. Tower gonna be down, plus a kill. AP Bren are replicating what happened in game number 1.
Looking at the item game, and of course, the net worth from both sides. 1,000 between Marco and Benny. And then relatively small lead for Carl Teasy, but then again, from there across the board, it's all AP Bren. So it's in these micro engagements, these little wins that AP Bren are getting across the map that allow for them to deny Echo any retaliation, any clapback, anything to gain. Which will
flicker forward, Detonus welcome. Actually, no, not the flicker. Sanford already getting the bite. I'm gonna have to recorrect myself again. He did have to commit the flicker there. Zaman Force dropped down here, which means Echo is gonna back off. 7 seconds until the turtle spawns. I don't think Echo want to contest this. They are not in the right shape to.
Which mimics what happened in game 1. It's the same situation. AP Bren playing close to perfect. AP Bren winning every single engagement and then not letting Echo recover. Again, there was a sign of life earlier, but now it looks like AP Bren just want to go for the jugular.
Oh, they missed the timing there. Carl TZ went through the portal of the chip. He gets petrified, threatened by Flap TZ. He backs off.
Man, so yeah, like you guys mentioned, you know, with this, that's 3 turtles in the hands of AP Bren. They're very comfortable in this position, and they've set themselves up for a really good transition into that first Lord ult.
Flap TZ might get caught out here. Hard guard is going to come in just in time. No, he doesn't commit it anymore. Few. I believe the discussion there between AP Bren was don't commit anymore. I am out of here. Carl TZ, though, not going to be enough damage to burst down Few, but he does bring him down to 50% health.
Yeah. So already getting that pick off, as I was saying leading into that, you know, AP Bren still managing this lead that they have. It's going to set themselves up for that advantage for the Lord Dance, the first one. But Echo, and we have to take a look at the items too, you know, where is that timing for them? Is it now for that power spike?
Yeah, I'd say Echo have a respectable arsenal, especially on their cores. I'm looking at Benny, I'm looking at Carl. But the way the map looks, and the way that AP Bren are just going at it, I'd say like baby Ubes, not exactly all 5 men going together, right?
Yeah.
It's more of buddy system plus a backup from Few. It's just so hard for Echo to deal with right now, even if they have the chip.
Signature AP Bren buddy system. We've discussed it multiple times throughout the season, and they're just showing why they ended up winning Season 12, why they ended up winning the M5 World Championship. And one thing though, I really gotta still commend Echo in terms of the items, the map. Yes, AP Bren has a little bit more presence, but just a slight readjustment means Echo can level things out. They've gotten resources in other parts of the map, despite losing all the turtles, despite being down in kills. It's actually quite miraculous. Echo is in a good spot as this.
Okay, mid lane, that's the focus. They want to clear some of these out the best they can, but it's ultimately that Lord they want to go for. Sanji picks up the ultimate over from Kyle TZ.
Ooh, that's less than ideal.
Yeah, that's not the one he probably wanted, but he grabbed it.
This ain't it, Chief.
Yeah, we'll see.
Not sublime.
We'll see what he does with it, but if he decides to give it up or how they want to move around this Kyle TZ or Carl TZ on the bottom side, though.
Kyle going after JP. They're not going to be able to knock up the roamer of Echo. Kyle TZ gets terrified, gets a little bit of control. Primal Wrath already committed by Ogwin. That's going to be the Detonus welcome on to Kyle TZ. No more juggler here for AP Bren, but no, he's going to be able to get away. Here comes the shortcut coming out from the chip. Kyle TZ waiting at the wings. Doesn't have the right target to be able to burst it down. Kyle TZ goes back. It's going to be a slight reset for AP Bren.
He's going to take the orange.
Yep, and again, he's just taking care of that long lane. Impressive situational awareness from Carl TZ. He's making AP Bren think twice about committing into that Lord Pit.
Uh-oh, Carl TZ, rather, thinking if he was going to commit into that bottom wave or not, then yes, he's going to let that push out.
He's levels ahead.
Levels ahead, yeah. Oh, that's where it was, probably the farm. He's 2 levels above Kyle TZ. So Carl TZ, can he somehow pull off a play here? He gets close enough. No, not in range for the Retribution. And this is going to be AP Bren fighting it out. Primal Wrath, everything. The hard guards on the Harith. JP is down. Sanford trying to hold on. Beniguti trying to damage, but it's going to be too tanky for the members of AP Bren. That's 3 down on the side of Echo. Beniguti, he's going to try to get Kyle TZ, but that's going to be a little bit too tanky. That Baksha, he backs off.
Just scratches him and runs back. He's like, hey, I'm here. I'm out of here. Oh, man. And that as you guys saw unfold there, the power of having that Angela into that Harith can be devastating around those objective fights.
Yep, again, that's one of the few times actually few committed to it, right?
Yeah.
And we were waiting for it. We were looking for an output. We were waiting for a result. And boy, oh boy, was it glorious. He picked the right target too. It was Super Marco. And we'll see here in the replay exactly
there it is.
The output of his work, the magnum opus that was this duo, the buddy system in full display from target to target. I'm pretty sure they were calling as they were in synchronized flow, right?
Yeah.
Who's the target? Who are we killing? 1, 2, and 3. And no one died from AP Brent. So again, target acquisition, amazing, immaculate from AP Brent.
Great decision making there from AP Brent. And now this Lord will go down, but Echo will lose a couple more turrets in this push. Tier 2 in the mid lane to follow now. And once again, you can expect AP Brent taking the systematic approach. They're happy with what they got there in the first Lord. They'll get prepped and ready for the next as they continue to build up. And even as we take a look at the real-time win rate here for Echo, again, they still have opportunity here. Benny Cutie has not gone down yet, is still able to play. Sanji has struggled a little bit, and I think part of it too is just finding the right ultimate to utilize because he's having a hard time getting in range to take it. But this time, again, they're going to fight for some of the resources for now. And for Echo, it's just kind of a waiting game.
Yep, Kyle TZ there denied Carl the purple. Carl does get his orange, but again, what you really need as a Nolan is that purple buff despite the adjustments that it received earlier on. But 4K ahead, looking at our gold laners. Yeah, Super Marco is just way too far ahead. He's 1,000 and change ahead of Benny Cutie, and that's why maybe the Scratch Man isn't as willing to jump in as he used to.
I'm just going to say Scratchman isn't as badass as the Storm. But yung Benny.
You know,
it's growing on me.
Anytime he plays Roger, we'll allow it.
Well, I'm...
Scratch Man.
I'm sorry I brought that out in the world.
You know why?
Just call him DJ Benny.
No, that's what I'm saying. Some people will think, Scratch Man? Is it literally just like he's scratching like he's Roger? But no. It's a DJ.
He's like a DJ.
It's the scratch, the records.
Waka waka.
Right?
Are DJs ever called Scratchmen?
Yeah.
They can be.
Yeah. Why not, right?
What do you mean, why
Scratch
not?
the records.
Yeah.
I thought that's where you were going with it, Leo.
All right, here we go. Onto the Lord Dance. I think still AP Brent very much with the advantage. Because look, even Carl is saying let's not. But wait, yeah, we do have JP. We do have Chip.
They're going to be committing shortcut. Carl TZ is here. He's going to be able to red it. What in the hell? But the knockup by Ogwen. Earth Shatter plus the flicker. Gets Sanford. Gets Carl TZ. And JP will be next. AP Brent just like that with a massive win, even though they lost the Lord.
They don't know Sanji's here. They don't know Sanji's here.
Sanji in the back. Oh, it's only Kyle TZ, and they're going to be turning their attention towards his Valentina. That's going to be the conceal. Chasing the Valentina, flickering away. Sanji is down. The Lord is marching at the bot. And Sanji's diversion as the Valentina helped out.
I mean, they were buying time so that hopefully Lord would have stayed here a little longer, got a few more hits on it, but again, that's all they get. Half health on that bottom lane inhibitor. AP Brand cleaning up house.
And they get it real quick too. Let's take a look at the items falling into place here.
Blade of Despair on his way. There you go. Benny Cutie picks it up, but he's still about 1,000 and change behind Super Marco, but the fact still remains. He hasn't died yet. But we've yet to see him do anything amazing. On our core here, the one that actually stole away the Lord, I think that's best case scenario. You know, like you're willing to give it up just so that the map doesn't clearly go AP Brent's way.
Yeah. I think that looks like that's the play for Echo. They're going to allow Carl TZ to split push, and then they're just going to rely on the shortcut by the chip and good timing from it so that Carl TZ can get in time to steal it away.
It's basically Fanny Erling at home.
Yeah. except Nolan is like hopping universes, teleporting and stuff.
With the help of a cybernetically enhanced fox.
So he's far away from home.
Cyber furry.
And you know what's kind of scary is the fact that, again, Carl TZ doesn't have to get kills. He doesn't have to do any of that. But if he can just play around with that little bit of finesse, get these Lords stolen somehow, some way, that can inch Echo closer to winning this game 3. That's kind of all it takes for them. So I think AP Bren, you have to really pay attention to how do they adjust from what just happened with that. And you can see that Rose Meteor being picked up here by Carltesia as well. Giving him that little bit extra time, even if he has to force himself in that range, in that fighting pit. But look at this, Conceal going to be used.
Oh, Sanford's going to get caught out there. Ogun Earthshadow. Oh, Deathless Welcome was committed so that he wouldn't get thrown back. And now damage on the Flapteasy.
Wow.
The damage by Benny Cutie. The counter for Echo. And AP Brenner running for the hills. Ogun trying to hold back the damage dealers. Knock up by Ogun. Earth Shatter. Kyle Teasy, Super Marco, and the Angela still healthy. But Ogun is not. Shut down. Purple buff gets secured by Carl. Echo are still in this.
Did you see the Scratch Man take out the dragon?
That was good. That was good. 3 words for you. Divide and conquer. The only reason why that was possible for Echo to win, and again, the reason why they won that engagement was because AP Bren were caught off guard. That wasn't the buddy system in place. They were literally in way 2 different places, and it all started with Sanford hitting the Dennis Welcome onto, what's that? That was Kyle Teasy?
That was Oakwood.
That was Oakwood throwing him into that mid lane inhibitor and going from there. Next was Flap, and then the rest of AP Brand could not respond. Amazing recovery from Echo.
And you saw how much damage the burst potential from Carlteasy came out, forcing that dragon form.
Yeah.
And wow, what a play.
Flapteasy, it looked like he was gonna mess up the backline of Echo, but then he instantly popped Dragon
checked.
Form to get away. That was like a heat check.
And then he's the one who got popped.
Yeah, and then to add to that, I really want to go back to Sanford there. If he was the one who got knocked up and then thrown back by that Edith, it would have been AP Bren's fight starting the temple. But since it was AP Bren forced to react that, oh my goodness, Oakland got caught out by the Detonus Welcome, because Sanford timed it perfectly, then it became Echo's fight to win.
And with that, the gold lead that AP Brent held on for so long is diminished. And this real-time win rate cannot be true. That was what we had from the last time.
I'd say it's
right
closer
now,
to 50-50
Yeah,
now.
it's got to be 50-50. Echo going to be marching in bottom.
Missile Expert, look at the damage onto Kyle Teasy. That's just a bit, but 50% of his health gone just like that.
Okay, they deal with this Lord here. They lose that bottom. Conceal, going to be used.
Are they going to try to commit anything? They send back the members of Echo with the Black Dragon form. And now it's Echo's turn to be systematic, calculated with how they're going to continue the siege against AP Bren.
Wow, suddenly, Echo have a synchronized map. Again, this is also a byproduct of that chip. They're able to be in different places.
Sanji going in, that's going to be JP coming in with a little bit of a crowd control. But JP got really low. He's going to be taken down here. AP Bren with a counter. And they send back the roamer of Echo, but Echo have now turned AP Bren's base naked.
Mission accomplished here. They got the base exposed.
They let the minions do the work.
Yeah.
Again, that was a longer drawn-out fight. They sacrificed JP along the way, but you know, it was a dirty job. Someone's got to do it. A minute away, JP will have been ready for it, and respectable gold benefit from Echo. Again, 3,000. That's what you get from cleaning up your opponent's base. That's permanent damage AP Bren have to deal with, which is, again, partly okay. Honestly, they're fine with this because they can keep few planted in the base and taking down minions. That's one of the strengths now that AP Bren have to leverage and can do, which is, again, a roundabout way of doing what Carlteasy has been doing.
Yeah.
Being across through the map, split pushing, waiting for chip.
And farming his mind out. He's 4,000 gold ahead of Kyle Teasy. And I know this is a Nolan versus a Baksha. That can be for a debate, but still, Carl Teasy has done what probably the best thing you can do on a Nolan into this pick, of course, and really played around it. So when you see those team fights break out and you see health bars drop really drastically, a lot of that damage is being pumped out, obviously, from Carl Teasy, and then you allow Benny Cutie to pick off and follow up. But look at this, bottom side.
Kyle and Carl plus Benny, but they know they have to be wary of the hard guard, and they back off. Ogwin and Super Marco are thinking about it, though, and Echo are looming there as well.
They're going to maintain the lanes, though, and this is where often when we see that Angela picked up, you are able to kind of maintain some of this, but only for so long, and you have to keep an eye on the pressure from the side lanes. You can always hard guard in. Lord is now up here. You're going to see both of these teams take this very carefully. And even looking at this, like I said, the damage dealt from Carl Teasy is going to be there. He's done an amazing job farming what he could. So now it's really how do you play this out as we get further and further into this game. More Lords come up. So Benny Cutie and Sanford will pick this up, start it up. You can already see Carl Teasy waiting down there. Knows that he has a shortcut available to him. So now the Lord Dance will commit here.
Yeah, and JP is going to use Y-Walk to go into that beacon near Sanford. He has to go there. No, he goes behind. He goes behind. But that's going to be Kyle Teasy securing the Lord for AP Bren. Echo, they're not going to be able to commit the play here, but they're going to be going for the fight. Ogwen already committing the Primal Wrath and the hard guard by the Angela. He's trying to save Ogwen for as long as possible, and it's working. It's helping. Sanji gets taken out. AP Bren, though, lose Ogwen. No Roamer. Roamer for mid-trade, but the Lord goes to APB.
That's a big win for AP Bren. Echo tried to pull the same thing they did earlier, which allowed for them to recover. They tried to split up the body system, tried to pick fights on many different fronts in about the same vicinity. But this time around, AP Bren were able to recollapse. They were able to regroup and eventually kill Sanji, who was way out of position. They traded out Ogwen, true enough, but that's a trade I'm willing to take any day. A roamer for a mid laner.
100%. And with that, you're wondering, were they just... Was the idea to give up the Lord? The timing was not there for them, so then it was like, we want to win the fight, but look at the bottom.
Oh, Carl and JP, they're trying what Rafflesia did. They can't commit the shortcut, and they're going to be going for broke here. They're going to be Benny Cutie getting the kill onto the Angela. Flap Teasy defending. Kyle Teasy is here, but up top, Echo have Sanford to defend against the Lord. Along the Sanji, Valentina as well. AP Bren defends, and Echo back off.
It's a base race. Almost. But just the same, a quick recall button will return Echo back to their base. That was close for both sides, but I think AP Bren, successfully penetrated top lane inhibitor.
I mean, they were prepared for that play from JP, and I mean, from that lore, they at least got that top inhibitor, but still for Echo, I feel like they would actually be okay with that because it's like we kept it from being our entire base turrets down, and now they're on this side of the map.
Oh, JP going forward. Purple buff secured by Kyle Teasy. That's going to be the Black Dragon form from the Valentina. Are they going to press forward here? Angela, they have lost their timing. Fuel will be back. So with a hard guard back, Echo back off.
A minute until another Lord. Again, it's approaching max scaling. This is an evolved Lord both teams are looking to get their hands on. Now, let me harken back to something that we're worried and we're wondering about. That last Lord that just spawned, that was taken care of by Echo, they were so far from it. I think they were just willing to trade it off, right? How about this one?
Yeah.
What about this one 30 seconds from now? Are they going to be so open to just let it go to AP Bren for the potential of a turn? I'd like to think not. I'd like to think maybe they're over the fact that maybe we can just suddenly blitz and turn. Maybe we should secure the Lord first and then kill. Or feign the focus on the Lord and then go for the wipeout. Because, again, if you're talking about weaponizing the map, I think Echo is just able to do it so much easier.
I was going to say, I thought, weaponizing the map, weaponizing the chip, the pick that you have here, the way you can kind of maneuver things around. And it's, hey, we've seen Echo do this many times before, even before Chip was introduced into the Land of Dawn. So now that they have that available, we'll see how they approach it. You can already see the positioning happening here for both teams now that this Lord is up. And, we're almost to that 25-minute mark. Things get a little more risky, dicey here.
Yeah.
Carl Teasy will wait as well, but Oakwood, Super Marco having the same idea. So they're going to just kind of keep things under control right now.
And what makes it tougher for AP Bren is the fact that they have no more inhibitors, while Echo have mid and bottom.
Yeah.
So wave management for them is on hard mode. They're going uphill.
Remind the world what you two have brought out. Echo, the Season 11 and M4 World Champions. AP Bren, the Season 12 and M5 World Champions. This series, earlier in the season, went 3 games, which AP Bren won. Now Echo can no longer challenge for the top 1 spot. But damn, they can win this if they can find a way to do so with the lead that they have. But I feel like as long as the Angela lives for AP Bren, the Heart Guard is the main defense of APB.
Not only that, but a potential to find a pick-off, utilizing the flicker available. Wait, look at this.
They're rushing it.
Kyle TZ takes a lot of damage. Ogun really low. Are they going to commit the shortcut? Because Carl TZ needs to get in time here for the steal. Here comes Carl. Here comes the Nolan. Here comes the hard guard. Who gets this Lord? It goes to Ogun! The Edith! Winter Truncheon for Sanford. JP brought really low. Super Marco has the hard guard. And AP Bread. It looks good for them. AP Bread are chasing Echo. They're running for the hills. But watch Carl TZ.
Carl TZ making his way down the mid. They have to do something.
They have to. 5 seconds. Benny holding on against Flap. Few is here. Carl can't go for the split Chen. And this Nolan will get chased down.
Okay, they hold it together and now they're hunting Carl.
Super Marco gets the kill onto Carl TZ.
That's a shield.
A single chrono dash plus a basic attack.
Yep.
That was ridiculous. And now this seems inevitable with just a Roger left to defend. What's Echo to do?
Benny Cutie, try as he will. 25 seconds until the next member of Echo spawns.
Remember your why!
Brotzlow, remember your why! But AP Bren will remind the world and will remind Echo why they are the champions of the Philippines and the reigning champions of the world! The Bees get 3 over Echo!
And there we go. Series concluded. And once again, AP Bren, that #1 spot in the seeds. The seed standing for the playoffs. Echo, though, what a match here.
Impressive back and forth, the push and pull, the tug of war between these two World Championship franchises. Could have sworn Echo had their number, especially since the map did not look like it was siding with the Bees. But some way, somehow, in a flash, in a blink of an eye, AP Bren collapsed onto JP's attempt, and that's all she wrote.
Yep, again, it's always great to watch these two teams battle it out. I mean, we said that back in week 3, man, when we finally got to see them play, and not disappointed here too. You can see again this healthy rivalry, I would almost put it at, between AP Bren and Echo. You know, it's great to see, and I can't wait to see what happens in the playoffs ahead of them. Because, again, I would say even for this lineup, Carl TZ was doing the right things. I love to see it on the Nolan here. But ultimately, they were not able to win that last fight given out. But they take their bow. The fans here for Echo, obviously proud of them as well. And I'm sure even the Echo Express fans can't wait to see what happens in the playoffs. And the adjustments that will obviously be made over the next weeks ahead of us. But man, AP Bren, they got to hydrate after that one. You can see them holding the bottles as well. Let's go hear from them and throw it over to the stage with Mara and Hands to hear from AP Bren.
Congratulations to AP Bren! AP Bren, you've just finished at the top seed of our standing with 35 points. Currently, ang AP Bren ay #1. Phew! Congratulations! Ang lupit ng ipinakita nyo. Para sa iyo ba, testament ba to kung gaano kayo kalakas bilang world champion? What did you guys think about yung pinakita nyo ngayon?
Feeling ko hindi pa eh. Parang kulang pa eh. Kasi mahirap din mag-expect eh. Regular season pa lang eh. Sa playoffs talaga makikita kung sino yung malakas sa PH.
Anong ibig sabihin mo na hindi pa kulang pa? Ano pa yung kulang sa'yo? Kasi para sa amin, ang lakas-lakas nyo na eh.
Baka kasi pag inisip namin yun, wala na kaming i-improve eh. Tapos pagdating sa playoffs, mag-improve yung mga kalaban namin. So
ayaw mong maging complacent, ayaw mong maging overconfident.
Opo.
Right mindset.
This time around, I wanna ask si Kyle TZ. Kyle, gusto ko lang i-mention yung isa sa mga bagay na nakita natin from game #1, yung nag-flicker si JP papasok para sana dun sa final slash, pero napigilan mo using yung shield unity, yung bunggo. Okay, so paano mo ba nagagawa yun? Like, naiisip mo ba siya kagad? Mechanics ba siya? Or what do you think about that play? Paano mo siya na-execute ng maayos?
Wala, ano po yun? Nakagulong lang po ako nun, tapos nag-flicker po siya, yun, nabangga.
Ano, coach?
Chamba lang.
Tsamba lang daw. Tsamba lang. Pero sa mga ganong klase ng sitwasyon, when is it right to make the aggressive play? Like, kailan nyo nararamdaman as a team na yun yung tamang desisyon?
Kapag nakuha namin yung first turtle, babae na ako sa jungle ng kalaban.
Alright, so it really is condition-based. This time around, I also want to ask si Flap. Asan si Flap? You can go ahead and ask Flap. Flap TZ, as the top seed, ang makakalaban nyo ay kung sino yung team na magsusurvive sa 4, 5, and 6th seeds. So the question is, meron ka bang inaabangan sa kanila na
Oo nga,
sino?
sino? Yung gusto mong
Ang inaabangan
makalaban sa yun.
Feel ko po yung blacklist.
Bakit blacklist?
Kasi playoffs mode na sila eh. Tapos lahat sa past seasons, lagi silang nasa grand finals. So, tingin ko blacklist.
Okay, Blacklist International ang gusto nila makalaban. Ito naman, kay Ogwen, you guys are about to defend your title sa playoffs. Meron ba kayong pressure na nararamdaman? Or is this like a normal thing for you guys now, seeing na ready kayong sumaba kahit sino? Pero yung totoo if you could be totally honest. Kasi they say, it's harder to defend your title than to win a championship. So, may pressure ba dyan?
Ano lang po yung konting pressure lang po yung nararamdaman ko. Pero di ko lang alam po sa as a team. Pero feel ko naman basta di lang kami magpabaya, kaya namin i-defend yung title.
Okay, in your point of view, eto ba ang best version ng AP brand? Sa tingin niyo ba mas lumakas kayo kumpara sa last season?
Tingin ko mas may lalakas pa kami pagdating ng playoffs.
Mas may ilalakas pa. At etong si Ogwen sobrang lupit nito. Kaya ito ang MVP ng game number 3. Ogwen. Ogwen, anong gusto mo sabihin? Invite mo naman sila na supportahan kayo kasi mag-playoffs na.
Thank you sa mga nanonood sa venue, tsaka sa fans ng AP Brand, tsaka sa ikaw na rin sa pag-support at tsaka sa pag-hype na sa venue. Abangan nyo kami sa playoffs. Maglalaro kami ng malupit dun. Tsaka, belated happy birthday kay Boss Jab.
And Mara, I think Coach Ducky also wants to say something just to show his gratitude.
Belated happy birthday kay Boss Jab. Tsaka, nagpapasalamat ako sa Peso for coming in, for upholding the standards of Philippine esports. Kay Boss Lon, baka naman.
Congratulations once again to AP Brand. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory.
Let's go!
AP Brand, 35 points. Number 1 sa ating standings. So tingnan natin kung makukuha nga ba nila yung Blacklist International? Makakatapat ba nila sa ating playoffs?
Well, we're about to figure that one out sa darating na play-ins. But the defending champions are in their form. But Ogwen believes na meron pa silang mas ilalakas.
At ano nga ba ang masasabi ng mga casters sa lakas ng ipinakita ng AP Brand? Casters, pasok!
Thank you very much, Mara, Hans, and great to hear from AP Bren once again. And as you saw it, they have now solidified that top spot for the playoffs. They'll be waiting. They'll be sitting pretty. We know the MVP for that game, number 3. It was a long one in this one. Again, Ogwen here on that Edith, able to pull some amazing things off here.
Check out the swift talent on the young Ogin Onigo, who was actually key to allowing for AP Bren to give Echo a no-choice situation. If you're going to try to play the map, then there's few you have to deal with. And of course, AP Bren's superhuman game sense and macro mechanics. And then if you go into a team fight, then all the more you're going to lose to Ogwin's Edith after unleashing a full-on 1-2 combo of CC turns into a DPS machine. That's just what the Edith afforded for the young roamer for AP Bren. So that being said, I'm going to throw back to the very last moment of this very long bout. As the highlights play out, you'll see that APBREN were calling the shots, controlling the map, which again allows for you to appreciate how well Echo held on, how they persevered and made this game last longer than it had any business doing so. I'm going to throw back to that last team fight, which you'll see here in a very short while, wherein Echo tried to go for a gambit, tried to go for a turn. This is one of those failed turns, wherein APBREN figured out that, hey, they were going to try to split us up again. Let's not let them do that. And then eventually, when they get the turn, which is not this, again, still there was another episode, there was still another round of back and forths, of pickoffs after pickoffs, because that was the one that led to the wipeout eventually. It's here.
Oh.
It's this one. Ogwin is going to score the take, and that's it right there. A basic attack is all it took. A basic attack while in primal form.
I like to call that the primal wrath, the play, the move, and then there's the knock up too, man.
So that's what made the difference. Again, he turned straight into a DPS machine, and that's what made it a no-choice situation for Echo. They had to think, do we play the map, do we play the fight? They leaned hard to the fight, they tried to turn on APBREN, but Ogwin said, not on my watch.
Man, and this is, it's crazy to see that it was 20-5.
Yeah.
Been, you know, at almost the 27-minute mark when you watch this, because it looked like there was a lot of good moments for Echo. Even that turn, like you mentioned, Leo. But APBREN coming down to those micro decisions and the way they played, even with an exposed base. Remember, their turrets were all down that they dealt with, and they were able to maintain things and turn things in their favor.
Yep, that was key to how few played this game. It's a mixture of a high-impact map-based or map-oriented Angela. Raptor and I were arguing off camera while APBREN was getting interviewed. How many successful heart guards did actually few pull the trigger on in this game? 27 minutes, Reptar's over was about 10, mine was about 5. That's what I counted, and that's what I think made the difference in their control of the map and how Echo could not really commit to saying, yeah, we'll just split push because they have no inhibitors left. Let's just go. Let's just run him over. And again, I think Reptar got the over this time around because again, 14 assists. You don't get that with just 5 hard cards.
Yeah.
So, yeah, maybe it is a little higher than I thought.
Yeah, multiple ones. Timing for few was on point, and our comment section on both MLBB Esports and Mobile Legends Bang Bang on the official YouTube streams for pointing it out. Damn, that Angela was so good. The timing was so good. And Super Marco, is this Deathless number 18 and a win for him?
Was he Deathless?
I want to double check that.
Did the stat just go over our heads? Because again, folks, the story of the game is more than just the numbers. It's all about the macro. It's all about how you play the map, and both teams did their best to do just that. But when it came down to it, again, in that very last moment, APBREN had Echo's number. One more look at our MVP's heat map. You'll see here the first 5 minutes, but what a spec in the 27-minute bout, the spectacle that was game number 3, and it was a very mid-centric. You'll see here, he roamed around mid very, very often in the first 5 minutes, in the opening minutes, and that allowed for, again, weirdly enough, few. The conversation always goes back to few to be able to tell how that mid-game would go, how that mid-game control would eventually look like. And now, one more look at the standings. Wow, a dominant finish for APBREN.
Yep.
35 points sitting there on the top of the hill here. Of course, you have APBREN, Echo, RSG at the 28. And, you know, again, it looks interesting when you break it down like this because, again, when we were coming into the regular season, I was the ones that really did want to ask, too, how would this point system work? Do you have a correction?
He died.
He died? Nope, he didn't. That was
he didn't?
Deathless game number 18.
18?
For Super Marco with a victory. 18 games, APBREN has won, and Super
13.
Marco did not die.
In Season 13.
In Season 13.
Wow.
Bulletproof Marco.
Bulletproof
TM.
Marco. Amazing. Can't wait to see you in the playoffs. RSG versus Black is next. That's ahead of us. That is our last match, ladies and gentlemen, of the regular season for Season 13 before we pack things up and head off to the playoffs. Can't wait to see it unfold. Once again, we're going to go ahead and take a little break. We'll be back after this. It's us, the Wee Bear Bros. We'll see you soon.
13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Actually get into the playoffs after week 5. So that's the brutal part of this. If you keep on losing, especially with 0-2, the disparity of the teams that have won just, a few more games, like a few more matches. Omega with only 5 matches won will have more points than TNC, even when TNC wins 4. Let's just say TNC finishes 4-10, match win-loss. They won't have enough points to trump Omega, even when Omega loses their next 2 games? Yeah. So they even when Omega goes 5-8. Yep. Even when Omega goes 5-8, then TNC goes 4-10. No chance. Even with the new point system. Most especially because of the new system where the difference for the points will be different. Okay. Now, let's look at the end of the regular season stats. All right. This looks more interesting. Okay. So, for Echo, after week number 6, they will have 34 points. Actually, let me take a look at the standings. MPL PH Season 12. So I have that here. Sorry. So if we're looking at MPL PH Season 12, I wasn't able to include this in the sheet. But basically, so Echo is Echo right now with the new point system that we have will have 34 points. But in the previous system, they have 30 total points. They're top 1. Now top 2 is APBR with 24 points. But in the new point system that we have, right? With the new point system that we have, their final score will be 25. So they're still practically top 2. However, the problem now here for APBR is that they're now tied with 2 more teams because RSG and Blacklist International will eventually end up with 25 points as well, where previously Blacklist is at 22 and RSG is also 22 points. Now, Onyx and Omega will have 23 and 22 points eventually. Compared to their previous points with 22 and... Oh, actually, it's 21 and 19. There's a lot of change, right? So 21 points compared to 23. That's 2 points that Onyx Philippines will have more. And then for Omega Esports, it will be 3 more points. Now, if you're looking at Minana and TNC, because of whatever happened to their team, Minana will have only 17 points, but TNC will have 12 points compared to 11. All right. So there's some changes. Now, I looked at the tiebreaker scenario for MPL Philippines. And I'm not sure. Well, one thing that I do know is that we will go to head first. In the case of a three-way tie, in a case of a three-way tie, you go head to head first before you get to decide the next scenarios. If the three-way tie cannot be broken just because of the head-to-head situation, then there will be a match differential, there will be like time differential or something like that. But fortunately, we don't need to go through that. Okay, so initially, AP Bren is top 2, right, in the new point system, in the old point system during MPL PH Season 12. But now, because they're tied with RSG and Blacklist, there will be an interesting change, right? So if you're looking at AP Bren, they actually lost against RSG twice, and it is a 1-4 record, and also twice against Blacklist at 1-4. Now for RSG lost against Blacklist. That's a 2-3, but won against AP Bren. And Blacklist International won against AP Bren and RSG. So if we're just going to be basing it on to head with this new point system, Blacklist would have been top 2. And they eventually are top 2, actually. So that's interesting. And now AP Bren will be top 4. RSG will now be top 3. All right. So that's a very interesting dynamic. Although Onyx and Omega and Echo weren't affected, as well as MNNE Evos and TNC, top 2 until top 4 is affected. So if we apply the gauntlet system from before, it will be immediately Blacklist versus RSG. And I don't know if they actually faced up against each other in the playoffs, but it will be our Blacklist versus RSG. However, all right, so remember, in MPL PH Season 12 playoffs, Blacklist almost lost against Onyx Philippines. Now, they don't even have to worry about that. If we're following the format that we have right now for MPL PH Season 13, Blacklist would have faced RSG in a double elimination bracket where they are safe. And that will be totally different, right? We could have seen Echo versus, or maybe, I don't know, maybe Bren versus RSG immediately in the upper bracket, or Blacklist versus Bren, that will be different. Now, Onyx Philippines will be facing up against Omega. Imagine what could have happened in that, especially because Omega was underperforming in the playoffs of MPL PH Season 12, and Onyx almost defeated Blacklist. So let's just assume Onyx wins that. They will now be facing up against Bren, right? Because Bren is top 4 in this case. So it will be Onyx Philippines or Omega going up against Bren, which I don't know. That puts AP Bren in a spot where they are in a single elimination best of 5 series up against either Onyx Philippines or Omega, where anything could have happened. Imagine if that was the case. That's crazy, right? And then RSG and Blacklist are already safe. That's crazy. I feel like I do like this gauntlet format, and I'm just sharing this so that you'll have a little bit of a understanding of what the overall effects are of the new format, as well as the new point system for MPL Philippines. Honestly, the small summary of this is the difference of the teams that are winning constantly compared to the teams that aren't winning any series will be larger. It is more incentivized now for you to win more matches. And it doesn't matter whether or not you win a game or you lose a game just for you to win an entire series. As long as you keep on winning, you will have more. You have more you're more incentivized basically. And as for the new gauntlet system, I feel that number one, you're more incentivized or more rewarded if you try and win the group stages in a way that you get to top one. You know, getting to top one is just a great spot to be in right now, and at the same time, being top three is also very comfortable for you. So it just means that teams will not be taking for granted each and every series that they will be taking, because they want to make sure that they secure top one or top two and three at least. So it makes it so that our group stages are now even more important. So do I like the new point system or not? I think I'm still iffy about the point system, but generally, I would say I'm 70% more happy than 30% unhappy about the point system. So that's generally happy, right? Am I happy about the new gauntlet system? Absolutely, because we get to watch the teams more. I guess the only I guess the only, even when you look at top four, right? And I was about to say that top four might not be that incentivized, but the fact that they can see ranked 5 and 6, their opponents, before they actually meet them, makes it so that top four is also a comfortable spot. Even when it's like you're possibly just going to be playing one series during the entire playoffs, even as a top four. At the same time, Intel plays a lot, and it's just so important for you to get into top four at least. If you're not comfortable getting top 3 or top 2, getting top 4 has its own merits, right? And obviously top 5 and 6, that's a difficult spot to be in. At the same time though, you already know who you're facing up against, so that's good. All right. So I generally like the new gauntlet format, and I hope that this video brings light to, well, not light himself, but this brings light to some of those who are interested in knowing what are the major implications of the new format is. And I'm surprised that I took 33 minutes already of your time just explaining the new format, but I do hope that it helped. And I hope that you enjoyed watching this. There will be more in the future. But for now, that has been it for 8G Thoughts. Good game and good night.
stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Weapon fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching a lane na parang gera. HP racing, may reseta. Built like a tank, buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS, parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama pa tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala kasang Pinas. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. Taas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun, I'm repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
The last match of the regular season. Kasama natin ngayon mula sa RSG Philippines, Kusei and Demon Kite. How are you guys doing? Kamusta?
Okay lang.
Narinig ko yung cheer nyo kanina. They seem really determined. Actually, nakakatakot sila ngayon. May question of the day tayo at yung ating mga manonood pwede rin sagutin. Kung makakarating kayo ng MSC, sino ang gusto mong makaharap?
Ang gusto ko maharap sa MSC is RRQ from Indonesia. Gusto ko lang talunin yung former teammate ko nung MDL Season 1, si Irad.
Si Irad. Oh, okay. Irad, do you guys still talk? Nag-uusap pa rin ba kayo?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Okay. Si Irad mula sa Indonesia. Ikaw naman, Demon Kai.
Bigatron Alpha from Indonesia po.
Indonesia din, Bigatron. Okay, meron bang specific player doon? Feeling ko, kilala ko to.
Si Eman po. Gusto ko kasi makalaban si Eman sa international.
Si Eman. So, mga former teammates ang gusto nating makaharap. Si Eman ba nakakausap mo?
Minsan po na.
Kamusta daw siya doon?
Okay naman daw po siya doon. Tsaka sobrang lakas nila ngayon doon sa Indonesia.
Nako, matutuwa ako kung naandun ulit kayo sa MSC. Parang blast from the past. Tignan natin. At sa lahat ng ating mga manonood, ilagay nyo sa comment section sino nga ba ang gusto nyong makaharap ng Pilipinas sa MSC. And that's gonna be starting July 3 para sa ating group stage. Silipin muna natin kung ano nga ba sasabihin nila, Hans. Pasok!
Thanks, Mara. This time around, nandito tayo sa side ng Blacklist International kasama si Edward at si Yue para itanong sa kanila ang parehas na katanungan. So, Edward, kung ikaw ang papipiliin at papalarin ng Blacklist International na muling makapasok sa MSC, sino ang gusto mong makalaban at bakit?
Onyx ID na lang.
Onyx ID. Of course, I think pangalawang beses na yan. Bakit?
Doon si Kyrie.
Sino?
Si Kyrie.
Si Kyrie. I think there's no need for any sort of explanation. Onyx ID, kasi andun si Kyrie. Ikaw naman, Yue, kung papalarin na muling makabalik ang Blacklist International sa MSC, anong gusto mong makalaban?
Gusto mong makalaban, Team Flash KH.
Team Flash KH? Okay. Bakit Team Flash KH?
Kasi andun si sila Rindo tsaka Owl. Nilook forward ko sila na makakuha ng unang nila, championship title rin.
Rindo and Owl. I love those former players and I do believe na sila din ay nanonood sa inyo. In fact, actually, nakasecure na yata sila ng playoff spot ang kanilang sarili. No? So that's a very good sign. In case na magkakaroon ka ng isa pang team na gusto mong makalaban sa MSC, you've mentioned Onyx ID kasi nandun si Kyrie. Pero from an objective standpoint, ano sa tingin mo yung mga malakas na team na dapat abangan nilang lahat sa MSC?
Yudo, tingin ko. Yudo Red Giants.
Ooh, Yudo Red Giants. They're really actually performing right now. So, thank you, Edward, Yue. Oras na para bato natin sa ating mga casters. Kaya naman, casters, pasok.
What a question. Who do you want to face off in MSC? Well, I know who I would pick. But, gentlemen, I got to ask you, it's the final match for our regular season here. It's us, the Wee Bear Bros, Naisu, Renmar, Leo. We've been bringing you the action today. If this goes 3 games, gentlemen, that would be probably, I think, the longest day that we have had. 9 games in a regular season day here. So, how are we feeling?
Feeling good. I mean, you said it. Save the best for last. If we end this day with another 3-game series, I'll be happy.
I'm just ready.
You're ready? Locked in.
Walking into day 3, I did not expect to get the caliber of matches that we did.
Yeah.
But now I think I'm acclimated. I'm ready to go.
Well, we'll see that because RSG, this is their last hoorah for top 3. And we'll be talking about the conditions here. Of course,
my
beautiful graphics.
God!
Chessboard.
Knight to E5.
For that chess type jersey. RSG's no play-ins route. Win 1 game against Black. That's all they need because RSG and Onyx current points are at 28.
That's
here.
right. 1 game.
Not
Not even the whole match. If RSG can score 1 against Black, then Onyx will see themselves leave the top 3 spot. The reason why, when you see the updated scores, is Onyx is at 4th because of the potential for RSG to do just this.
Yes.
So that's a situation we're in now.
Check match point.
Oh, and I like that we're seeing this. The Panda metrics, Coach Panda's rating for RSG's performance, the community has really caught on into this.
Yeah.
So it's been going up. 7 out of 10, 7 out of 10, 8.5, 9 out of 10, but then against TNC, 5.5.
Can we explain this? Because some people might be confused. Who wants to take this one?
I will.
All right,
Go for it.
Leo, go for it.
I've known Coach Brian Panda Lim for about more than half a decade at this point.
Yeah.
Or rather, more than half. That's exactly right. And knowing his perfectionist tendencies and knowing how he looks at a roster and a league's overall status quo, their placement, that matters. That actually affects how he would rate his team in their performance. So now, up against Black, I'd say if they won this, I'd reckon maybe he'd well give them maybe a 8.5 out of 10 if they do win.
Yeehaw. And now look at that man, the Game 2 MVP the last time these two faced off Naths. He's a sleepy killer, that one.
He is. Naths Entertainment. Yeah, you want to follow up on that? I feel like there's something.
This is the first time I've only seen his eyes isolated like that, and I cannot disagree.
Yeah, I would be scared off with that stare off too. But, you know, that's the thing. They had a sweep. And now that they have to match up against each other again, we'll see where that falls into place. We know what's at stake here for RSG, especially Blacklist International, waiting to see them in the playoffs as well. Now, it was. Yeah, good catch. Now, what's in store for our viewers one more time, Renmar, as we round out tonight?
500 diamonds. All you need to do is comment #RSG or #BLCK, your prediction with your game and server ID for a chance to be one of the 4 winners. And make sure you're subscribed to the MPL Philippines YouTube channel. Comment it through the official YouTube streams on Mobile Legends Bang Bang and MLBB Esports.
And let's welcome out our marshals one last time for a regular season. They're they're kind of confused. They're not sure if they're here for the fairness and integrity of the game. It's our boys once again, Karate Chop Masters. Yeah. There it is. Jeff, Patrick, and Wilbur. And they just practiced that before they came out. We can't wait to see their dance number in the playoffs. I heard about it. What? So let's see what happens. Let's welcome the teams.
Number 3 in the standings. All they need is 1 to secure the no play-ins route. Welcome, Kusei, Demonkind, Aqua, Naths, and Light. Rise, slay, it's RSG Philippines! Against all odds, the Codebreakers are a playoffs team again for the 4th season in a row. It's Oheb, Sensui, Yue, Edward, and Haji. Truly top tier. It's Blacklist International! And welcome our coaches, Coach Handa and Coach Dexter. MPL Arena, make some noise for the last series of the MPL Philippines Season 13 regular season.
Coach Dexter not feeling for that rating. We'll see what it ends up being, but we got to take a look at the lineup here from RSG Philippines.
Yeah, I'm looking at Nas again, and y'all saw it. He was also looking out of the crowd, his eyes set on that victory. All he needs and the team needs is one victory. He has his work cut out for him against Edward, though.
That's what Light was doing. He said 1.
Yeah.
They just need to win 1. And they're going to be going up against this squad right here. If last season's Blacklist felt like the youngest they've ever been, I take that back. It's this. It's definitely this lineup.
Yeah.
And it seems like Coach Dexter is not about the grade. It's not about who they're facing. It's just about him wanting to get into the match.
Yeah.
He's zoned in. That's what it is. I saw it in his eyes. He's in a state of flow.
Yeah.
He's locked in.
He's in the Matrix.
I think, that's maybe why they came out with the hoods as well. They're just locked in. They're not blinded by the lights.
Like a boxer.
Hacker Man.
I'm in.
It's the Hacker Man meme, right? From Mr. Robot.
That is. That's a great show, by the way.
Oh, yeah. I like it, too.
Well, let's look at the team head-to-head here for these
Love
once
robots.
again. And, hey, RSG, they have some things in their favor. Obviously, the KDA, this is a team that likes to do the snowball here, the death ball, like we like to call it.
Yep.
But they have been very disciplined as well. And as we take a look at the breakdown here, take us through this, Leo.
Yeah, again, you mentioned the fundamentals. They got that covered. Maybe save for APBR, who has been the most efficient and most numbers-wise, results-wise, best team so far. I'd put RSG maybe second. Not even Echo. Despite Echo performing very well, RSG is just all the more efficient. They're reliable. You know what you're going to get, especially when it's this young man, Nats, having a good day. Even if he does look, as Repler kind of said, sleepy, it's just his eyes, all right?
Yeah.
He's always there to perform.
It's funny because when you, like both these players right here, you talk about impact. You think of Navs Entertainment and, of course, any of the monikers for Edward.
Edward
Agent Zero, Edward Balboa.
and Dead Redemption.
Game of the year.
Yeah, Game of the Year.
Edward Edition.
Edward Edition. Well, take us through the Infinix keys to victory one last time for tonight, Leo.
Yes, of course. The K2V brought to us by Infinix. RSG, always check Yue's position. Maybe only second to Aqua. Yue has been so good at protecting himself and being an artillery mage for his squad. For Blacklist, though, don't go with Aqua's flow. Again, it's the mirror situation for the other side. If Blacklist plays to Aqua's strength, then they're never going to find the young RV Calderon. They're never going to stop the damage coming in, whether he's playing a Valentina Vixana or, dare I even say, an Angela in mid.
Cool.
Now, for both of them, get that momentum for the playoffs because Blacklist International happy to have secured. They can deny top 3 seed for RSG, and that's still something that they're worth playing for.
Yep, they can do that, and RSG is going to pick the blue side here ahead of them for that game number 1. And that's the thing. We'll have to double check this later, but let's just say RSG gets the sweep. I think that bumps them even further up in the standings. Yeah, up to the second spot. So obviously, that's what RSG wants to happen here for this series. Blacklist International knows that they went through their own kind of mini gauntlet earlier, of course, for this week to round things out, and people were on the edge here. Now, they can still be best friends, I guess you could say, with Onic to hold them back.
Dare I say, Joseph, it's been a whole season's worth of a gauntlet.
Yeah.
Up and down for a couple of weeks. They were struggling to fit that Rome role, right? Remember when
for sure.
Coach Bon said, yo, it's a process. We're trying to get Haji ready. And Kim Poi was playing to many scratched heads. And now here we are finally, Haji back in the driver's seat, and they're secure for the playoffs. So they're taking us definitely for a ride, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, and it'll be good to see just how much Blacklist is finally acclimated to playing this more aggressive playstyle that they have with Haji on the roam. Finally, it feels like things have clicked into place.
It's anti-Ube right now.
Yeah, anti-Ube, understanding each other really well, allowing Haji to just be aggressive, channeling back those days when he was a Cho, now with different heroes as well. So up against a team like RSG Philippines, I feel like this is the perfect litmus test to see just how good this aggressive version of Blacklist will be heading into the playoffs.
Yeah, in a way, we talk about the code all the time with Blacklist International. They've had to download, re-download, adjust, and re-download again the code, and really to find this identity that is going to work with them. Again, it's still Blacklist International. They do sometimes opt. We see them where they go with a Ube playstyle, but they've brought new things to the table, and I think that's really what we've had to see from them. And as they go into this, as we jump into the draft, we'll see how things unfold. Them being on the red side, RSG on that blue, picking it up here. You're going to see their win rates as well for the 63% blue side win rate for RSG, and for Blacklist International, 47%. Bans, though, coming out so far from what we've seen throughout the day. Interesting that these will be banned out. You don't want to let that R-Lot slip through for either of these teams because they make big impactful plays with it. And you can see the Angela like we were talking about earlier as well.
Actually, Haji has a partial preference for the Arlo. So take that out of his hands, take it out of the hands of Edward, and you're good to go. Well, Nats would rather get it, yeah?
Yeah, but it's funny because they don't want it to get picked up in that first swing.
And it's not even worth first picking anymore.
Yeah.
If you can try to get your hands on a Fred, which is still out there, or a Harith, or even a Minotaur, dare I say. You know, I think Light would be happy to get a Minotaur here just early on. Then you're fine.
Oh, there's the Fred
And it
ban.
looks like they're forcing either the Matilda or the Harith to come through. Which one will Black ban? Maybe neither, so that they both get their hands on it.
Oh, this is, this is going to be interesting because if this is neither of those, you can expect that Matilda to be snagged up or the Harith for RSG in that first pick. So for Blacklist International, as we wait for that last ban, you know, the fact that they already took out the Faramis and the Angela, they're planning something here. And we've seen so many good picks. And like we mentioned earlier, the meta's in a good position. That's the Matilda. Is this going to be the Harith for RSG?
It's got to be. The Harith, the Baksha, the Minotaur, these are all solid first picks. I would not blink if either of those were picked up. I would not prefer maybe the Roger. You don't want to blindside yourself with that kind of gold laner. There's, especially since the other two are open, Roger and Nathan, and Harith again, of course. I hate that that's what defines the metagame. You know what I mean?
It's in a weird position because there is still a lot of flexibility that can happen.
There he is.
And there it is. So Harith is going to get picked up. The swing back.
Leonin boy.
Yeah.
Magic.
Do you pick up your jungler right now?
Hope we'll find a way.
Nope, you get the Vex first, and then maybe Vex Box, Vex Barats.
Yeah, I'm looking at the... Okay, it's not
Whoa.
going to be...
Wow.
Edith.
Hunter of all the evil gods.
I like this because they're taking a pick away from Light mainly. RSG has been using that Edith pickup on the Rome as a swerve.
Yep. And they are flexing. I like it. They're flexing here.
There may also be a thing about how Edith just goes really well against with lineups that have magic damage dealers mainly. Like Edith with a Vex, Edith with a Harith we saw earlier on.
It just takes it over the top.
Yeah.
So I think this does also leverage the fact that a good chunk of the tank junglers are still out there. You still have the Akai out there, the Barats, and the Baksha. So these are all good to play against with the Edith. So yeah, I think RSG is going to pick one of them up. There's the Barat and the Yuzhong. RSG has picked Yuzhong more often in the past couple of weeks, even when they're on red side. So this is definitely development for the meta.
So is this a Raj or a Nathan for Oheb?
Well, if we're going by the whole Edith situation, it's got to be the Nathan.
Ah, yeah. And then at the same time, maybe that's why RSG picked up something like a Yuzhong to make, to make Blacklist think about,
if you pick the Nathan, if you pick the there,
there.
Okay, Nathan picked up. Right now too, that's a whole lot of magic damage, but you can see this.
Wow.
First player to reach 100 kills this season is
Kill.
Oheb.
Kill one.
Kill one.
Kill 100.
Kill 100. Yeah, kill 100.
Keep 100.
Keep 100.
The 100 Hunter. I like it. In terms of the bans, I think they're going to be taking out the roamers for Light now. A part of me still thinks that RSG are considering this Barrett's flex, if ever.
Could be, yeah.
Yeah, keep it open.
No, cannot.
I was going to say, with the Yuzhong,
There's a
or
Yuzhong
were they...
there.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, of course. Completely blanking out the fact that there's a Yuzhong. I tunnel vision the idea of a flex Barrett's way too much.
That's all right.
Well, we saw it a lot today.
Yeah.
Taking away heroes from Aqua is a good approach. If ever there's a chance Aqua might just end up picking up something like a Novaria, if Blacklist decide to ban that out, Valentina's also gone, so Aqua might end up with something like even a Nana.
Okay, so now that we get through this, these XP lane options are going to get whittled down for Edward over here, but we know he could still even pick up that. Not sure if he would, but Benedetta, because if I feel like you almost want a little more tankiness. I know you have the Edith already here, and you're kind of counting on, all right, we got Eternal Guard, part of the front line as well.
Yeah.
So what do you throw in there?
I agree with the tankiness. Terizla maybe later on for Edward?
It's been a while since we've actually seen a Riz.
Yeah.
Terizla's stock has slowly been going down. He's not as in demand as he used to be.
Well, if ever they're just gonna match like dive for dive, end up with something like a Benedetta that you mentioned.
I actually like the Benedetta for black, yeah. But, they might actually keep that for the very last pick so that we and RSG don't know where that Edith is going.
Yeah,
the very last moment.
Because the Edith can still also go to the EXP.
Could be
lane.
EXP, yeah.
One of the few strengths you have as red.
Yeah, and then at the same time, I remember there's something about how, well, Yuzong deals a lot of damage, but once it hits level 4 for the Edith, she actually likes that she gets poked a little bit by the Yuzong because, okay, take another Carmilla that we saw earlier this season played by Sensu in the jungle. So sometimes Edith is actually quite happy going up against Yuzong because it charges up her Primal Wrath bar.
Interesting. I don't know. I remember watching that game with the Carmilla, and I was like, "Oh, that's nice to see something like that pop up." But they do feel like, hey, we want to ban it out.
You have words for the Carmilla pick?
Why you don't like the You like the Carmilla?
I like the Carmilla pick.
In jungle?
Put respect on her
In
name.
jungle, though.
Put respect.
Redmar?
Put respect on her name.
I haven't seen you play it.
I played it with you. I'll give you a star with my Carmilla.
Even Sicilian wouldn't be so astute.
Nah, Sicilian can stay in the wherever he
There's
is
the
right
Benedetta.
now.
All right, so I guess the jig is up.
They picked that up.
Wow. All right.
Kosei.
As we let RSG take their time with their 2 picks, wow. The young Clarence Camilo Kusei is the way. 86% win rate on the Harith. Amazing.
7.5 KDA as well.
And here we were comparing him to the, again, incomparable Eman. By the way, kicking butt with BTR and MPL ID.
Yeah, man. I think that's another reason why you hear a lot of these players as they break down that question of who they want to face in MSC. It's almost like, well, it's going to possibly be a reunion again, you know, for a lot of these players out there. But, oh, yeah, Gord is locked up. Let's end the season strong, boys.
I didn't want to say anything because I really wanted to hear you. Nice Who's reaction.
He was just naturally going to walk into it.
Yeah, I was like, oh. And, oh, hey, Light getting his Franco. I like it.
Something tells me it did not register as quickly is because the voice line wasn't what you're used to playing with the skin on.
Sorry, you know, I play, and I also use the Japanese voices.
You weeb.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. One more.
Watashi
What's the jungler going to be for Blacklist? What?
Watashi wa.
What?
Nice.
It's not Daijabu.
Daijobu.
Nani?
Nani?
Ariga, thanks.
All right, last pick here, Blacklist International. What's it going to be?
All right.
Keep it simple for Sensui.
Thanks, Jack Black.
I like it. What? Oh, you were talking about the voice line. I thought you were talking about me for a second there. I was about to get offended. I was like, wait. I mean, Jack Black's a cool dude, but I'm someone else.
Who are you?
Renmar.
Are you sure?
Come on, don't make me question my own sanity. Leo, say something smart.
Looking at the lineups, I like that we're closing up with a lot of confirmed stuns from RSG, right? A lot of CC, a lot of confirmed straight lines, if anything. Iron Hook, Mystic Gush, and of course Black Dragon Form. Yeah, no, those are straight lines towards what they want. And I think that's what explains the higher rating on RSG. But when you look at Blacklist's lineup, the amount of utility that they have, again, the disengage that's possible with the heavy spin, their disengage and re-engage with the Primal Wrath, and of course, just the brick wall that is Haji, and how Edward can actually play around and either be good part of team fights, vital in Blacklist's full-on 5v5s, or split the map. Again, there's good coverage for Blacklist, but it's also possible that they might be doing a little too much everywhere and not enough where it matters. That's what I'm worried about.
Well, let's find out exactly what's going to unfold here. RSG and Blacklist International. Remember, if you guys are watching with us on YouTube, give us the hashtags, hashtag RSG, hashtag BLCK for Black, and your user IDs with server IDs for a chance to win some diamonds as we round out the regular season, starting off with this game number 1. Emblems, how's it looking?
All right, usually
Oheb.
Okay,
a little bit early for that.
Okay, never mind. Oheb usually plays Weakness Finder on his Nathan, but now it's a Quantum Charge, so that's a refreshing look. Oh, they're still going.
The turret hits. He survives, calculated, I'd like to believe, by Nats, but even Edward was really biding his time.
Oh, man, again, here's... Nats is going to stay in there, of course. He's going to be fine.
Just to get the cart, an assist for the cart.
Get that Aqua. Oh, no. He's going to walk right into that.
Okay, Retribution utilized up against that Gord. Last hit, though, is going to be going onto that Barris, but he's going to get pinned down to the wall by that Akai. Not enough damage just yet, though, up against the Barris of Demonkind, who hasn't even hit level 4 yet. He needs to get away from here. Sensui backs off.
This is a very intense minute and a half.
Yep.
Like, a lot is happening here, especially from what we see in the previous series. Light's going to go ahead and freeze that lane, hold it together as Aqua makes his way up.
A lot of XP lane action. Hook thrown by Light, no one home. Waiting to see what happens and what the team's decisions are on gold. Because now Turtle's going to spawn.
Yep.
And it looks like the focus is still on the Turtle. Because after Purple spawns here for Demonkind, again, we're throwing back to Season 8, Season 9 RSG. This might actually be a delayed Turtle take. Oh, wait.
Oh, in the bottom lane, knock up by 3 onto. What the heck? The combo, Nats and Aqua together, but Nats gets taken down. US gone, EXP laner for RSG gone. So quite even, even Haji with a flicker, air shatter forward and the onward as well. Double kill for Agent Zero. The aggressive Hajirome play style still paying dividends for Blacklist.
Still is, and now once again, we have to set our eyes on this Turtle take. Demonkite.
Oh, here comes Nats.
Oh, no.
As a dragon, and they're going to send back Blacklist. So Blacklist will get the kills, but RSG get the Turtle without a problem.
That's a very small margin that Blacklist won by. And again, expect this gold lead to actually normalize and equalize between them and RSG. Something to note, again, we haven't really checked in on gold lane as much. So now looking at this, for now, I'd like to think, especially since they hit level 4 already, Kusei should be the ones winning the fights. Kusei should be the one who is actually getting aggressive, and that is dictated as well by the gold gains.
Yeah, you can see that right there. And that's the thing, until when does the Harith win that matchup, or is it just that's the way it is for the laning phase?
Until somebody comes in and rotates and forces a response from their opponents, nothing's going to change. Even an item spike, it should still be the Harith going over the top.
Oh, with how if RSG stayed there a little bit longer, they probably could have gone for a play that would force something out of Sensui, maybe even put him in a delicate situation. But just at the right time, RSG back off. Sensui will be fine. He's invading. Although, right now, Blacklist pushing forward into the jungle of RSG.
Yeah, Demonkind's just making the call, nope, I'm not going to bother.
Yep.
Not worth my time, not worth rotating for. And he's instead going to go for the smaller camps elsewhere. About 45 seconds till the next turtle.
Okay, so they find themselves at this stalemate for now. It's pretty much even across the board. And we'll lead into that next objective 30 seconds from now. So really, because the lineup, again, that from RSG that they have is you're playing around the Iron Hook.
Oh, okay, now Sandlight as well with a bloody hunt. Petrify everything in between. Benedetta falls. So let's see if Blacklist International will get a win elsewhere, because this is a good win for RSG.
I was about to say it. Iron Hook or the Bloody Hunt combination.
And again, Nats uses Petrify, throwing no caution to the wind. This is what I was about to say. Again, early on, RSG want to leverage these pickoffs. Nothing is too expensive for the life of a single member of Blacks International, honestly. Even Haji, they wouldn't think twice about trying to get Detna's welcome onto Haji.
Yeah.
Just a snowball and have Kusei be ready. Make that gold gap all the more larger.
Okay. Oh, Missile Expert sending Haji back, forced to use that Earth Shatter and the onward as well. That's going to be a Detna's welcome onto there, but then Demonkind's out low, but he gets a turtle before he falls down. A win for RSG, but that's Roamer for Jungler.
Roamer for Jungler, and then objective also secured for RSG.
All right, that's about half step ahead for RSG. Not amazing, but looking at how they convert, they force a flicker out of Oheb, and they will get a few chunks out of that top lane, maybe even take it. Nat's in trouble.
Okay, getting chased down by Sensui. The Shah bringing in more health for Nats. Edward going forward, doesn't commit. They back off.
Were you about to say Knots?
Knots, yes,
Whoa.
I was about to.
Nice stun.
Okay, that hurts, that hurts. So, it was a nice stun, though.
It was a nice stun, you know?
Reptar was just barely getting a grip of his own mouth.
Yeah.
As the fight started.
Nice stun.
I mean, that's just what you do when you're going this fast. And I think RSG know that they gotta go fast. Because again, this whole advantage of Harith won't last forever. And it's not like Blacklist doesn't have a way into the back line. You have Edward, you have Haji even with a sneaky flicker, and you have Oheb with tricky entropies. Whoa!
Oh! Iron Hook, just a sliver of it. I think catching a bit of Benedetta's hair.
Just a bit. And
chopped an inch off.
Yeah, just a little bit there. So I'm actually surprised too. I love to see Navs play this Yuzhong pick because of how confident he is with it. And sometimes you're thinking, man, you know, you're threading the needle there, Navs, but he's able to pull things off. And this time around, once again, for the objective fight, mid lane.
Haji going forward. Earth Shatter lands, and that's going to be a heavy spin by Sensui. And the members of RNG have to scramble back, and they do get away. Here comes the turnaround. Nas single-handedly going forward with the Black Dragon form. Kusei drops down to Salmon Force. A knock up into the Harris, but he's still able to free hit. 2 kills for RSG. Could it be 3? It is, and that's Sensui down. RSG with a turnaround win in that team fight.
What a pump fake collapse.
Yeah.
Blacklist was just happy to get out of there after that false engage, but apparently RSG had something else in mind.
Light.
Oh, man.
Looking for a hook. Oh, Edward going forward. They like to final blow, trying to clear the minion waves, but he puts himself in a dangerous situation in the hands of Kusei in the Synchro Fission.
Oh, man, and that is going to be Turtle started up once again by RSG. And with that, it's going to be quickly taken down here, even with that Mystic Gush to help in. And that'll be another objective secured. RSG, this is that snowball effect. This is that death ball effect already starting here.
Exactly. It's like we're throwing back to 2021, Season 8. RSG barreling on forward, about 2,500 gold ahead, under 8 minutes. And they're calling shots, picking fights on the map, and Blacklist. We saw that they're very capable of catching. I could have sworn Sensui hit 2 people with a heavy spin.
Yeah.
But the counter engage from RSG is just so potent.
A really good heavy spin at that by Sensui. And RSG, I thought for a second their Nats was looking greedy, but then once I saw Kusei coming in from the north, I was like, no, yeah, this is the right play to call.
And with this, again, a lot of kind of focus has happened here on the bottom side. Iron Hook, not going to land, but look at the response coming out from Blacklist International. They don't want OHEB to have any harder of a time than already the focus here, especially in that matchup against the Harith. So with that, they'll kind of reset, get situated. And it's important here that Blacklist International doesn't...
Iron Hook into the bite, but then the big Earth Shatter plus knockoff combo coming in by Haji. OHEB, look at Kusei finding the Nathan, and they find the Edith as well. Here comes Nafs chasing after the Panda. Shung Mao goes down. Nafs with a kill onto Sensui Sakai.
And as I was saying, it would be important they don't find themselves in that kind of situation. Yes, the timers will come up, but with this, RSG will now get the tier 1 turret down in that mid lane. They'll be happy with that minor advantage for the Lord in about 20 seconds.
Light. Spicy. But Edward walks into the sun. I like to final blow Petrify onto Aqua, but he gets a flicker away. Edward is not going to be able to dash and dance through this. OHEB going forward with an entropy, shuts down. Kusei gets his revenge.
That was huge. Kusei put himself in a position where he was
OHEB walks into the bush with a dragon in it, and Nas gets a kill. An Iron Hook gets Sensui, heavy spin, but shut down onto the dragon.
What a legendary battle they had there. Sensui, heavy spin on heavy spin, little alleyways, little junctions within their own jungle, helping them clap back. Huge. Let's talk about that shutdown on the Kusei. Again, he was just hoping to get shields, life steal, or rather spell vamp his way to a healthier health bar. But Blacklist, at least they have their priorities straight. They have their target acquisition on point. And prior to this, again, about a minute ago, you would have seen Edward not even part of fights. And I'm glad that now Blacklist actually have put themselves in a position wherein, hey, this is more than just recovery mode. We can actually pick fights now. Look at that, single-handedly. Because of that fight, OHEB is ahead. OHEB went up 300 gold.
I felt like Edward actually baited RSG into that, which allowed OHEB to come in.
Yeah, he got himself that Holy Crystal here, so that's perfect timing for a little bit of extra firepower, which they're going to need for this Lord Dance.
Huge.
Going to be started up here, and again, really the difficult part is, you know, who's going to control this zone around this Lord. And Blacklist International, if you look at their lineup, they have a lot of entry points they can use, especially with Haji.
Hook by Light, and there goes the bite, but Haji gets the flicker away. Eternal Guard forced out of Yue. Flicker forward as well by Yue. So Haji, let's see. Can RSG get something out of this?
Okay, at the relative cost of cooldowns that will come back soon.
Conceal.
A lot of big battle spells spent by Blacklist.
Haji's here. Blacklist is here. It's going to be a big 5v4. Nas with the Black Dragon form. Edward trying to find the right angle to go in. Another Iron Hook onto Haji. Primal Wrath not yet activated. Wow. There it is. And now Blacklist is going to be fighting. Nas goes down under the Zaman Force. Kusei dancing around. Oheb and Yue brought really low, but they can still somehow win the Retribution duel! Look at Aqua bursting down Blacklist. Who got the Lord? It was Demon Kite. Tetanus welcome. Edward himself. Double kill for DK.
The game sense and hero tracking, sheer mechanics, biological advantages that RSG have. How do you even track where Edward was and then he was playing billiards?
Wow.
With Blacklist members.
There were so many beautiful things that just happened in that whole thing, from Aqua using the Mystic Gush with a flicker, from Demon Kite, and with that, they find themselves massively with a win.
Yeah, that was an in-your-face stun by Aqua.
Yeah.
He flickered forward, got the stun onto Oheb and Yue, then used the Mystic Gush as a shotgun to their face.
That's what you're impressed by? I'm looking at the Tetanus welcome right into Edward's face.
I'm impressed by everything too.
Everything. It's like a chess match. Look at this. It unfolds again.
Here we thought that Kusei pulling the trigger on the Zaman Force early would have been detrimental. But as soon as they turned, as soon as they secured the Lord, all the things fell into place.
Light provided the information that Edward was walking into that shrub.
Wow. You know that meme on Instagram?
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, the kid, this little Chinese kid in the back.
Oh, it's a kid? I thought it was
I thought it was a cat.
I'll send it to
I
y'all.
thought it was Luke Owens? Owen Wilson?
I'll send it to y'all.
One of those two.
But also Owen Wilson.
Owen Wilson as well.
Yeah.
And with that, Blacklist International gonna find themselves in the fence.
Sensui gets pulled back, but they don't pop the ultimate onto him. I don't think Light does have it. Yeah, he just pulled back Sensui. So, okay, a lot of damage coming out from RSG, and they're still in control.
Okay, the Pandamentals, this is what we're talking about as well. That disciplined approach, RSG has that as well as they approach this this point in the game. They're happy with what they've gotten. Aqua also picking up the defensive item. He needs to deal with Edward when he jumps in with that Electro Final Blow. So now they're in a good position, and that's really, they got a lot from that first Lord that they secured themselves. 4,388 gold.
Huge, yep, and that's what allows Kusei to be, again, 500 gold ahead of Oheb. And looking across the board, yeah, RSG are maybe half an item away from their lane mates, from their competition. And what does that put Blacklist in now? Again, a position wherein they have to send Edward to split the map. But just the same, they have to get farm on Oheb and Yue. I think RSG is the one who's taking to heart more the fact that they have to track the artillery mage from the opposing team.
Yes.
It's been so difficult for Yue to place himself very early in engagements, even false engagements. He flickers away. That's been key. All 14 minutes of this game so far, RSG have had their eyes on Yue.
See how this pulls through once again.
Oh,
conceal
forward. Oh, misses the onward, misses the Earth Shatter. He takes a brunt of damage. Look at that. Iron Hook back, and that is the Edith down. RG going forward, commits it. Here comes Nats. Black Dragon form. Can he find Oheb? He entropies out. Great escape there by Blacklist International, but without their roamer, this next Lord looks good for RSG.
Okay, you gotta give credit where credit's due. The dismount by Blacklist, very good. The recovery from Haji getting taken down. But RSG, these setups, amazing cross-map communications.
Yep.
This is just as...
Oh! Hook combo onto Sensui, heavy spin committed. So he can still fight this out, but he won't have his heavy spin for the Retribution battle. But he goes forward! Bloody hunt there by Light, and this Panda's gonna get bursted down. That's Sensui gone, and look at the death that is welcomed by Demon Cat again! Two-man stun! Edward went into it! Triple kill for Kusei!
Oh, man. When you think it couldn't get worse, Blacklist International plays into the hand of RSG. Like I said, it's a chess game, and they're the masters of the board right now as they go down the mid.
Oh, it's endable. They're calling it RSG. Going for the neck.
They're looking at it. Eternal Guard drop down. Look at the 2,164! And look at the Mystic Gush onto Yue. Haji trying to hold on. He gets taken out. 1,472. Godlike. Make it 10-1, 10 for Kusei. And that's game one for RSG PH.
RSG comes out with the death ball, the momentum, and they take game one.
whatever potential coverage and utility Blacklist lineup had, RSG subdued, clearly with just pure aggression. Minute one, they were picking fights in XP, and this is what it led up to. They never took their foot off the gas.
Yeah, it's a very clean game from RSG, and they should feel good about it, especially that IQ, the game IQ, like you mentioned earlier, with the setups from Demon Kai, using that Daytona's Welcome and everything else, playing a part here. And yeah, unfortunate for Edward, even that last one where you Electro Final Blowed into it.
Yeah.
It's tough to see, but MVP performance, I don't know who to call it here, man. Everybody did such an amazing job in this game one.
DK or Kusei for me, personally.
DK or Kusei, I
DK.
like it.
All right, I'm going to say Aqua. Unbiased.
For the gourd? All right.
Definitely not because of the gourd.
Definitely not.
No, definitely not? Okay.
Even Light, I think his hook rate was very high here. I'm guessing close to like 20-30%.
Yeah.
In such a
30%.
short game. Again, folks, this is just the sample size and my on-the-fly calculations of how accurate those hooks were. 20-30% is very high. That means 1 in 4 were lethal.
To be fair, the hook plus the surprise flicker forwards along with the Bloody Hunt ultimate actually caught Blacklist off guard. Even there were times where I was thinking, oh, they wouldn't pull the trigger here. But then suddenly I hear that sound coming from the Franco.
Yep. If they got you, what more their opponents on the map?
Yeah.
Right? And you have a bird's eye view. We have omnipresent awareness. So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, that's it.
right.
That's all they needed to do. One game.
They secure at least a top 3 finish.
Yeah, play-ins
for the playoffs
will be skipped by RSGPH.
Well, there it is. It's Demon Kite for the MVP here. Performance, once again, amazing plays and rotations coming out from a standard pick for him as well, the Barretts.
Yep, that's right. Again, as noted in the early fights, just the way Demon Kite uses his kit and how he's so aware of his surroundings and takes into heart his team's communications. Again, I have to let you guys know, we do not hear these players as they play. So you can only really imagine and deduce from the way they're moving and from the results that they put on the map, how they're talking to each other.
Yep.
What would be more impressive is that they weren't talking and they were getting those kinds of team fights. All right, so early on, you'll see here the awareness of Demon Kite. He knew that Nat needed him, so he was the first to rotate. Big Lord fights. He knew that Kusei wasn't ready yet, but this is a clip where Kusei indeed was ready. He goes for it. This is a Lord fight, and I think this is where Demon Kite goes ahead and secures the Lord and throws Blacklist members into each other. All right, check it out. He eats up Sensui.
Yum, 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 yum.
That's light tracking Edward, throws him straight in there.
Delicioso.
Amazing sequence there. Spot after spot by RSG, and that's one of the moments Raptor was talking about, how Edward walked into the Detna's Welcome, and how you could swear that they had premonition. They were clairvoyant in this game. They just knew exactly where the members of Blacklist would have been and ended the game in solid fashion. Again, this is at about average for season 13.
16 to 18, somewhere around there, right?
Yeah. 15 to 20 is the count that we have. So 15-54, 23 to 6. It's not like Blacklist weren't putting anything on the board. It's just RSG knew how to answer Blacklist's outs with the right amount of aggression. Check it out, Light with the focusing mark helps definitely amplify everything else that they're doing, plus common emblem, so he really rarely had to go home.
And every time I look at RSG, I just see a team that put a lot of eggs into the Nats basket. Get a really good pick for him where he can be aggressive and win the duel in lane, and most importantly, just allow Nats to be Nats. And Yuzong is one of those heroes that allows Nats to be Nats.
All right, something to note, folks, pointing out that emblem that has the sword with some wind around it, it's called Thrill. We've been seeing it all the more often recently. We've seen it more often than we've seen the boots, agility.
Yeah.
Raw numbers in the current metagame, especially in the early game, count for so much. Now, teams are making the most of it. Maybe that's something you guys can pick up and use in your ranked games, because you win duels, you snowball out of control with the extra 16 that you get with that talent.
Man, looking at this too. Kosei picking up that Harith right away. We even saw the glimpse of his performance so far. The KDA, like I said, was 7.5. He had great stats across the board there. And you saw, even with the way the game unfolded, things were just set up for him really well to utilize that Zaman Force in those choke points. And like you said, I think Light also played a huge part of allowing them to do that. Because remember, even in the early game, it wasn't the Iron Hook, it was the Flicker with the Bloody Hunt that started the whole thing.
Yep. Check out this damage dealt screen that was on maybe a couple of seconds ago. The damage dealt was spread out throughout Blacklist, and that explains the utility and the coverage that they have in their lineup if they got it right. Even when they were losing here specifically, they also did the same amount of damage. So that's something that they'll have to maybe fix going into the second game here. Again, match point for RSG. Maybe they should go for a more one-track mind kind of lineup. Something that just builds around specifically Oheb and Yue. Yue and Oheb. Maybe around Sensui and Oheb. They've done multiple kinds of lineups before.
Yeah, looking at it though, I feel like Blacklist International, if ever they're at a position to do it, just make sure that Nath doesn't end up with the Yuzong. Because the lineup, the early Yuzong pickup, really just, it's like an understanding of what Blacklist wants to play, and RSG just picked up the hero that would really mess it up.
Yeah, made it work so well. And now, once again, we want to invite all our viewers out there to join the MLBB and KOF 97 Bingo Draw event. Take a shot and grab one of the KOF Bingo slots tags while you can. There are the silver tags, I believe, that are available now.
Yeah, you can still snag them. No more gold ID. I don't know. Wait, no, you can still get the gold ID tag if I'm not mistaken, right?
It's until April 30th for the gold tag.
Oh, really? Oh, it's just
Yeah,
a silver.
it's fake.
Well, maybe it's because I already have the gold.
That's right.
Sorry.
Man, during the event, a little bit of a good news for y'all. Enjoy a sweet 50% discount on the first 10 draw and the daily first 1 draw. Don't miss out on this awesome opportunity. All right, listen to me. I don't have my yet. And I spent 13,000 diamonds on Terry and Kyo. Do it now.
So what you guys are saying is we all have gold tags?
On the two gentlemen, I do, yes.
All right, I got gold tags.
I missed out on the one that I actually wanted.
Well, that's unfortunate. At least you got two. Now, also assemble your own community tournament. Be part of an e-project esports for everyone and show your world your impeccable esports prowess.
Enjoy tournament access mode, free in-game items, diamonds, and more. You can register by scanning the QR code below.
Below?
Below.
Well,
it's gone now.
I don't think none of us have all three of the KOF skins, unfortunately.
I also really wanted my, but nah.
Yeah, we'll have to wait. But again, right now, we're going to head over to the audience, and we're looking for the smart game face of the day. MPL Arena, be the next smart game face of the day winner.
Just flash the hashtag #ThePowerSmart on your devices in the green background, like what the people on your screen are doing now. Put your game face on to win a redeemable in-game code.
Come on, gives Reptar something spicy.
If the person does a backflip, I'm done. I'm retiring.
How can you replicate it?
You can try.
Yeah. Where's all the game faces? Where's all the green screens? Where's all the hashtags? Oh! Okay, I know you got this one.
Yeah, very doable, very doable.
Oh yeah, I know you can do. All right.
Oh,
there it is.
Ready.
There it is.
Do it. You got to do the eyes, bro. The eyes are key. The eyes are key.
Yeah.
This hurts. Is it on yet?
There you go. I like it.
That's pretty good.
All right, solid.
Can I stop
you're
now?
Good.
That's pretty good.
Solid 9 out of 10.
I'm stuck here now.
Solid 9 out of 10. I like it.
Okay, so with that, again, congratulations there. Blacklist is going to pick the blue side for this game number 2 ahead of them, see if they can get themselves to a game 3. At this point, gentlemen, I almost want us to go to a game 3 as well, because what better way to end the regular season with a full day?
The decision for Blacklist to put on them big boy pants and say, you know what, we're going to blue side, shows that they mean business. Shows that they're going to try to go for this one-track draft, a more streamlined approach compared to the whole red side play around and cover our bases type of situation. Again, look at the recap. They were on red prior, and they got a good amount of coverage.
They did.
But when it comes down to a straight line to what they want to really go for, it was RSG who got what they wanted.
I mean, even when you look at the recap here, if you look at the face value of the lineup that Blacklist actually had, it could work in theory, in essence, but, you know, the way that RSG started, and I love it because it's so fitting to Raiders, right? The way that they raided the early game, they set things up, they got the momentum going. that's what let them shine and, again, pick off potential with just having a Franco. And there's not many roamers nowadays, even here in the MPL Philippines, that will still confidently pick that Franco pick, even though, of course, it's always that one hook that can change the game or a bloody hut combination. But when it's light, man, is it great to see them kind of bring things together.
Not just a Franco. I got to tell you, we're also short on Cho users.
Yes.
Yeah.
Glad we saw it earlier. I mean, it was per Ziva, but, you know, we got to see more of that. And maybe it's just a little bit harder nowadays.
For sure.
You know, it's the way things are with a lot of the hero picks that come up. But, you know, there's still those special pro players, the finesse players out there that like that show. So let's see how this all unfolds. Jump into the draft here for game number 2. Blacklist this time again. What's the game plan for them? Similar bands to start off, though. They got that 31% on the blue side. RSG 64 on the red.
This is just a byproduct of RSG just winning a lot of their matches.
Oh,
Again,
yeah.
They're a very consistent team, and I'm not just talking about Season 13, right? Into the draft we go. The Faramis and the Angela taken out by Blacklist. RSG banning out the Harith and the Lu Yi. Last time Blacklist played blue side in recent memory, they actually tried to draft the Lu Yi. They picked the Lu Yi, the Akai, and the Arlot. That's a very unorthodox first phase, but that's what they went in with when they were blue. So obviously we're going a very different direction. Telegraphed already with that Arlo ban.
Yep.
They want to go for Fredrin. They want to first pick Fredrin.
I'm okay with the first pick Fredrin. Actually, no, not okay. I'm way better than okay with the first pick Fredrin. Come on, man, it's Fredrin.
I'm here for it.
Yeah, might as well just go ahead and lock it down. It's going to be really good. It's one of the best junglers that you have. If I'm RSG, interestingly enough, I shouldn't be pressured to ban the Fredrin.
Yep. Matilda is still out there, so they might try to go for the trade.
Yeah, the Matilda Fredrin trade at the same time. I feel like RSG has the hero pool to just give a lot of difficulty to a Fredrin.
Yeah, I think I'd rather give up that Fredrin over to Blacklist International, take out the Matilda here, and play around that idea. Hey, they're going to go with the Nathan ban, though, so maybe their answer is... Yeah.
They've targeted Oheb.
There he is.
Are they going to take the Matilda then?
But RSG, they can take Matilda Roger. Just really whittle down the heroes that Oheb can play, but he'll still have the Claude available for him, so... Yeah.
Matilda Roger sounds good to me. But it's got to be Matilda X. No other way.
Oh, yeah. Vexana?
Matilda Vex.
Ah. Yeah.
Okay. Sensui holds the most Lord Steals this season with 9 Lord Steals in total. I feel like we saw majority of these, from week 1 and 2?
Week
1 to 3.
And then one of those weeks, he scored like 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's where the whole, Sensui instinct, the Ultra Instinct came through.
One of those
Yeah.
weekends, yeah.
So with that, again, we'll see how this first phase is going to go for Blacklist International. They've already got the Fredrin. They know they got to work against this Matilda here and the Vexana locked in. And I'm wondering again when we'll actually see another chance at an Esmeralda pop up, but probably not here. The Minotaur is going to be locked in. Oh, yeah. What are they thinking?
Oh, they took out the Faramis. They don't need to go mid laner, gold laner, I feel like. Just pick up an Oheb pick now. But they usually do the Oheb pick up in the second phase, so they go for the Valentina instead.
When they're on blue, they usually leave it up to the finisher. So they go get the Val. Currently has 2 solid ults to steal right now. Will definitely dictate what RSG is allowed to play here. They have a roamer, they have a mid laner. Something tells me RSG picks their gold laner here, and then all the more makes Oheb's life miserable with the bans.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I like that, too. Oh, no.
Barretts.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, they can still ban out another gold laner if they want to. Ban out the Claude and they just pick up the Roger.
That's right. Yeah, no, they are first on the swing back.
Yeah.
There you go. This makes it even in the gold lane. Or rather in the jungle. But all the more I'd say not even just even. Man, this is a winning jungle roam combo. It's the Matilda and the Barats.
That's what I'm saying. Anytime you have the Matilda, you always have to factor in, man, the mobility that you're going to have to be able to move around.
It's a flying dinosaur.
It's a flying dinosaur.
It's a pterodactyl.
Yes.
Pterodactyl.
I thought it was a T-Rex.
T-Rex? That's a NACT caster. What are you talking about?
Oh, that's true.
That's Mr. Wagner.
Our good friend, Mr. Wagner.
CC.
Okay. So they're deciding to focus the heroes that can dive. Yeah, good ban here on the Yu Zhong by Blacklist International. But the Paquito and the Benedetta is still actually going to be available for Nats if he wants to. However, they can put up the Nats EXP laner pick for last, pick up their gold laner fourth. Again, RSGPH, very important for them is the matchup in the EXP lane. Rotate for Nats, make sure Nats gets the best pick, gets the best possible matchup. That's the RSG priority.
Yeah, literally what happened in game one. Blacklist tried to get that focus in on Nats, but RSG know their strength. In before, RSG throw the big old dinosaur flying combo to the side and put the barats on Nats. Just maybe. It's not impossible.
Oh yeah,
that flex is still there.
That's a possibility. Hopefully it's a gold laner that they pick up here.
Oh, the Benedetta.
They can still go Paquito. Oh, but also even up against a Fred, Val, Mino, I wouldn't be so remiss to pick up an X-Borg.
Man, we haven't been seeing X-Borg this weekend.
Yeah.
Very little X-Borg played this weekend.
We saw him a lot last week. This weekend was when he sort of been snubbed.
We saw him a lot last week and the week before that and the week before that.
Yeah, there was a whole lot of X-Borg.
I think he should start showing up a little bit more since he is anti-utility jungler. I hate him.
Well, I just think nowadays, this weekend, it's the Yu Zhong so much. There's the Roger ban that they're going to take out here for those gold lane options.
I like how they're going tit for tat. Like, all right, you're going to start attacking our XP lane.
Yeah.
Attack
This
your
is
gold
what
lane.
we're doing.
All right, so it's either going to be, it's the carry Claude trade maybe?
Yeah, carry looks good for both of them.
Yeah. Carry for RSG, Claude for RSG, wow, for Blacklist, so either or.
It's crazy. It's very rare that we actually see the side lanes be left out for the second phase.
Yeah.
Both at the same time.
Yeah. See what they lock in. I'm thinking the carry, for the Blacklist International will take that.
I've been waiting.
Okay, RSG's going to take it instead.
And then
Claude.
Is there a world where it's not the Claude?
Brody, you don't. The thing is, you don't see the EXP laner. So it's like the discussion in Blacklist is, what's their EXP laner? If you pick this, that, and you're just trying to get the best possible matchup.
There's not many that go straight for the back line anymore, though.
Yeah.
If you pick up the Riz here, that's dangerous.
I feel like Blacklist might aim towards getting the Paquito.
Although a flying Rizzler would be cool.
Oh, the Edith, right.
Okay.
And Edith is really rising.
Yeah, that's true, because they needed more magic damage. It couldn't just be the Valentina. They needed something else along with her.
True.
Okay.
So now what's facing the Edith? What's going into the hands of Nats?
3 diamond magic, EXP. Paquito up against a Claude? Yeah, I'm okay with
Yeah.
but up against an Edith?
Yeah, pop him.
Might be strong. I think it is the Paquito. Looks like the best possible one. Esme, you wouldn't.
Nope.
Not enough shields.
Nope.
Struggle. Claude, you wouldn't. Uranus, you wouldn't up against a Claude.
No, not even Tams, not either.
Yeah. They need a little bit more crowd control. Paquito and the Riz.
Yeah,
It's
there
the
it
Riz.
is.
It's the Riz.
Okay. You're fine. Again, the Riz is helped by the fact that there's a Matilda on your lineup.
Yeah, because he's a little more mobile.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's weird, and we've seen him fall off a little bit as of lately. But
Him and the Borg.
Yeah, him and the Borg. But he's still obviously the penalty zone is still a great usage for an ultimate into this lineup. And then, like you said, you work around the mobility thing with having a Matilda paired up. Looking at the lineup ratings here, it's not too different for both the teams. And you guys, once again, can let us know. Blacklist International RSG, hashtag BLCK for Blacklist International, hashtag RSG for RSG. Your user IDs and server IDs for a chance to win some diamonds. 4 winners from the YouTube streams. Don't forget to subscribe as well to the channels. You guys have to make sure you're subscribed. You get a last glimpse here of the lineups. And I don't know, I'm going to lean more towards, obviously, the lineup for RSG. I like what they drafted this time. I think Matilda, very strong right now. Obviously, as its contention rate is, what, 99%, I think it is.
Yeah.
So let's jump into this game. Match point for RSG here against Blacklist International.
I'm going to double down on that. I think we have to watch out for Crusade's carry. It might actually be deceptively fast on the uptake. He might pull the trigger sooner than later. He's still high off of the momentum he got in game 1.
Okay. This is what we can expect from Light, and there might be a response here.
Whoa!
Oh, right to the jump.
Dangerous situation.
Wow.
Flicker forward by Haji, but Light gets away too with a well-timed flicker.
All right. Common emblems on both the gold laners. A support emblem, Fredrin. Of course, if you're talking about one of the most micro-gifted junglers in the game, you got to get your dashes when you're Sensui on a Fred.
Yeah, and they'll make it work, but even that early on aggression coming out from Light, that's really what you expect. And it was almost, if they would have got that first blood for Black International, it would have been great, but not able to get it. They kind of have to just deal with this now. And RSG on the same answer will play around even that top side. Again, that turtle comes up in about 30 seconds here.
Okay, both roamers here with the gold laners in the mid. It's the mid and the junglers. We're poking each other out, so they're both just vying for a better position in the map.
Slightly better XP on Demon Kite. They did score the Little Wonder with no signs of an invade. Oh no!
Light and Kite, Detonus welcome there. Onto Haji, stunned, the full-on combo by the Vexana, and that is a systematic takedown of the roamer of Blacklist.
The Pterodactyl.
Yeah, the pterodactyl evolution of the dinosaurs happening before our eyes. And right now, the turtle's going to come up. Great start there for RSG. They have the information as well to cut them off, so now they know how this is going to unfold. The turtle's going to be started up by Demon Kite. Positioning from Blacklist, though. They'll wait for Haji, too. Doesn't have that level 4 just yet, though.
Oh.
Well, here we go.
Definitely grasp along with the Cursed Blast. A knock up there, Edward.
Oh,
Sidestep by Nas. Penalty zone. Flickered out and penalty zone back in, but it's still a 50-50 for this first turtle of the game. Who's going to get it? Primal Wrath by Edward, sending back the members of RSG just a little bit. It's already gone here, so they can go forward if they want to. No Minimum Fury just yet. Sensui with the Retribution battle win.
As impressive as Nats' hokey pokey was, he did the put left hand in and put the left hand around. You can never count out Sensui's Retribution in that sequence. An amazing use of timing and space. If there would be a replay, that would be amazing. We would be able to see if he comboed the first skill, the enhanced attack, and then the retri. But even in the face of RSU, so good at these collapsing team fights, Sensui still got that major objective out.
Ultra Instinct Sensui. That's how it started weeks ago, and he does it with the turtle. We'll see him continue on that route, and that's always a threat that RSG has to watch out, especially because this is a Fredrin. We know exactly how this hero performs and does.
Haji takes a fair bit of damage. Oheb with a blazing duet just to clear up minion waves and safely get that cart.
Okay, so they deal with that. Again, it's really just paying attention to Oheb.
Oh, Detonus welcome surprise there onto Yue. Terrified full-on combo. Valentina falls.
That's one of the best targets you can find.
Yeah.
If not Oheb, you get Yue, and then everyone else is secondary, but that's amazing. The aggression by RSG definitely carrying over from game one.
Light and Aqua spots out where Oheb and Haji are. Ooh! Look at the burst coming up from the Vex.
Gentlemen, this is trippy. Can I just say how fast Light moves between the jungle and the river?
Yeah.
That's a combination of Wilderness Blessing, and I'm assuming, is he on agility still? Look at how fast that is.
Yeah.
What?
He is. He's got agility and the Wilderness Blessing, and I believe also Nats.
Yes, he does.
Nats has it as well.
Look at that. Oh.
No wonder.
He's moving on ice.
Yeah. Skating through the river. Running on water.
Running on water, literally in the river.
Yeah.
And so with that, Turtle's going to spawn up here. Both gold laners still waiting down on that side, though. Most likely join this one in exchange, but you can already see Nats making his way with that Terizla, utilizing those emblems we just talked about. So it's going to be started up by Sensui this time.
Ooh.
Yue also grabs the penalty zone here, so RSG, what are they going to do?
Oh, flying in there. Now circling Eagle as well by the Matilda. Mino and Fury by Haji. Knocks him up. Who's going to be able to get this turtle? That's a blazing duet by Oheb, and it goes to the hands of Sensui. Blacklist International forcing RSG back. Terrify. RSG backs off.
Blacklist's collapse potential is unmatched. They got away with so much there. Taking down Nats, scoring the turtle, and now RSG. They have to pivot. They have to choose a different strategy this time around. They can't play the way that they played in game one.
Yeah, kind of just going face first in those team fights is not going to work for them right now. You saw it unfold, and that's one of the great things about this Minotaur pick as well. You can really surprise RSG and kind of stop them in their tracks with a well-timed Flicker, Minoy, and Fury combination. And not just that, but there's a lot of CC available, and we've seen it too. UA picking up the penalty zone himself is all part of the layering here. Items real quick, how are they looking?
Oh wow, 500 gold ahead. Oheb suddenly, as if those first few engages that forced him to use the Blazing Duet down bottom never existed, never happened. And now like RSG, Pixel Brush, oh that's light spotted.
Yep, like gonna get spotted out. UA this time, holding on to his own Eternal Guard. And so, you know, slowly but surely Blacklist International has found themselves with a nice little lead to work with. And really, if they can avoid Demon Kite doing well.
Oh, Nas going in with the penalty zone, spots out Yua. He takes a brunt of damage, but he's going to be able to get away. No, he doesn't. Nas with the kill, but full-on knockups by Blacklist. RSG decided to collapse and just dished out a lot of crowd control. Blazing Duet. Edward with a flicker, Earth Shatter forward, and RSG get turned around.
For the price of UA, that's not worth it. It was a 2-for-1. Demon Kite and Nats. It's very difficult for them to do this. The doctor suggests you stay behind your turrets. RSG is not ready to face Blacklist mid-game power spike.
Man, and look what's happening here. Demon Kite, despite him having those 2 pickoffs early game, he's fallen behind now with Sensui. Sensui definitely finding his flow this time around on that Fredrin pick like we talked about earlier on. And you just saw how much time RSG was in the air.
Yeah.
With the lineup that Blacklist International has. So this is most likely, again, just going to be a turtle and objective in Blacklist's hands, as it should be, because RSG is not ready to fight against what they have for them just now.
Yeah, it was like almost a collective 3 seconds of members of RSG just crowd controlled.
Air time.
The airtime, yeah.
It was crazy. They were in 0G.
We don't have a counter for that, do we? We don't. I know we have.
Eventually will.
We should. We should.
Oh no, they count the crowd control time.
Crowd control time.
That's
That's right.
ridiculous. Even Yue can steal away the guiding winds, and that should still also lead to another knockup.
Yeah.
Even the penalties also, there's 2 ways that Yue can get his hands on it. So yeah, more CC. More
Definitely
chances to
welcome too.
win.
Okay, with this, it's getting tough for RSG to even work around the space that they have, but I guess the good thing is Kosei hasn't died yet. He's been able to farm up decently so far.
Still a 2-level gap between Kosei. Oh, Sensui with a big double taunt. Knock him there into light, but he's going to be able to get away. They're trying to hold on to this tower up top.
And they're just all bunched up here. For RSG, forced to pretty much stay together while they work around this. UA once again holding on to the penalty zone. They know that this purple buff is now up.
They're going to start denying RSG their resources. RSG does not want to fight this. Not like this.
Did he get it?
Demon Kite, still secured the purple buff somehow.
Right. Okay, but don't pick the fight, though. Don't pick the fight.
You don't have to fight here, RSG.
Don't have to fight.
You don't want Coach Panda screaming at you.
Yeah.
The panda metrics might go down.
All right. They're
don't
doing
want
fine.
that.
They're doing okay. Still impressive what the young Steven Castillo, Sensui, has done here. Again, this is what you get with a support emblem, Fredrin. He's able to dash in and out, assert his dominance into these bushes with relative impunity.
You know, that's tough, too. Yeah, look at the items here from Oheb.
Oh, that's a Trinity, full on.
Trinity.
That's it. Well, Kusei is still figuring out how to get his next item.
Yeah. So on the way. Oheb with the Blazing Duet in, and he's going to be able to get away without a problem. But Nas and Light going in with a guiding wind plus a penalty zone. A little bit too greedy for RSG as Nas falls down. Here comes Demon Kite, but not enough firepower from the side of RSG. Death is welcome. He decides to not commit a Demon Kite. Greedy, a little bit too greedy.
He was thinking about Edward. He's like, yeah, maybe not.
Blacklist was definitely looking for a reaction.
Yeah.
They were poking the bear, and the bear was just but a cuddly teddy bear at the time. RSG is not in any fighting form just yet.
It's exactly the representation when you have a Claude there, just like, you know, poking you down, BMI's back. That's poking the bear, and that's what they did. And then Oheb went in with the Blazing Duet to start that fight and force the reaction. So RSG finds themselves checked here. And it's tough because when you're down this far behind, yes, it's that first Lord, but you really have to scrape things together. Again, Kosei stayed alive. He hasn't died, but he's still building these items. He's only got the 2 locked in, the Corrosion Scythe and that DHS.
Yep, something to note here. Check out Sensui. Just built an Oracle. Will definitely heal off of his own skills, but also will heal from the Minotaur's Motivation Roar. So he's just that much chunkier now. It's as if he's not even using the support emblem. He has mitigated that weakness as if he was using the tank emblem as well. Amazing setup here for the Fredrin.
Yeah, chunky Fredrin. You see the Eternal Guard and the full-on combo, but the Vexana dropped. Earlier, we saw how much Aqua's combo hurt.
Yeah.
Now it barely scratches Blacklist.
Yeah, it's tough to see. Now they're going to have to be the ones on the defense here. Blacklist, do they punch it in? Do they force something out?
Oh, they're still waiting for the passive of that turret to pop, which already it did. Turret does not fall. Hold on, Sensui with a big taunt. Okay, but they back off. Oh, that's going in with a big penalty zone, but there's still too much damage on the side of Blacklist International and not enough for RSG. Blazing Duet entry there, and that's going to be Kusei going down. No more big damage for RSG. Double kill for OHEB, and that's going to be Blacklist. Look like on the way to forcing game number 3, but they still don't have the minion waves, but they get naps. Demon Kite and Aqua remain, and the minion waves will continue to push forward.
Oh, dude, Blacklist staying here, waiting for the wave to push in. They got the numbers.
Look at the bodies.
Do they have the wave clear? Eternal Guard drops off. Yue going into the back. Aqua able to stop it down. Terrified. They're going to be focusing down on Demon Cat. That's going to be the Valentina. And going to be the Barrett's down. They're chasing. OHEB's down. Haji's down. Double kill for Light. It's 4 down on the side of Blacklist.
The punish. Blacklist went the wrong way on their dismount, and RSG are punishing them hard. For the first time in a while, RSG are actually crossing the river to a productive call. They're making their way down mid.
They won't be able to end it, but they will get a lot of space to work with.
SNS, stonks and space is what they get.
Is that a scientific term?
Stonks in space.
Yes, it is. Ask Stephen Hawking.
All right.
Okay.
They got...
I will.
I thought there was additional...
I thought something else was to follow, but I'm pretty sure there wasn't. All right, 20 seconds until the next. Lord, let's talk about what that earned RSG, all right? They shrank the gold lead, cut it in half, definitely got that third item onto Kusei.
Yes.
And again, you need items on Aqua as well. Key to that defense, key to that clapback was Aqua's discipline and Aqua's call. Amazing. There was even a time or twice in that team fight where an Aqua put the Eternal Guard on himself.
Yeah.
To protect him.
He dropped it on himself, basically, and that worked. But, you know, one thing I'm really noticing, too, is Nats just is not tanky enough to deal with this just yet. Kosei, big item pickup here for this fight.
Yeah, win in nature for the carry, but Light not in exactly the best pace. Edward has the information. Oh, but they get Edward out of that shrub.
Yep.
They need to check the left side here, RSU. While Blacklist International, the positioning that they have, very good. OHEB as well. Already, a little bit of info.
Malefic Roar on OHEB, so if he hurt earlier, it's going to hurt even more now.
Way more.
All right, so Bush control. Blacklist has it in check, but just the same, I think RSG, they need to fix up that bottom lane.
Yeah. They're going to be going in penalty zone, and that's going to be big knockup coming in from Lights Matilda. And a penalty zone by Yue as the Valentina. The blazing duet by OHEB. Kusei flies out. 4 remain for RSGPH. Yue, what a play.
See, in that situation, it's just, that's a losing battle because you're in this tight space for RSG. You can't really approach. And you know, Yue had that penalty zone as well. And then you're going to get forced to disperse from the Blazing Duet from OHEB. So very difficult for RSG to actually find windows in those situations.
The window that they're looking for, in my observation, would be a delayed entry. If only RSG can find that way to force a fight and then go in maybe 2 seconds after Blacklist lets go of all of its skills. That's the only way they can go.
Big combo and another big combo in response by Blacklist International. Edward stuck on the other side of the wall. Looks like he's going to be able to get away. Primal Wrath already popped. Demon Guy taking a lot of damage. He goes back. Uses the Detonus Welcome. Actually, no, he doesn't. He's just able to get away from that. Yue with the Winter Truncheon picked up, built up there. So RSGPH will be able to defend.
Yue holding on. To the zone, Eternal Guard. They're going to go and walk in with this. RSG, they clear out the Lord, they clear out the minions. They're going to live to fight another day for now, 15 minutes in.
They are okily-dokily, as Ned Flanders would say. They're fine. Again, when you're looking at heals, no one comes close to Haji. Half of the people he's healing over there has oracles. So that means that'll just keep going up higher and higher. Light, his real job right now is pick up and deliver. Send these big key skills to where they need to be. Sensui,
Okay. Blacklist International. Oh, knockups there by Edward. Uses the Earth Shatter. Flicker not yet there for Haji. You and Edward still coming back. Same for Aqua and Nas. RSG are balled in their base.
It's come to the point wherein Edward is so good at using this Edith and so good at placing his CCs. The Earth Shatter should start feeling like an ult.
Yeah, pretty much at this point. And notice what he's doing too. A lot of times he is so far up front to soak in a lot of stuff because he knows that he can rely on the Primal Wrath, kind of back up from there. Of course, even has a defensive flicker if he wants to use it. Kosei picks up the Malefic Roar here. He's going to be in a good position to fight for the next Lord, and that's still my biggest thing is RSG as they approach that next Lord. Do they really, how's the positioning for them? Quick look at the items here, lock it in.
We're still one step away from Kusei just selling his boots and going barefoot. Aqua does build up his 5th item. There's the DG. Looking to see exactly how they survive this next Lord. Because again, I would reckon RSG cannot even contest. This is still a difficult contest with the Lord coming in 10.
The problem is right now for Blacklist International, or for RSG, is the lineup of Blacklist way too tanky. 2 beefy boys in a mech.
Yep. And again, their only real output that comes out quick is Oheb.
Yeah.
Yue has to go play DOT. He has to let a few skills out and stay around, force RSG. But yeah, it's Oheb. I wonder how they're going to solve the kill 1 dilemma.
Yeah, considering that it's also hard to catch that low. Okay, Light goes in. Finds Yue and Edward. Sensui finds Demon Kite. And they're both just playing a game of chicken right now.
Yeah, they're just, Sensui.
Double taunt, but nope. Light and Ants get to go back.
Okay, once again, it's going to come down to how does RSG approach this? Because advantage, really, in terms of this space, is for Blacklist International. The lineup as well for UA has that penalty zone holding on to it. So RSG, they've got to figure out this puzzle piece. How do they approach this? How do they find their own advantage? Meanwhile, managing their base.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the whole other thing.
The 3 in range. Oh, here we go.
Demon Kite takes a run of damage. He's brought really low. All of the crowd control. Demon Kite was stuck in the air. And he couldn't do anything. And now RSG can just stand and watch and manage minion waves as Blacklist get the 3rd Lord of the game.
That's it. All the more. Blacklist just gave RSG their ultimatum. RSG was forced to choose between contesting, keeping the Lord dancing, or clearing their base. And Blacklist said, just go ahead and defend.
Yeah, as soon as Aqua popped up on that map to go defend, they went for it. Look at all these immortalities. They're going to go into the base of RSG.
And that's Nas with a 3-man penalty zone. 4-man knock up there by Light. And the Eternal Guard. UN with a penalty zone as well. That's going to be the Cursed Blast. And because of that combo, RSG are fighting back. Nas going after Sensui. Look at Edward with a Primal Wrath. Aqua goes down with the hands of Yue. Blazing duet by Oheb. And Blacklist will not be able to end it here. Maybe the Lord's still coming in. The minion waves as well.
Oh no, they need Aqua though. Aqua's down.
Aqua. That's the best minion wave clear that they got. That Vexana. Game 3 is what Blacklist is trying to force. And they're trying to do so with brute force. They're dishing the damage. They're dishing the control. Nas will fall. Demon Kite could be next. Gusei and Light trying to hold on. But it's too much. Triple kill for Kiel 1. A wipeout for Blacklist. We're going to game number 3.
For the 3rd time of the evening, we head on to game number 3. The very last game ahead of us for the regular season here. And man, what a game for Blacklist International. What an adjustment that they had with this lineup against RSG.
Sometimes I say things and they happen.
Yeah.
A 1-track streamlined lineup. Their only real reliable source of scaling damage, the Claude. We're going to call it this early on. Is it Oheb as their MVP? I'd like to say so.
Yeah.
Well, looks like it.
It was a great performance all around, but Oheb especially as he ended that as well. Man, what a game for them. And RSG really, I don't know, man. Even if they held on a little bit longer, I don't think they would have ever gotten to a point where they could actually find themselves in an advantage when it came to the Lord dances.
Yeah.
It wasn't happening. Fully exposed base.
There's too much frontliners on the side of Blacklist. Yeah, RSG got the Matilda, but the fact that they were lacking one tanky frontliner.
It's Haji.
Well, OHEB wouldn't have had as good payoff in a performance if it wasn't for Haji's peeling. If it wasn't for Haji's healing starting minute 1. So the fact that they had a walking fountain and again, almost infinite CC and of course a shot calling of their new captain, their in-game leader for Season 13, it wouldn't have been possible. So despite how amazing OHEB's performance was, it wouldn't have been possible without Haji setting it all up for not just him, but for the rest of Blacklist International. Again, I love the focus on the photo, the Flask of the Oasis that you put on a Minotaur this time around. That's a jackpot from Moonton, the way that they reworked this big hunk of beef on the Land of Dawn. I'd say maybe number 2, best roamer right now in the metagame, only second to Matilda, which all the more speaks volumes of how Haji performed here in game number 2, forcing a game 3. Again, with very little on the line, they just want to show that they can beat the best of the best when it comes to MLBB esports in the world. They just want to make sure that they take it all the way and show us a glimpse of what playoffs Blacklist might look like.
The Minotaur pick. I love to see it. And now, like we said in the draft, the rise of this Edith showing up more often. It works so well. Like, there's so much airtime that the enemy team dealing with this has to deal with. And you saw it kind of unfold here, even as Blacklist International. This isn't the ending here just yet, but they find themselves shoving into the base here of RSG, and it was so hard for them to deal with it. Okay, this is that triple kill, and things just fell into place with the lineup that they had.
I was gonna say, maybe even Edward. There was a voice in my head that maybe it's Edward. Edward also deserves an MVP performance here. But one more look at the emblems. Again, if you want to try and play like Haji here, grab that extra HP. Wilderness Blessing, Concussive Blast, Tank Emblem. There you go. Be an MVP in your next ranked game tonight. 19 minutes, 16 seconds. That's how long it took to break down RSG, which, by the way, kudos to the Raiders, to the Kingslayers. They actually lasted maybe 2 sieges longer than we both expected.
Yeah, definitely. We're able to have at least a fighting chance, but, you know, that's one thing. And maybe this is why Tarizla is falling off a little bit, because it felt like, even with the Matilda, man, when he would jump in with the penalty zone, I don't know what it was, but he was just taken out so quickly.
Yep, he's built here an Athena's Shield, the Dominance Ice, a Blade Armor, and we rarely see this, a Blood Wings. So he's trying to build damage reduction on damage reduction, yet still, that wasn't enough to stop Blacklist from trampling on through him. I think mostly, to be honest, Nats, he was a penalty zone machine. That's it.
That's it.
He
That's
just
all it
go,
was.
just go penalty zone. If I die, I die. You guys do the rest.
You know what sucks about that?
What?
UA's penalty zone was like better. It had more value.
That's true.
Than Nat's own penalty zone.
UA was halfway through a peeler, halfway through a damage dealer, right?
Yeah.
And then if he does get the CC skills, then extra. Bonus.
Yeah, I mean, as an actual Trizla, you penalty zone, you just swing the mace around.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Exactly. I think that's the noise he makes. Yeah.
You're really good at these sound effects, bro.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's
Appreciate
the
it.
Whooshing.
I also just really want to say the Blacklist layered their crowd control abilities better. Yes, they had the Fred. They had the advantage of having 4 that can crowd control really well. But there were times where I was looking at RSG. They could have layered the knockup from the Matilda, the knockup from the Eternal Guard, the knockup from the penalty zone a little bit better.
But it's not as easy to activate and not as, again, on demand, and the peel that they're providing isn't as reliable as Blacklist, which now, I have to say, as amazing as the performance was, the draft really helped Blacklist achieve this Game 2 victory and force RSG into a Game 3.
Man, that's exactly what they needed to do, because as we were talking about what happened from Game 1 to Game 2, the adjustments were made, and they really stopped RSG in their tracks from building the same momentum we saw them do in Game 1. So I'm wondering, once again, how things kind of fall into place here. That Fredrin pick, though, continues to be, you know, if it is picked up priority, it's for a good reason, because it really sets the pace, sets the foundation for the lineup. And it's surprising, too, because even knowing, okay, we're going to take the Fredrin, we give up the Matilda, and we still play around that, and it works out. So Can't wait to see what they have in store for us for Game 3. But before that, we want to mention once again, all of you guys watching on TikTok, or if you're not there already, we have a goodie bag lottery for you guys to join to be one of our lucky winners.
Hey, come on.
You got him.
Go to TikTok. Go to the MPL Philippines TikTok channel at MPL PH_official. Click the official live stream and click the top left corner near Naisu and near the timer ticker there to join the goodie bag lottery. We've been doing it all season long, folks. It's the last day of the regular season. If you haven't done that yet, I just don't know.
If you haven't done that yet, what are you doing?
I just don't know.
And, you know, me and Leo just nodding, agreeing with you.
Reptar in 3D.
Yeah.
Right?
Just wait till they're watching MPL in 3D, 4D.
Yeah, 3D, 4D, I got a lot of dimensions.
5D.
Echo 40?
40? That could work too. That was a stare down, man. I mean,
You went into the Matrix for like 2 seconds.
Yeah, a little bit. I had to lost myself. I had to get myself out of there.
He spoke to
That's
Lawrence
okay.
Fishburne.
Hey, you know who we're going to speak to now?
Morpheus.
Let's hear from Sensui. Sensui, what do you have for us in this interview? Red.
Siguro po masasabi ko pong nagtagumpay ako kung mahigitan ko po yung performance ko last season. Kasi yung mindset ko po talaga palagi higitan po yung yung sarili ko dati. Para kasi po inisip ko po pag nahigitan ko po yung sarili ko dati, kumbaga yung mga achievements po kusang darating na yan kapag lalo ako nag-i-improve. Yun po sa sa family ko po. Kasi di rin po natin matatanggi pag nag-champion ka po, parang magbabago talaga yung buhay mo kahit outside the game po.
There you go. Great to hear. And from Sensui, again, amazing performance from him.
Yep.
The previous game. And, hey, it's a first for us here, at least from what I can recall from the regular season. This is now, we're going into our 9th game for the night.
Maxed out.
Maxed out. This is about as maxed out as it gets.
So don't pass out.
Don't. We'd be worried for you if you did.
We would.
So don't.
Hydrate.
Make sure you guys hydrate.
Grab a meal. Get up, stretch your legs.
Yeah.
What's your ulam?
Get comfy.
Pare.
I actually am excited to see what I'm having for supper tonight.
Yeah, same.
It's gonna be. We've earned the meal.
It's not even dinner anymore. It's supper that we're having.
Supper?
Yeah.
Up until I went to Singapore, I always thought supper and dinner were the same thing.
Same.
And then we're like, you eat twice at night here?
Wait, aren't they?
No, supper is like
They're
later
not
than
the
dinner.
Oh,
same.
that's right. That's right. That's right.
So like you eat dinner, and if somehow you're still awake by like midnight, 1 a.m., you have supper. Or if you have a very late dinner, that's called supper.
Okay, I was going to say it's different in the U.S., at least in the Midwest, because over there it's you have dinner, your lunch, you have...
It's lunch.
Your lunch is lunch.
Yeah.
And then there's no dinner. It's just you have your supper.
Supper, there you go.
Yeah.
If you're a hobbit, you have second breakfast.
Yeah. And we're just mentioning all of this because there's beef on the side of Blacklist. That's Minotaur.
Yes.
You mentioned it's easier for Blacklist to dish out their crowd controls. Well, of course it's going to be. When you have a Minotaur just standing there like, bong, bong, the third one's going to knock everyone up.
Yeah.
And then you have
that's
three
what
other...
Haji was doing.
And you have 3 other chances to do the same thing.
Exactly.
It's a lot to deal with.
I miss beef.
You're hungry.
I am. I'm so hungry right
His
now.
blood sugar's an all-time low. But
Yeah,
we
it's
wouldn't
okay.
have it any other way. It's been
Yeah.
amazing calling these matches all day
for
long
sure.
for your pleasure. Talking about RSG, this is, I think, the lineup that needs a little bit more tweaking. As amazing as the pterodactyl combo was, the flying dinosaur.
And the Riz.
Maybe they're not in the same direction. They're not doing what they both needed to do. Or
Yeah.
even the carry, I'd like to think maybe there was some pivoting that they could have done to help make sure that the core for RSG was doing what it needed to do. So now it's RSG's turn to be on blue, and then they can do this. All right, they can do better to try and get that first pick gambit. We get the Fredrin, we call the shots, or we get the Harith, and you deal with it.
Yeah, I will take back what I said now.
Okay.
Don't give the Fredrin to Sensui, man.
Yeah, don't.
I'll take it back. Just don't give it. Just don't give it.
That's what I was saying. First pick for Sensui. We even saw it before in the draft that how many Lord Steelskis had, And he's just very confident on the hero, and that's the reason why it works so well for him. And that's where I feel like he channels the Sensui Ultra Instinct, and it worked out for them there. So that might be a big contention, obviously, for the next one.
Yeah, my grandfather is saying, Fredrin is never wrong unless you're fighting Sensui, and it's on him.
Your grandfather says this?
Yep.
Your grandfather sounds like a great analyst.
Yeah. That's knowledge passed down.
Yeah. His name is Kaisam.
Kaisam! That's a familiar name.
I learned a lot from him.
Yeah. Well,
what was that silence?
You know, at this point,
What the hell was that?
At this point, guys, we're just waiting for Game 3 because so far from what we've seen, less than a minute away, so far from what we've seen, Game 1, Game 2.
And finally now I understand the feeling of our Indonesian brethren, our family in MPL Indonesia. Because there were 2 weeks where they had all 9 games in the week go. Yeah, all of it went 3 games for like 2 weeks.
So it happens for them often.
Yeah, it happens for them often in MPL ID.
Okay.
Oh, I feel like, but hey, here's the thing. They are on a schedule basis too, right? There is a little bit difference there.
That's
isn't there?
true.
Don't they have like these longer
longer
in-between
breaks?
times?
Yeah, we have the rolling schedule.
So, you know, we know that they get to probably eat.
Yeah, but just the same, they end way longer.
Yeah.
You know.
But aren't they, wait, is Indonesia an hour behind?
Yeah, but it's the
an hour
same
behind.
length of time.
That's true. That's
I'll
true.
see y'all in Indonesia.
Stay hydrated and get your food in because we're about to head over to Game 3 in just a bit for the draft. And I still think that we see some variability here. And I think even for RSG, man, if we really think about the playoffs here for both these teams, and for Blacklist especially, how much we talked about how they had a harder time in the regular season, this is like their time to refine things and get things down pat because we know how they struggled, right? We know what the obstacles they had ahead of them. In RSG, they had a much better season, obviously regular season-wise, but that game that we just saw from Blacklist International, if they can somehow carry that over and even refine it, make it better, in this Game 3 and then in the playoffs, I think a lot of people will be surprised what they come out for playoffs.
Let me put what you just said into perspective, Joseph. If Blacklist beats RSG, Blacklist ends the regular season by taking down possibly number 2. RSG could have been number 2 and Blacklist beat them to end the regular season. Is that not shades of their grand finals run form from season 12?
Yeah, what I love about these two teams, RSGPH and Blacklist, they're both teams that have like a late season or playoff switch. There is playoffs mode RSG. There's an RSG that throughout the regular season maybe will end 50-50, 7-for-7, things like that. And then suddenly come in the playoffs like, oh, they're surprising. They're sweeping the first round. They snap. They almost make it into the grand finals yet again. Same goes for Blacklist. Now we saw them have a season where they struggled for a good amount of it. And now they're just having that late season heading into the playoffs turnaround. So I'm just very excited to see not just like what they're going to be showing in the playoffs, but what they're going to be showing in this game number 3. Will Blacklist give the Fredrin or not?
Still out there. And it looks like they're going for the Matilda Fredrin Gambit again. Not just, even the Harith. So whatever RSG don't pick, Blacklist get the 2.
Yeah. So RSG is deciding. Blacklist overloaded them with choices.
Yep. It's like a kid in a candy store, Coach Panda. Talking to the team, talking to Coach Daliot.
What you want?
What is worth it?
Is it the Harith?
If I may.
On Kusei?
I'd say it's the Fredrin.
The Fredrin, yeah. Fredrin allow Blacklist to get the Harith.
Harith and the Matilda, and then you go Esme.
You know what surprise I want? RSG pick up the Edith in the first phase already.
After the inevitable Matilda Fred swing.
Yeah. This has to be Matilda Fred, right? If it's not Matilda Fred, what else could it be?
Because the Minnows already banned out, you're right.
Yeah.
Oh no, they're thinking about it. They're thinking about it. Arlo's banned too.
Yeah, like they're thinking about it. Do they really want the Matilda, the Minotaurs gone?
Are we gonna do what they wanted us to do? What everyone is expecting us to do?
Yeah. Of course it is.
Nothing out of the ordinary. This is what we expected. Now what's left in the jungle? The box and the barats.
Yeah. For me, I'd rather get the box. I'd want to see RSG go faster.
Oh yeah,
against the Matilda.
Against the Fred and the Matilda, the
Yeah.
box does amazing things.
Get the Barats and Edith. Not gonna lie, Barats and Edith would be great right now. Or if you're gonna save up your roamer, go for pick off later, something like the Kaja. I wouldn't not Franco in this situation. Kaja would be good later on if they're gonna pick that.
Harith being that first pick too, I think is great.
Yeah.
Rest from that, you can build around this, but I mean, the Frederick and Matilda is a strong combination.
If Kushe wins his lane, it's more likely that RSG succeeds.
Oh, they go for the Valen instead.
Okay.
And of course it's the box shot. Okay.
There's the box.
So this allows Blacklist to pick up the Vex, call it a day.
Yeah.
Or the Nova. Nova's still out there. Hey, who is this? This is Neil and Neil and Aaron.
True.
Yeah.
I had to look over there, and no wonder. It's Chantel over there.
It's not us, it's them.
It's them.
It's the mother and daughter of all series. Running joke here in MPL Philippines. Back when she was still in MDL Philippines, Brigida spawned the most, spawned the most 3-game or longest series in MDL PH. Chantel's been doing that in MPL PH for how many seasons?
Oh, interesting that Blacklist International will still go ahead and ban out the Franco. And also, here's some more trivia for you. Yue played Vexana 14x. That's 14 times. Most played by the player this season.
So if Benny is Roger, Yue is
Vex.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Going into the second phase of banning, something tells me with this Franco ban, Blacklist may have cracked the code for RSG's success, at least in this series against them. Number one, RSG wants to win the gold lane matchup. With the Nathan, closer to 50-50 this time around against the Harith on Crusade. Second, game one, wherein RSG dominated Black.
Yeah.
The pick off roamer, the Franco on Light.
It's gone.
It's gone. So now, what now?
Even when all
There's the Vex ban. So
Do you
I think RSG knows. RSG counted.
I was gonna say, do you think Light goes Edith like this time around?
Yes, please. Like, I thought the Edith would come in earlier in the first phase, but actually, if I'm Blacklist, they can steal it.
Ban it out. No, I can steal it, put it in the XP, you're right.
Yeah, put it back in the XP lane. Because earlier, the problem was you were lacking a little bit more control, right? Frontliner. So take the Edith into the fourth pick.
And I'm not against it. I think Blacklist succeed with all the control. They're very good in that kind of situation. That'll leave them to close up their draft with US hero, which is fine. Again, you can play like a Lilia. You can play so many other heroes.
Yeah.
He's fine. He's not hurting.
Oh,
That's
what
they
if
know.
it's...
They know.
What if? Glue for Edward.
Glue.
But in the last pick. Because
As
the
a
problem
swerve.
is... Yeah, because the problem is you can only pick Glue depending on what Nath picks.
Yeah. Well, right now, the fact that, the Yuzhong was taken out, Arlon is not going to be there.
And you got the clear path. The Faramis is banned out.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm with it. I mean,
Faramis and even the Vex.
Yeah, not all the way, but I'm with it.
I'm not sure if he would, but, what if Naths goes with the Benedetta? I don't know. I feel like we're relying only on that box show. Again, we still have to see what the other pick for Light's going to be here.
Oh,
baby.
good read.
Okay.
Great read, Panda.
All right.
So
Panda.
this might be a Paquito Bennett trade?
Those are options. I don't like the Riz. Pandaliot on it.
Pandaliot, I like that.
You like that?
Oh, that's a baby. Oh, someone's showing a baby friend on their phone.
Oh, yeah? Where? I need to talk to them. Yeah.
A baby what?
A baby friend.
Baby friend. That's what we call cats.
Oh, that's what we call cats?
Yeah, baby
And
friend.
any other fur babies.
Baby friend.
All right, here we go. What's this? Again, the best call, again, given especially the Edith ban, would be to keep the XP laner surprise. So, what do you put on? There you go.
Novaria by you. Okay.
You get the Nova.
Oh, no, but there's a... if only that wasn't a Nathan. Surprisingly enough, RSG could have gotten Uranus.
You think they would?
They just need a high control for Light.
What else is there for the control? Thinking of possible roamers.
They can not Kufra.
Now come to think of it,
Grok.
Rome suffered for the sins of all the other lanes.
It has.
Rome seems to be the one that's tight now.
It has. What do they
Oh,
go
it is
with?
the Cho.
Cho!
One of the few players left to play this hero
And the pack.
in the pack.
So do you glue here? Do you glue here, son?
Glue would still be, whoa, strangely okay. But in terms of the rotational speed, you're going to be sticking Edward just stuck in lane.
Yeah, I reckon Benepac would be the best call now.
But they need a frontliner. It's just a Fredrin.
It's not enough, yeah, so you got to put something else on Ed.
Then again, for RSGPH, it's mainly just the Baksha. The Joe's going to be a pick-off. He can take a little bit of damage, but he's just there to crowd control and get away.
But RSG will not be shy to pick off whoever is left in the front line for Blacklist.
Yep, that's true.
Man, and when you look at this, what's available to him, I'm not sure if he would go to the Benedetta in this lineup because, like you guys mentioned with the Fredrin, it looks like he's asking for confirmation.
Coach Dex, what is it?
Who is it going to be? Oh, Esmeralda.
Okay, shields on the pack, shields on the Harith, but there is a box.
Someone's excited.
More than
Probably an Esmeralda main out there.
Okay, we're still at 0% win rate on Esme, though.
Yeah, we are. So, you know, we've got to keep it contained for now.
Yeah, exactly. I marked out for the first one tonight, but this one, I'm going to keep it closer to my chest. Well, rating-wise, though, it looks like they're really close to each other, I'd say. Not what we were expecting. Neither of us mentioned the
Esme.
The Esme,
I guess you were just not used to seeing it yet.
For sure.
Yeah, another test here. And let us know, once again, you guys watching on YouTube, hashtag BLCK for Black, hashtag RSG for RSG Philippines. Which team's going to win here? Picking the winners for some diamonds out there. Don't forget your user IDs and servers as well. This is what it's come down to. Again, ahead of us as we jump into the land of Dawn, the final game of the regular season before we close it out and head off to playoffs. It comes down to the best of one of Blacklist International and RSG.
Here we go.
Oh, yeah.
All right, checking out the counter mirror start. A purp for Black, orange for RSG. Impure Rage on that box, check it out. And waiting on what Edward built on his Esmeralda.
Support?
That's cooldown and that's fleeting time and agility.
Pull yourself together.
Oh yeah, that's what it's called. There you go. Cooldown on the battle spell, cooldown on the death timers. Interesting approach.
And a lot of purifies, as you mentioned. Now, okay, a little bit of poke down here. They're trying to get down Sensui. That's going to be Demon Cat getting it. It was Sensui, but Haji uses the guiding wind to send the jungler out.
Okay, one has to mention 3 purifies. This has to be an all-time high for the season, right?
Yeah.
Are they losing out on some utility? I feel like this might be a little overkill.
It might be, but also, how often do we see Harith roll with the Vengeance?
Kusei was the first one.
He was the first one, right?
Yeah, he was the first one to show it, and it's been something that really rose up in the RGs first, and then when I saw it, I was like, okay, yeah, Vengeance Harith makes perfect sense.
Full-on collapse.
Yeah, and Kusei was the first one. So he's very comfortable playing with Vengeance on the Harith.
Okay.
Looking at the lineup, that's the... Oh yeah, no, he's definitely capable of punishing. Edward and Oheb, who you would think would be the predators of that Harith. With the Vengeance, I think he fixes up the matchup.
We'll see how that works out. Once again, both junglers level 4 here. Edward, though.
Hello.
Oh, he's immune. He is able to use that Purify just in time. That could have been a kill secure onto him, but good thing he forced out that battle spell.
Okay, Light not having that level 4 just yet. Aqua's going to pick up his Circling Eagle over from Haji. They're going to start up with this Turtle, going for it now for Blacklist International. They're just going to work on that orange buff and let RSG kind of hold this area.
Ooh, Light with a choke kick.
Wow.
And just like that, Edward gets deleted.
Impressive. Oh, Brother Neo will be proud. Again, we mentioned earlier that we don't see many Cho players or moments in Season 13. How about we close up with one? Just like that. Again, I told y'all, if it was RSG, trigger happy, they will not hesitate whoever they find with the Way of the Dragon.
They won't, and Light loves to have this pick-off potential. But really, you have to wait to see how long it's going to work. There's the Vengeance being used. So, okay, he's fine.
Yeah, Matilda's pokes early on, like with the full-on charged-up Wisps, still really hurts anyone, even a Harith with a Vengeance.
Yep, that's why he pulled the trigger, stayed to get his gold cart, and then went home.
a little bit different scenario. Earlier, we saw an Esmeralda doing so well against a Paquito, but Navs is just confidently dueling Edward in lane. Oh, since he was going to get caught out here, Appraiser's Wrath is not going to land.
He's trying to swat a circling eagle around you.
And key to that engagement was how Demon Kite and
Light with a kick, but no, onto no one actually, because Aqua's way too low.
Oh, no.
And Aqua might actually be able to. No, he does not go down. He gets away. So that is a little bit of an too exciting trigger pull there by Light.
Yeah, Demon Kite and Aqua leaned into the Appraiser's Wrath, so there was nothing since we got there.
Dreadnought armor on Light. Is that mainly just for the Fredrin, the half physical damage dished out by the Esmeralda?
It's for the Fred, it's for the basics, and the just overall defensive capabilities. I'm halfway through. As we look at the lineup, I'm also scratching my head.
Yeah, because I feel like him rushing a Radiant armor would have been better for RSGPH.
Yeah, or maybe just a basic.
I was going to say, maybe it just keeps it at that.
A pair of pants. I would have preferred a pair of pants.
Yeah, even just pants. Like pants, and then you go into the Radiant armor.
Okay, we'll see the build path he goes. The Radiant armor is going to be picked up by Demon Kite first, though.
Yeah, okay.
So we'll see. Interesting to see what Light continues to build up. Turtle working on here, half health. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, it's advantage here for RSG. Oh no, for Blacklist International. Astral Echo, that's going to be a kickback by Light to get Sensui off of it. He sacrifices himself, so RSGPH gets the turtle.
Okay, they get the objective again. And now mid-fight.
That's a lot of damage, but still not going to be enough. Sensui holding on, but he gets taken out. Edward will be forced to purify away.
Little did they know it was a two-phase fight there. After the turtle, the trade for the objective on Light, and then eventually I think Blacklist had a false sense of security saying, yeah, there's no way they're going to force anything. And then they lost track of where Nats was, went for the knockout.
Yeah, great movement down there.
He's so active right now in this map. He's quite everywhere, honestly. And he's out-rotating and out playing Edward right now. I like that first build.
You like that?
I like that first build.
You like that? Put the Sea Halberd on Terry Bogard.
Oh, kick again by Light. He's really just playing. Man, you kicking everyone. He doesn't hold back with his kicks, but it might actually be detrimental for him as Light goes down.
Yeah, not sure what the play was there.
There was no rhyme or reason for that one.
Yeah, Light was just like, I can chow again. Yay.
He was in too deep.
He was. That was a little difficult to really do anything with that. Now, finding themselves, though, still with a nice, comfortable lead, 2K. Navs is actually, because he picked that up as well, he's going to have a better time matching up against Edward. But just look how active Navs is. We'll see if he continues to rotate down here towards the next turtle, 30 seconds away.
Kusei showed himself a little bit too early, circling Eagle. Kusei, he does have the vengeance if he wants to use it, and Haji might get punished here on the dash with the flicker away. Nemesis is going to be able to get away, and here comes Demon Guy with an Aqua from behind, able to take him down. Circling Eagle, stolen by Aqua before Haji went down, and that means he secured a kill onto Oheb. Aqua, fast hands.
2 for none. A drive-by, the eventual trade by Edward, cross map. But because of this cracked open bottom lane for Blacklist, this last turtle all the more becomes valuable. Oh wait, no, Nat's gonna deny Edward!
He came back in time. I thought he was gonna get that turret too. So there is Navs staying up on that top side, but that doesn't mean RSG can just take this turtle either. Blacklist International back in position for it.
They're chasing after Sensui. Light will have the kick if he wants to commit it. No, they don't just yet. Sensui close enough. Astral Echo lands. This is not good for RSGPH. Blacklist International, though, in a better position to fight this out. But Oheb will look at the minion waves just a little bit for a little bit of a clear. Star Shatter going forward. Haji providing the space. Edward, here he comes. It's an advantage for Blacklist International. But Light with the kick. He finds Haji. And the damage coming out from this Harith. But it's still Sensui with an objective steal. He does it again. The instincts.
No matter how far behind Blacklist is, as long as Sensui has his retribution, you never count him out.
Oh, he does it time and time again, and it looks so good when he does. They still have a lot of room to cover, a lot of space to cover here, though. Still down about it, too. Items are coming into place, though, for both of the teams. Obviously, RSG, with that lead they have, sitting comfortably. You saw Edward as well, still trying to work towards things on this Esmeralda.
Oh, Kusei Zaman force. Oheb caught off guard, but he still survives. He's getting away. He's walking way past it. And And the heal! The shield provided by the Matilda helps out with saving the gold laner of Blacklist.
Yep, kill one, stands tall, just heals off of the lifesteal from those minions, and he's back in action. A quick update on Light's items. He's now on his way to Radiant Armor.
Okay, so he is going that route.
Something tells me he may have just flubbed his vision and thought Dreadnought Armor was the pair of pants, the steel leg plates, because that happens to me too. They look very similar.
Yeah.
Right? And they're also made from leather jerkin.
I get it.
Right? Could have happened.
Oh, Edward gets spotted out there by Demon Guy. Not good for the EXP laner. Blacklist International. He gets bursted down. But here in the mid, that's Light getting taken out. Kusei in a dangerous situation. He uses the dashes to get closer to his teammates.
Abun Jingjing got bursted there. I think that's more possible now because Nats just picked up his Blade of Heptases about a second ago.
Yeah, he has that burst potential available to them. So now they find them, they find themselves here dealing with this though, but still it's Blacklist International will find these windows when they can. They see that happens up top, they make a play themselves against a Light, and they get a turret out of it. So given that whole situation, they're trying to stay together here, keep things even. Now this is where it's really important because they can't let Sensui do what he's done before against this Lord Dance that is going to happen eventually. So things get into position, things get set up, buffs are going to be taken and secured. But you can already see positioning happening here, and Aqua as well, holding on to that Circling Eagle.
In all fairness, the past 3 or 4 minutes, RSG have been going divide and conquer. They've been putting themselves in a position wherein, Light, look at how far Light is away from everyone else.
Oh, spotted by US Star Shatter though.
Right? So what if, again, Joseph, you mentioned they're starting to clump up. What if they do collapse? Should look better for the Raiders.
No,
when they do.
Ooh, no more Circling Eagle for Blacklist International. Aqua stole it.
Yeah, so they have that to deal with, but still, neither of the teams want to really commit to this just yet. They want any kind of advantage they can. So it's like, all right, let's put Navs up top, put the pressure there, at least some on the top side. And even if they can, whittle down these mid-tier 1 turrets for now, or it's going to ultimately come down to Light, and that's what he's been trying to do. We saw some great setups earlier, but right now struggling.
Nats finding the Novaria. Astral Echo. Aqua put in the bad spot. He used the Circling Eagle to get away from it. No more ultimate here for the Valentina. Navarre's GPH. Meanwhile, Blacklist International in a slightly better position here.
Wow, that's 2 flickers taken away from RSG, so their mobility definitely stumped here. Haji still has his ult. Haji has his flicker. Very mobile, Blacklist.
Uh-oh. Again, it's going to reset. They're going to hold it together. Mid lane. Navs and Edward brought the top lane to mid lane.
Oh,
he has to back. Takes the shot.
Nats has to get out of here. The power spike of the Esmeralda as it gets into the mid to the late game. I'm starting to feel it. Look at the position of Light, though. He might find a good kick, but Blacklist have been checking the shrubs religiously. Edward jumps into Kusei. But then Entropy. Kusei brought really low. The vengeance is there. He's going to be able to survive the knockup by the Lord. Who's going to get the Lord?
Demon Kite.
DK gets it for RSGPH. The taunt. Light able to flicker away. He almost got hit by an Abraser's Wrath. And look at Nats up top.
This whole time was misdirection. Not just in the Lord pit, but across the map. Nats was working on that long lane. All the while, Light and Demon Kite got their 1-2 combo of the way to Dragon into Retribution. Oh, they are definitely respecting Blacklist macro and, of course, micro in Sensui.
Wow.
What a play coming out here from RSG all around the board, especially. So now Blacklist International will find themselves on the defense. They should be able to make quick work of this and possibly...
Ow.
Oh, hold on. I'm wondering, can RSG actually even push down to the tier 2 for this? Lord is still being worked on. OHEB should make quick work of it. But here they go. They're going to go down the mid.
Light with a kick onto the Edwards. Almond Force under the tower. They're trying to take it down, and yes, they do. Sensui and Edward going forward. Here comes Blacklist International with a clapback as well. The entropy committed there by the Nathan, and that's going to be the members of RSG running for the hills. Demon Cat goes down. Kusei will go down next. There's going to be a double kill for OHEB, and not good news for RSGPH. A great clapback by Black.
Oh,
Haji spots out Aqua. Has the Circling Eagle to go. It's a trap! Entertainment! The sleepy killer of RSGPH.
Double knockout. Straight out of that bush. Blacklist did not see that coming. OHEB and Haji, a 1-2 combo, a roamer and a gold laner.
Nafs
has done it again!
He's not done!
Type in the chat! Type in the chat! Nasty! Hashtag nasty!
That is nasty!
Navs Entertainment does it again. And it's with the Bogart.
These Nats moments have to stop! Oh, this is inhumane!
God almighty.
This is savage, this is brutal!
It's 4-0-2. Yes, folks, go roll for that KOF skin now.
Oh, man, get it while you can. And just when you thought, you see that moment where, like, you see Blacklist make that play, things go around, and then it's Navs. Here's Navs.
How do you find you in the back like that?
That's just it. If Sensui has instincts, Nats has it too. But his instincts is built diff, man. It's a different kind of instincts. Okay, Nats versus Edward, but Aqua's here. He has a circling eagle to commit, but the members of Blacklist International are going to be going up top. Edward buying time. Nats is going to be able to get away the entropy. It looks like Nats is going to get punished. But here comes Blacklist International's opponents. RSG will not be able to find the sandwich plays. 5 versus 4, too risky for RSG to take. And they turn around. They thought RSG PH, the Blacklist went back, but they turned around and they take Aqua down. What a decision by Blacklist.
I call that the DFO. That's the double fake out. RSG thought they were calling the fight off, but Blacklist stayed maybe a second longer and said, hey, Aqua's left alone. And they get away with murder. Blacklist, quick win there. 2 pickoffs, Nats and Aqua.
They need to check. They need to find Demon Kite. Astral Echo is going to be available. He already committed the Bastion Shield Unity, so that might be a little bit too early. Demon Kite cannot get close enough. Way too risky. And they back off. RSGPH will have to defend against Blacklist International's second Lord of the Game.
And there we have a swing now. Blacklist International has been working for minutes against that gold lead that RSG held together, even the space advantage. But they've turned things around.
I'll tell you, gentlemen, this is actually very, very troubling for RSG. The wave clear, the kind of wave clear that they have is very committal. These are mid-range mages, the Harith and the Valentina. If Blacklist ever decide to say as long as RSG is defending their base, they say it's go time, RSG has to say it's go time.
Yeah, they have to. And we'll see exactly how well this lineup can defend. And remember, it gets increasingly more difficult.
Light with the kick! He got the kick! I didn't think Haji would get bursted down that quick!
I did not either.
Okay, Astral Echo dished out. And just like that, they're trying to stop the members of Blacklist from going home. Can Light find Edward? No!
Watch Nuts!
Nuts is not going to be able to continue that push because Edward got to TP back home.
All right, good attempt though. Good attempt, and I think Blacklist understood the assignment as well. They saw Nats, his shadow, they sniffed him up there and said, you know what, let's call it off. They're trying something. This is shenanigans.
Yeah, because this is a Paquito with rapid boots. So he's really opening up the map for RSGPH.
He just switched up.
Oh, he switched it again?
He juggled. Yeah,
he
recently switched up.
Yeah.
He's juggling it, and with that too, I mean, even if you want to deal with Navs, you have to have at least 2 members up there because he's going to surprise you with the combinations we've seen so far. I mean, looking at this between Light and Haji, 100% obviously for Haji, he has to on this Matilda pick. But look at the crowd control time coming out from Light alone here. And I was surprised. I was going to say, as the game gets longer and longer, it's going to be a little more difficult for Light to pull those off. But we just saw that minutes ago where he finds Haji. The damage potential is there. But when we start considering jungling items or the immortalities, the winter tranchants, that's where even if he finds a pickoff available, they might not be able to capitalize on the kill. Look at that. Demon Kite also winter tranchant pickup.
Yep, talking about the jugs. He is going to start moving around Immortality, Winter Tranche.
Good read by Yue. Blacklist International knows the tendencies of RSG so much.
If I'm not mistaken, Kusei is also going to start building a defense item. That could be anything. That could be an Athena shield. That could be Radiant armor. Look at that. Oh, there you go. The shield. There you go.
Okay, the burst. Picked up.
Okay, but again, I'm assuming at the speed that he's going at, he could jug. He could juggle and, again, pick up a Winter Tranche, switch that up once the Athena shield pops.
FSM check there by the Esmeralda. Sensui, does he know what he's walking into? RSGPH know that they can't full commit just yet. Entropy, conceal play. They're going to be going forward. Light and Demon Kite, they're going to be looking for that wraparound. They go in closer. Purify already committed. That's no more Purify for Oheb.
but that's Light getting taken down. Aqua going in. They're trying to go after the gold laner of Blacklist. Double kill for the Filipino sniper. And Oheb is holding on for dear life with the help of teammates. It's Nas. Not enough. Too much shields. Damage too high. Nas too late to the party. Mega kill for Oheb. 3 down. 3 down for RSG.
Second
Could be
major
4.
fumble.
Could be 4. Oh! He finds him. Kuse holding on. That's going to be the FSM missing. And Kuse dashing, damaging, trying everything he can. 3, 1. He's down.
But the mid lane is now where Blacklist International sets their eyes on. Can they end the game?
Could it be a reverse sweep? They focus on Demon Kite. No minion waves. He's pulling the attention. He's trying to go to the mid. Aqua will be back. He's buying time. Demon Kite, Winter Truncheon. Light is here. Aqua's here. Astral Echo. 5 versus 2. That's in 1. Aqua down. Light holding on. Minion waves not there just yet. Nafs waiting. Blacklist 5v1 for game number 3. It is! The agents complete the reverse sweep.
And there you have it, the last game of the regular season here for season 13. And what a showing from Blacklist International. And yes, that is a refined version of what we've seen, and hopefully they can continue onward 4 weeks away into the playoffs here, or a couple weeks away into the playoffs.
Shades of their season 12 run.
They're laughing. They're feeling good.
This is a team that could have made number 2. If RSG beat Blacklist tonight, they would have been in number 2. But Blacklist said, no, not like this. And much like how they silenced all the haters, all the doubters last year, Blacklist is on their way to doing just that again now.
Hell of a series. Again, RC, they did, I believe, lock in that 3rd spot, though, so they are top 3.
They don't have to go through the play-ins.
They don't have to go through the play-ins. And, you know, it's still... It's Navs, man. Navs and the rest of this squad here from RSG.
They had their moments.
They had their moments. Can't wait to see more, but Blacklist International, you said it best, Leo. They have gone through the gauntlet themselves. Even online, people talking a lot. But when you watch this kind of performance, you can't hope but have more hope for them in the future. Let's go ahead and throw it over on stage with Mara and Hans with Blacklist International.
The edge of my seats, agents. Let me hear it from you, Blacklist. Congratulations, Blacklist. You finished the regular season in 5th place with 22 points. Top 5 kayo sa ating standings. Na ito naman question na to para kay Oheb. Oheb, you guys had a rough start sa ating season 13, pero you had an amazing 3-game win streak. Gaano ka-ready ang Blacklist International, in your opinion, para sa playoffs?
Ready na, pero mas may ilalakas pa siguro yung team namin.
Out of 100, nasan kayo sa tingin mo? Nasan yung bar natin? Huwag ka tumingin kay Coach. Ikaw yung tinatanong ko eh.
Sabi ni Dex 69 daw.
Okay. Alright, paano ba magiging, paano natin mahanap yung 31%?
Siguro marami pa kaming ipapolish sa mga ginagawa namin ngayon sa paglaro namin. Tsaka siguro marami pang mga strategies tsaka sa mga heroes yung papracticein namin tsaka ipapakita namin sa playoffs.
Okay, fair.
This time, si Haji naman tatanungin natin. Haji, in terms of the play-ins, ang una niyong makakalaban, confirm na, is going to be MNNE EVOS. During the regular season, natalo niyo sila ng 2 beses. You personally, after your 3-match win streak, how are you feeling about this matchup kontra sa MNNE EVOS?
Excited na po ako ulit na makalaban ulit sila kasi sarap po nila kalaban eh.
Right, so masaya si Haji, but at the same time, masaya din siya dun sa naging run nila and he's gonna be excited for that matchup moving forward.
Speaking of kalaban, alam niyo kung sino yung gusto kayong makalaban? Si Edward naman. Edward, ito. Kanina, in-interview namin yung AP brand. Tinanong namin kay Flap TZ kung sino nga ba yung gusto nilang makaharap. So, number 1 sila ngayon. Sabi nila, Blacklist International. Anong masasabi mo tungkol dito?
Sila rin yung gusto namin makalaban kasi hindi pa kami nakabawi sa kanila.
Okay. Aabangan natin yun. Abangan natin yan.
We'll see if it's gonna happen. Sensui, this question this time is for you. There's a 2-week break bago magsimula yung play-ins or yung playoffs in general. How would you and Blacklist International utilize the 2-week break? Para ba sa preparation or for something else? Paano nyo gagamitin yung 2-week break heading into the playoffs?
Ano pa siguro, magpo-focus kami sa mga scrims na na kailangan naming Mag-practice daw kami ng mga bagong strat.
Okay. So, it seems like they haven't figured it out yet, pero I'm sure one thing is sigurado na bako nyo nun. Practice. Practice makes perfect.
Ako naman sure ako kung sino ang ating MVP para sa Game 3. Oheb! Dito ka! Hindi ko alam kung naririnig mo yung mga agents. Ang ingay nila kanina nag-cheer para sa inyo. Imbitahan mo naman yung supporta nila para sa playoffs.
Supportahan nyo kami sa darating na playoffs. Hindi namin kayo bibigayin, mas pipilitin pa namin, gagalingan pa namin para makapasok kami sa MSC.
Congratulations to Blacklist International. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Blacklist International finishing the regular season 5th seed at ayon sa kay Edward, actually gusto nilang makalaban ang AP brand. It's gonna be a really exciting playoffs.
The feeling is mutual. That's all I can say. The competition, the rivalry between the previous M5 world representatives, the fire's still there.
Alam mo, grabe kung ganito yung last serye natin. I'm really wondering how playoffs is gonna be. And let's see what our casters have to say. Casters, pasok.
And there we have it. Once again, thank you, Omara Hands and Blacklist International. Congratulations to them. Finishing that 5th seed now going into the playoffs. Again, coming from a place where a lot of people didn't know if they would actually make it. It came down to the wire. They're feeling good ending the regular season here. And for our MVP for this game number 3, it's Oheb on the Nathan.
All right, finally, they give my baby brother Kiel the nod. 9-2-4 on that Nathan. So many times in this series, not just this game, in this series.
Yeah.
RSG wanted to give Oheb a piece of their mind. Here, game 3 finally, I questioned it. I said, hey, yo, is this Purify a little overkill? Are they protecting themselves too much to the point where they would not be able to let out any offense? Apparently, that's not the case. Apparently, Blacklist are able to cover up each other's weaknesses or set up opportunities even when they seemed like they would not be there. Even when they had headhunters like Nats right here. This is one of the few times that maybe it could have been anything but the Purify. But did they lose? Did they die? No, they did not. They actually got away with it, playing 3 Purifies. And here we are, watching Blacklist punish a lot of what RSG was setting up. I'm wondering, it was a pretty long match, gentlemen. But I can very clearly remember, in my memory, it's burned in there, the couple of times that Blacklist executed Operation DFO, double fake out. And it led to these nigh defendable moments. I'm remembering that upper quarter engagement. I'm remembering that bottom lane engagement that Blacklist won. And it all led to this here, an eventual reverse sweep. One more look at these emblems. Again, the only real thing that's interesting here for me personally is the whole Vengeance. Again, it seems to be a Kusei special.
Yeah, and again, when you look at this game 3, this is really where we were talking about the development of the play style of Blacklist, how it's developed, how it's not just, again, what they were known for before. It was like, it was just all Ube. But you really see it kind of fall into place here for this matchup and this series alone. So, again, I'm just hopeful that we get to see some more refinement for them in the playoffs.
All right, something else to note, OHEB did pick up a mystery shop. Whew. So these items come at a discount for him much quicker. Hence why I think even when there were natural predators on the map, like, say, Nats Paquito, when he was safe from them, when Haji, the best wingman for Game 3, was able to protect him, he was able to clap back just as quickly, right? Yeah. The carry for Game 3, dealing the most amount of damage. Taken damage, though, this is great. Again, you're able to spread the damage between Sensui and Edward. And again, very similar strategy to Blacklist's winning game number 2. It's all on OHEB. It's all on KL1.
Yeah, and I really want to give the flowers to Sensui here with how he was able to maximize the control that he can dish out as a Fredrin to help peel for OHEB's Nathan, because he knew his role. He had the most amount of crowd control that can provide help for OHEB, and he gave it.
More. He gave it and more.
Yeah.
And more, and more.
And more on top of it. So, again, as we take a look at the stats here to end it all, it was a reverse sweep for Blacklist International. They were obviously on a high note, and I know we have to take some rest, obviously, before the playoffs ahead of us. But from all teams, I mean, this last week alone, this week 7, has been great for all of them in approaching how they want to feel out the playoffs, approach them. I think, again, we did see some stress testing today, even with a Ling popping up. So it makes you wonder, where are we going to end up in the future? Of course, we're going to look at the standings one last time as well for the night to wrap it up. There you go. You've got your 6 teams locked in for the playoffs. The top 3 there too. AP, Brent, Echo, and RSG locking in those 3 slots. Won't have to go through that play-in portion.
Yeah, meanwhile, Minana EVOS, Blacklist International, and ONIC will be crawling through the gauntlet. And whoever gets through that, AP Bren will be waiting for them.
How do you spell tight? 21, 22, 28, 29, 30, 35. That's how close the twilight of Week 7 went for MPL Philippines Season 13, not to mention all 9 games being played today.
I love that. 9 games is what we went through. So, again, this is going to wrap up our jam-packed day, our regular season. It's us, the We Bear Bros. We're glad to have you guys join us. Again, I'm Naisu. This is Renmar. Leo, we're going to wrap it up here, throw it on stage to close out the regular season.
Mara! Hans! Asa na kayo?
Mag-ready na kami sa playoffs! Ang dami kasi natin pasabag sa fans, di ba?
Kaya nga. Kailan yun? Sa SM City South Mall yun, di ba?
That's right.
SM City South Mall from May 22 to 26, okay? Huwag kayong mawawala doon. Gets?
Kita-kits there. Huwag niyo palalagpasan ng MPL Philippines Season 13 playoffs!
Oh, hayaan mo na yun, hayaan mo na yun. Okay na yan. Basta ngayon, MPL Philippines Season 13 playoffs. Gets? Huwag kayong mawawala.
Tara na, let's go! Kita-kits! Bye!